myself, just like, oh, I dislike both of them equally, and then everybody gives me a pass, and so like at family events, I don't go more difficult on one than I do the other, but I'll ask questions, to stir the pot a little bit. But because I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, I don't catch the strays that you would expect. But the title of the room we just changed.
I think you can boil a good portion of it down to Trump sold the future, Biden-Harris sold the president. And at least in my lifetime in American elections, the person who's selling the future always does better than the person who's selling the status quo.
So I heard a couple things. I heard because she's a woman, heard status quo. What's the real reason she lost?
She's a Fort cooking-ass Indian that was raised in fucking Canada. I mean, does there need to be any more of a reason? Like, America's not buying this bag of freaking spoiled garbage.
Because, Mr. Mojo, I must unburden what has been. I mean, like, that shit got real weird, okay? And if that didn't do you in, the stuff about the yellow school bus, I mean, she had some word salad that was just like, what? And then for me, it just was a little scary with our open border and knowing that she had lied. And it wasn't even lied. It was like asked in an interview, and she's like, I haven't been to, Europe, so what? It was just like, what the fuck? I mean, if Hillary Clinton would have been a bad first lady president, this one, no way. Not holding the codes to the nukes, man.
Kitty, let me ask you a question. I want your expert analysis on this. Do you think if she had said that she washed her greens in the sink like a normal human being, do you think she would have done better in the election?
Maybe with the black vote, but she had already won over the female black vote. It was the guys that got privy to her crazy. So I don't really want to say yes to that. I'm against it. Also, now that you bring that up, and she got sassy black in Atlanta, and then turned around and flipped the switch, it was like all white girl in California. That was kind of weird.
Hey, Kitty, can you give me your best impersonation when she was thanking a union member?
I probably will do a bad one right now. I'm trying to think of that one YouTuber chick. She did it awesomely. Like it was her laugh. Her laugh terrified me. That was the one that stuck out in my head. It was like that cackle. No, I don't. I really don't think I can.
Hello.
Oh my God.
My name.
There's been a lot of trolls tonight. A lot of pseudo black trolls, like from South Philly, but they claim to be from like Durka or somewhere in Africa. I'm just saying.
All right, hey, I'm not gonna do too much of this weird shit. So.
Nope. But I really want to ask the next. Remember,
I'm gonna have it,
Mojo.
All right. Let me see where the button is. There it is. Sorry, Kitty. You gotta.
So, in every election, there's some vulnerability that the politician has to show that connects with the people. I mean, Obama took a minute, but he found hope and change. She was unable to show any vulnerability, any way to criticize Biden. And yes, she only had 90, 120 days, whatever. But there was, whether you like Trump or not, and I didn't vote for him, he was authentic. People sensed that what he spoke was what he believed for the most part. And he connected with enough people. And Republican messaging is always better. If you could keep it on the border, if you could stop the steal, which was a hoax, even their birther criticism of Obama, still, it was messaging. They're eating the cats and the dogs, got to some people. And the Democrats were all over the place. And they allowed, when Trump said, your kid could go to school as a boy and come home a girl. They allowed the fringe parts of the Democratic Party to be portrayed as mainstream. And America isn't that. And they lost.
I'll try and take a crack at this. Democrats can't have the moral high ground on quote unquote defending democracy when their candidate is installed, literally bypassing the guy that was actually nominated to be the next nominee for the Democrat. I think her bypassing the primary avoided her actually building even the smallest of coalitions you could imagine, a genuine coalition. Instead, they put on this media-ran AstroTurf campaign to generate some enthusiasm, and she paid, millions of dollars out to celebrities to come out, and that only does so much. They propped her up, at least initially when she got announced, they propped her up for a good few weeks to try and hold on to what momentum they could. However, they had all the media and even fake polling in their favor, and she never had a chance. She never had a chance, and neither did Biden have a chance either. He never recovered after the pullout of Afghanistan, and it was just a dwindle of support, because when you talk as much shit as you do about Donald Trump in his first 4 years, his first term, and then you deliver Joe Biden, this senile segregationist, and that's the best the Democrats could have. Of course, they're going to have people that are not enthusiastic to vote for him, or are willing to switch their vote. And what happened, and Trump benefited 2 times from running against the first 2 women, which they're just bad politicians. I'm not against women politicians. I'm a fan of Margaret Thatcher. However, he benefited big time from running against a Hillary and a Kamala, which they don't have the it factor. And I don't know how else to describe it than that, but they're bad at what they do.
How are they going to regroup? Like, what do you think they're thinking right now? Clearly they lost. Do you think they changed their playbook to some extent?
I don't think they are.
They are thinking.
There's been no postmortem, I'm sorry. And I think that there needs to be some introspection. The biggest problem with the Democratic Party is that they've been waiting for Trump to fail since 2015. And that playbook hasn't worked.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to probably run against Trump again in 2026 and in 2028. And you can tell by a lot, just by talking to Democrat voters, in what they are parroting is just the same old talking points about Donald Trump. And I've asked this question before, and it just goes over their head. They can't even imagine. I'm like, okay, you're going to run against Donald Trump essentially for the 4th time coming up in 2028 here. Do you think it's going to work this time in getting a majority of their voting?
I wonder if anybody's ever sat them down and just said, let's think about this logically. We've thrown everything that we can at Donald Trump. They tried to kill him. They tried to throw him in jail. They tried to throw him off the ballot. They tried to put him 6 feet under. None of it worked, and the country preferred him over their candidate. Now, I don't know what they're thinking, but I just want that aha moment where the people that hate him the most, that thought by saying, oh, but what about this and what about that, to realize the realization that the country preferred him over the Democratic Party and their candidate. I want to be present when those aha moments are there. I would love to hear a Democrat just you made mistakes in the past, and then you age, and then you're like, oh shit, looking back on it, if I would have just, when I was at that fork in the road, if I would have went left instead of right, maybe, and you start thinking about these things more deeply, and you realize, fuck, I fucked up. are the Democrats between now and the midterms, or between now and the 2028 election, are they going to have those moments where they say, we really fucked this thing up?
No.
I don't think they have it in them to do that.
We haven't seen it yet. I'm going to give an outsider's perspective from a non-American. And what I saw, and part of the reasons why I think that it's not about, I think that she lost rather than Trump actually won. There was a weak public image that was, that was definitely there. She was like, I think she was perceived as being very ineffective in her communication. That's number one. She had low approval ratings, from what I remember as well. I think one of the other factors was that she was seen perhaps as like inheriting, I guess, like a small luggage. So that she was basically going to be Biden, Biden 2.0. I think part of the other reason why Trump worked well, because he had a relatively high turnout. The campaign messaging also was just fucking wishy-washy, and how she turned up in terms of her performance when it came to the debates, I thought was like terrible. I think people really saw that. I think part of the big reason why Trump won, or actually she lost, was I think America was sick and tired of hearing and having a leftist-related policy, right, social policy, and people want to be able to have the strength. I don't think that I think if there was another Trump, a different type of person, it wouldn't have mattered as long as the person was strong. So in order for them to be able to regroup, they need somebody with strength, conviction, clarity, somebody who could really hold up the banner very high.
Do they have anybody that fits that description?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, it's funny because they would probably come up with names, and then the names that they would throw out, most of the people in this room would laugh. Like if you threw up Gavin Newsom, for example, right? I'll tell you this: if Gavin Newsom were to run, holy shit! If you think Harris lost bad, it will be even fucking worse.
And
because
he really tried to step away from the Democratic Party in a lot of ways recently in his podcast.
Yeah, I think he's trying to position himself. In fact, I think he had set himself up to be a backup plan. They actually thought they were in good footing when they had Harris run. But what was really odd, one of the strangest things that we saw in the last cycle, was when DeSantis and Newsom had a debate, a public debate between governors of two different states. These are people that both have presidential aspirations, but yet, why are they debating each other? And clearly, the hope was on Newsom's side was that he wants to get national attention and get his name out there. I don't think he could win though. I think that the commercials that they would run in every state outside of the West, you surrender the severely deep blue states, but you put all your spend into commercials in all the other states to just simply say, actually, you don't even need to spend in the deep red, but you just all of the purple areas, when you're looking at okay, these are the states that have to win, you just throw all your money into, do you want the nation to be run like California? And then you just show the fucking the things that are going on in California. I don't think he could survive. This would be another situation. I remember before the election when some of you guys were talking about, the Democrats are gonna, Brent was on here, he would say, the Democrats will hold the blue wall, that's how they're gonna win. And then after the election, he denied ever saying that. I don't think in any of those states, the swing states, if you guys remember, I said that Trump was going to sweep all of the swing states. I said it, I was correct. Even Republicans were like, no, you're being too optimistic. And I was like, no, I'm reading the tea leaves here. And I called it. And I will call this, and I'll call this from a distance. If Gavin Newsom is the candidate, I don't even care who the Republican is. Gavin Newsom will lose by a wider margin than Harris lost to Trump.
I don't know about a wider margin, but it's the entire West Coast that copies, the failed policies of California can be used as an example. And you know that, Roger. I know you know that. I think that Gavin Newsom can actually debate. Gavin Newsom is a shapeshifter. He, can portray his politics as being good and better when they've been worse. And so it depends. But I think he can actually debate, and that's one thing he has that was better than hers.
He's also handsome.
Newsom would have to try and come to the middle just a little bit. And you saw when he just was recently interviewed by Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk was on his podcast, and he came out and said, well, probably men in women's sports isn't a good look, or maybe we need to change that. He got skewered by the radical leftists after that. And I think the Democrats are in an issue that they have. It's a structural issue where the radical left have taken over the party, so much so that if you try to run any type of moderate positions, they will defeat you down, either in a primary, or they won't show up to vote the national election. So I think they have to go back to the drawing board. Trump was lucky enough to put himself in positions where early on he was winning 80-20 rule, 80-20 issues, kind of like the men and women's sports. 80% of America don't think men should be in women's sports. Yet the Democrats continue to double down on this ideology, this radical gender ideology.
I'll make a prediction. If he runs against someone like Vance, Vance destroys him in a debate. If he runs against someone like Rubio, Rubio destroys him in a debate. If he runs against, I'll pick someone on the bench on the R side, Glenn Youngkin, destroys him in a debate. Like, Newsom is definitely better than she is, but it won't hold a candle debating the others. Definitely would be destroyed by Vance in a debate.
I think another aspect to the loss of Kamala Harris is the mainstream media's monopoly over information has weakened. It's not gone away, but it's not where it was even a decade ago when Trump first started getting into this. And you can see this now with the Democrats trying to come out, and with, Newsom trying to put on his own podcast. They can clearly see that they're behind in the podcast world. However, it's not like Joe Rogan's this bastion of Republicanism. It's just they lost Joe Rogan too. They're still not reflecting on what their main issue is with their policies and their ideas. They continue to think, well, we're just not selling it correctly. We're getting, hurt by enough of the right.
Well, look at the messaging now. I mean, you've got this cranky Bernie Sanders talking about oligarchy. Half the people don't know what he's talking about. Campaigning with AOC, that is just still part of the very liberal part of the party. And those messages are not going to win a national campaign. I mean, even the Clintons, whether you like them or not, they knew you had to get elected. If you didn't get elected, nothing else mattered. And the Democrats seem to have forgotten that.
Yeah, when I first started following this, the Democrats were good at being radicals in suits. And however, they're no longer. They've let their true colors show, and maybe to too many people. I think there was definitely an agenda of letting in these millions of illegals was to swell up the census for 2030 to try and put more House seats in these deep blue states to give them better leverage for the presidential elections leading into the 2030s. And now if Trump's able to, not only did he thwart it, but now reverse it some and pull back on that some, it's putting the Democrats in even a bigger hole now than that they knew was coming. They could tell that they were starting to lose support from Black and Hispanic voters, and they were planning to replace them with new, at least a new census block, and then eventually a new voting block over time.
Okay, so let's do a thought experiment. Let's pretend we're a room full of committed Democrats that need to win in 2028. What would we do, knowing what we know, because we're all so smart? What would we do if we were Democrats if we wanted to win?
I would talk to the governor of Michigan, see if I could get her. I'd vote for a candidate like that.
Okay, so a candidate.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah, okay. And then, Nye, I heard you say something.
I would stop talking about transgender kids, putting male rapists in women's prisons, stop advocating for men to be in women's sports, and stop being pro-abortionists. Support family values.
So I'll say this, I definitely think that they should back off on a fringe issue like the trans thing. I think that amongst the majority of people, you don't have to be a diehard Republican to just say, hey, you guys are pushing that issue a little too far. It affects far too few people for them to continue to push that issue. It's not gaining them any support. What I would say is on the abortion issue, I disagree with you. I think they should absolutely continue. Maybe they could shut up about it in states where they know that they can't win. But now that it's a states' rights issue, I think they should absolutely put that to the top of the agenda in the states where they have the support. Because in some of the states where they have the support, it's like 75% that they have in some of these states. And so I think they would be crazy to stop talking about abortion.
And even when Trump was on the ballot this last time, more states passed pro-abortion laws than not.
Yeah, I think that's a good one for them to continue to do. But I think they need to get strategic, right? They need to realize that, like, if those symbolic, like, hey, we're going to fight the power, like, dude, fighting that fight in the states that truly want to disallow it, like, I think they should surrender that. And I think what they should do is continue in the states where they're strong. They use that messaging for fundraising, right? In the states that you know you're going to win anyways, you only talk about it because it helps you to raise money. But then you spend the money in the purple states where that issue plays well and you need to win. In the states you're going to lose, don't worry about it.
I would fire the media haters like what they're doing right now. I think this is going to benefit the Democrats in the long run. Getting rid of Colbert, putting The View on hiatus. This constant negativity, while it plays to their base, it pushes away could-be voters for them. And the party itself has become the opposite of a big tent. It's a smaller tent now. They have like a loyalty test, and that's one of the. And you can always see when the parties start to contract in support when the loyalty tests come out, or the purity test. How socialist are you really? I mean, they were cutting off people. You can tell just in our own conversations with people. If you don't buy into the mantra, you get excommunicated from the left. You have to be 100% on board with them, or you're not one of us. And and that's how the Republicans were coming out of Bush Jr.'s second term. It became this, test to see who was the most conservative, right? A bunch of bullshit. So you can see that now that the Democrats are facing that issue, and here Trump ran on a big tent philosophy, generally speaking, and it ended up benefiting him. And if the Democrats can get back to accepting 80% allies rather than 20% enemies, they'll be on, driving towards gaining back power.
I'm gonna throw out a name that I think, if he ran as a Democrat, and he is a Democrat, by the way, I think he could win in a landslide. A fucking landslide. And I'll describe the qualities that I think would bode well for him. Number one, I think he would be able to be someone that could go on the podcast circuit and relate to people in a way. Like, he's been on Joe Rogan, by the way. He could go on Joe Rogan. He could go on all of these other podcasts, which, by the way, I think played a much bigger role in Trump's victory than some people realize. Being able to get up there and relate to people is really important. There's not a lot of Democrats that can do that. But you also need somebody that when something's thrown at them, they can have a personality about it and they could shrug it off. You really, if you think about what Trump does he deals with his hecklers better than any president since Reagan. Reagan was pretty good with the hecklers too. Here's the name. And you guys tell me if you think I'm fucking crazy. I personally don't think he'd be interested in it. But if he ran, I think he'd win in a landslide. And the candidate would be Bill Burr. I think if Bill Burr ran, the independents would flock to him because they like him because he's funny. The Trump-style communication of trying to browbeat them into submission, you're not going to do that with somebody like Bill Burr. If you've ever seen him handle that fucking Philly crowd, in that comedy club, he's precisely the guy that you could have go to town hall meetings, and there's nothing that a Republican can say to him that he wouldn't have a witty retort for. And if you can't get him, what I would do is I would highly recommend they hire him as a consultant to work whatever candidate you have to prepare them to how to communicate. I think Bill Burr would be the perfect candidate for the Democratic Party.
I'd rather have Mayor Pete again. I'm sorry. Rhodes Scholar, military. He can also go. He also goes on Fox. Talks in their camp. He's more eloquent, and that would be my candidate.
Yeah, that's who I think it'll be. Is he's the only one in 2020 that actually showed having the ability to think on his feet during debates.
Are you talking about Buttigieg?
Buttigieg. I mean, now, granted, it's an awful roster. It's an awful bench of politicians, but in 2020, Buttigieg was the best quote-unquote politician, right? Bill Burr would probably mop the floor with him in relatability, being able to, share a beer with him, things like that. Do you think they could pull off just propping up someone that has zero instincts in politics? Could they really prop up like a comedian and run them? Like, you have to have a little bit of instinct.
Hold on. If you think that Bill Burr doesn't have good instincts, I would argue that you haven't listened to him. He's one of the most quick-witted human beings on the planet. And he actually pays attention to these issues more than you realize. Now, do I think that he would be like a constitutional scholar or the person that's going to write legislation or help influence it? Absolutely not. But as far as a spokesperson, to be able to take the arrows that are thrown against him and fire them back, I don't think
I don't even think Trump could handle that smoke. I think that's the one guy that I see that seems to side with Democrats more so than Republicans, and I think he would probably piss off a lot of Democrats too. But I genuinely believe that is the person that would be. I think he would be a fucking steamroller over the Republican Party. And I think a lot of diehard Republicans would jump ship if he was the guy. I think that he would make them laugh, he would relate to them, and I think they would leave their party and they would join him. That's what I
think it takes more money to get him name familiarity. He's known in the media, but as a candidate, I mean, Buttigieg has already spent that money to a degree and is better known. I think that you almost have to lose your first election to get people to understand you. You forget that Trump was known in New York, but The Apprentice introduced him to the rest of the country, a highly edited, well-run show. And that bought him billions of dollars worth of name familiarity.
I think you have to look at that wild card, which is the independents. My state, 30% of the votes were independent voters, and that's really what has to be appealed to. I think when you talk about the purple states in Pennsylvania, which was the state that all eyes were on in this last election, when Trump first ran, the Democrats in Pennsylvania had a close to 1 million. It was like 900,000 plus advantage over Republicans in registration. As of recently, it's about 170,000 of an edge Dems over ours in that state. I mean, the registration for Democrats has just shrunken dramatically in the swing states, and in some of them, and a lot of them, the Republican registration's gone up, or they just stay as independents. So I think that's the thing that you have to really look at.
Abby, you're aware that right now the defected Republicans make up the majority of the quote-unquote independent side. And many of them are that the Republican Party has lost their way. Some against Trump, some, even though they're for Trump, this time they're still against the Republican Party.
Well, clearly, because they came out and voted for Trump in this, it would make sense. At least in my state, we just kept seeing all these rural counties voting. We couldn't figure it all out, and the independents went red. But if I was a Dem running, I mean, that's who I would focus on. In this last election, our senator was up for re-election. Every ad that she ran, every single ad said, "I don't listen to any party. I vote my conscience. No party tells me how to vote." I mean, it was kind of astonishing. I mean, she just absolutely ran to the independents. So that's what I would do if I was James Carville, like the Noah version. I don't know if they could get their party to focus that way because of what Roger was saying before, or someone was saying, because the tent is actually small.
A very telling poll question that has recently come out, it was either Rasmussen or Big Data polling, they were talking about, they asked majority of Republicans, has Donald Trump delivered, do you think the Republican Congress has delivered on Donald Trump's mandate? And majority numbers, like 60%, have come back. Republicans have come back and said, no, the Republican Congress has not. That's going to affect Republican support. I know we're on the Democrat side right now, but it just got me thinking about that independent vote. I think we're going to lose more Republicans after, people that identify as Republican after Donald Trump, largely because the Republican Party is just awful. They're not. Thune hasn't even finished seating all of Trump's nominees. So I'm getting on a tangent, got us off topic, but I'll pass.
Why is everyone so quiet?
I think they all fell asleep.
It's a hard question, deciding, who they should run so early. But let's see what the midterms do.
But here's what's fun about doing it. Normally, we just sit around and we talk about how bad they are. I sit around and I talk about how bad both sides are. But for the room that's here, a lot of the people in this room either voted for Trump or lean in that direction. I think it's a fun thought experiment to, like, if you were on the other side, what would you be thinking? What would you be doing? And what's amazing is if you go and listen to the other side, they're not having any of those conversations. All they're talking about is like, why do they still like Trump? He's a bigot. He hates foreigners. He hates women. He hates gays. Like he hates blacks. Like they can't get out of their own way with their own retarded conversation that they have in their head. Like, all of these things that they're saying right now are the same things they were saying before the election that led to a disastrous performance. Like, they've literally learned nothing. Nothing at all.
I guess the only way you could probably fix the Democrat Party is you got to fix it at the grassroots level, because they have been twisted up left and right with one fake outrage after another for the last decade. And how do you unwind that mental health issue? I try to bring this up, and people think I'm trolling when I'm saying it, but there's significant mental health issues. And look, I think there is on the right as well. And how people on the right were treated under Biden's administration, how they've been treated over the last decade with losing their jobs and families falling apart, things like that. So I'm not saying it's unique just to one side, but the left has absolutely lost their mind. And how do you fix the party till you start fixing the voters? And how do you fix the voters?
I just think they need to be honest with themselves. Like, I mean, like, to me, like, the post-mortem should be an exercise in asking the honest questions. Why did we lose? And in order to ask it honestly, you can't just live in that same deranged state of mind that you were in that led to the disastrous finish. You have to clear your mind of all that shit. And you have to just look at, what does the numbers tell you? What does the math say? When you see groups that traditionally vote in larger numbers for Democrats breaking towards Trump, those are things you have to ask yourself, why? What did he do that resonated? And more importantly, what did you do that did not resonate? If you can't lock down your base, if you can't get them to turn out, and worse, they're turning out for the opposition, you do have to ask yourself why.
Joanne, what's going on?
English, please.
What did you say, Stu?
My fault. I didn't even know my mic was on.
Oh, okay. What do you have to say about the conversation, Stu?
Fuck Kamala Harris.
Do you think she?
I like him.
Hold on. Do you think she washed her greens in the bathtub?
Damn sure.
You do?
Wait, Stu, where are you from?
Massachusetts.
How's that mayor in Boston doing?
Yo, fuck Mayor. Nobody likes her.
When'd you get that?
She needs to spend her money on something else. Fuck that bitch.
I think they cheat in these deep blue cities, Abby. I lived in New Orleans 15 years. I think it was only 15-20% of the registered people even came out and voted. I just feel like there's some significant corruption that goes on at the local level in these deep blue areas.
I agree.
Yeah, Stu, who'd you vote for, or were you legally able to vote?
Nah, I'm not. I've just turned 18. But I would have voted for Trump.
What made Trump cool and Kamala Harris lame?
He was white. Did I say something wrong?
I think we're just listening. What's that, Abby?
So I feel like we're in the movie Townies in Massachusetts. Did you see it?
Yo, Abby, what are you talking about?
See the movie Townies?
Nah.
Hey, Abby, back channel.
Yo, what's up, Gunner? What are your thoughts?
On what?
What do you mean on what? You join her?
Like
Would you vote for, Greg?
What I vote for?
Yeah.
I didn't vote.
Who would you vote for?
Is George Washington like available?
Alright, get this guy out there.
Don't me out. I just don't want to be. I want to hear like the whole class's opinion on this.
Alright, get out of here, right? Come here.
Why is he acting like he owns me?
Yeah, Stu, why are you being so aggressive?
Yeah, that's a fucking dumbass.
Come on, why can we be?
Look, he might be a dumbass, but Stu, your head is way too big to be talking shit to.
Mojo, shut the fuck up.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Talk to me like that.
I just did. What are you gonna do, big head? What are you gonna do, big head? What are you gonna do, big head?
Beat your ass, bitch.
No, you won't. You won't touch us.
Yeah, Connor, shut the fuck up.
Dude, if you threw 3 punches, you'd have a heart attack. You'd be out of
You look
fucking
like you
breath.
have a fucking heart attack.
Whoa,
Hey, Roger.
Hold on. Everyone look at this guy's PTR. His fucking face is fat as fuck.
On me, bro. I said I was white.
That is definitely you.
I was white, bro.
Fat ass.
You're fucking fat ass, I guarantee it.
You fat ass little
Dance bitch.
You're a fat ass little bitch.
Guarantee you little fucking government.
You look like Snuffleupagus, you fat elephant.
Don't stoop to his level, bro. You're better than this.
Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Yo, shut up.
Hey, you guys are giving him a hard time, bro. He's obviously has to be a good dude. He's out in nature. He has a frog in his hand. But
What's wrong with his face? What's wrong with his face? Did he get like stung by bees and he's allergic to it?
Wait, wasn't it a lizard? Not a frog.
oh, that was a lizard.
I'll have to look at it again. Hold on. Oh no, it is a frog. You're right.
Can we have like a good debate on like what's a better color?
He probably fucking ate the frog. Fat fuck.
Oh, whoa.
I was just inquiring because I was trying to figure out how when he initially said, "Oh, I didn't realize I was hot mic," and he had an English accent, but then he switched to an American accent the second time he came on mic. So that's what I was trying to figure.
Hold on.
Boston.
Hold on. Gunter, you gotta go with the do it. You fucking don't even know how to unmic. So this Alan Dean, the resident racist of the app, said Roger wouldn't last 1 hour in Boston. Well, I've been to Boston. I'm not impressed. Unless you're ordering a lobster roll, their food fucking sucks there. I'll tell you that. And like the idea that you think that Boston is tough, I have news for you, Alan. I don't think that you would walk a single street in Oakland, California, and that's where I grew up. So, Alan, why don't you go to Oakland and then tell me how you do?
I don't know. Haddock sandwiches are pretty delicious. But that wasn't Gloucester.
Boston. The fuck? Boston's supposed to be tough now? You fucking kidding me?
Boston's a fucking rat hole. I mean, unless you're like in the downtown, like historical areas. I mean, that's kind of pretty, but the rest of fucking Boston's shit.
I like Nathaniel Hall.
But wait. I think Massachusetts has the #1 school system. I think Boston has the #1 school system.
Who told you that, Isaiah?
No, I think I was looking it up before, and I think they have, because I know Nevada's like 49th.
Please.
And,
like, it should be 50th.
Yeah, well, it should be 60th. But no, yeah, I think Boston's #1. So they are smart. So we gotta get.
No, I think you're just talking about like the rich white yuppies in like Massachusetts, because Massachusetts has like the highest median IQ, and they also have like some of the best schools. But yeah, that's just all the rich old white people. And I don't think it's like Southie boys and shit that they're factoring there.
No, it's not. No, it's not that.
There's a guy in the chat by the name of Matt Cool is gay. And he says Roger grew up in Berkeley and pretends to be from the tough streets of Oakland. Actually, I grew up in Oakland and then I moved to Hayward. So I went from the black hood to the Mexican hood. Something that none of you can say. You guys all grew up in these plush little white neighborhoods. All of you.
Has Matt Cool ever said anything intelligible ever?
Why are you picking on Matt Cool? Why would you pick a fight with Matt Cool? Matt Cool is gay is the person that's stuck on the shit.
Oh no, I would just say Matt Cool in general.
Yes, he's great.
Yeah, William Wallace knows where I'm from, and I think he would vouch that there's nothing in Boston that was as tough as the streets that I grew up on.
Yeah, William's the only one in that clique that I like.
Well, why do people? So, I don't think people realize like how close Berkeley is to Oakland and how close it's to Richmond. Like,
well, hold on. Berkeley's on the border of North Oakland, like Mosswood Park, and so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but Mosswood Park, that's not exactly the toughest part of Oakland. Look, Berkeley's it's a college town with a bunch of fucking weirdos. There's a reason why North Oakland is never talked about when you start talking about the tough neighborhoods of Oakland. So, there's that.
But it's not so okay. Let me say this. I would take my jury off in West Oakland, but I would also take my jury off if I'm in Berkeley. Because the majority of the time, like, if people are going to do crime, what are they going to do? Like, if they want to rob you, they're most of the time they're going to come from, like, West Oakland, East Oakland, and they're going to go to a place like Berkeley. It's not like Berkeley's just this safe place. It's not. Like, it's back in those days, like, it was hippies, so they probably were cool because of that. But in today's world, I don't think it's safe.
It's a lot safer than you're suggesting, because Berkeley does have a police department that doesn't play, and it's fundamentally different than Oakland. There's neighborhoods in Oakland that the police won't even patrol. And like, if you talk about Richmond, shit, that's even worse. You go up into East Hill, and like I don't think a squad car will come in there until after the body is cold. Like, they don't fuck around in those neighborhoods. So in Berkeley, like, if there's trouble, like, all the squad cars are there. In fact, they will call in backup from Oakland, and the Oakland police officers would be happier to patrol Berkeley and to respond to something than to patrol their own fucking neighbor.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I feel like you're more likely to get robbed, right, in Berkeley than in, like, those are hoods in Oakland. Like, so most of those people know each other. It's not like they're gonna rob each other in the hoods. When they go out to, like, to rob people, they're going to those places. They're going to different places like Berkeley.
Wait, isn't it because most people in the hood are fucking poor and don't have anything to steal in the first place?
No, I don't even think it's
that's
that.
why you go to the affluent areas to steal expensive shit.
You go to the affluent areas to steal expensive shit, but it's not because you're poor. It's because, like, you grew up in this area.
Yeah, but if you, like, rob your neighbor in Oakland and they have a 1980s tube TV, I mean, it's not worth anything, but, you know, somebody has a fucking 110-inch flat screen plasma, then that's what you're going to want to rob. You want to go to the rich people area. You want to steal all their fucking Rolexes and their,
absolutely,
you know, Patek Philippe's and shit like that.
Absolutely. But now, just regular violence, like gun violence, gang violence, yeah, it's probably rampant as fuck in Oakland. You know, in Frisco, like in the hood, the Jets, and like, yeah, it's. I mean, I mean, the Bay is just wild itself. It's just wild. The Bay is not a nice place.
What is it?
Bay Area.
But I'll tell you this.
But hold on. Before you carry on, let's look at a comparison in 2024. In Oakland, there was in 2024 there was 2,859 robberies, and in Berkeley there was 220. So you're infinitely more likely to get robbed in Oakland than you are in Berkeley. So your point doesn't.
Well, god damn. People are. Fuck.
Wait, only 220 robberies in Berkeley? The whole year?
In 2024, yeah.
Damn, I want to move to Berkeley.
And 2,859. If you want to break it down by robberies per thousand to citizens, it's per thousand. There's 2.38 robberies in Oakland and 1.86 robberies in Berkeley. So the population difference is pretty significant, but the ratio is still much higher.
Wait, so you're saying if you have like an affluent area, you're more likely to have police patrolling and deterring that type of shit?
Correct. It's the same thing. Like it sounds like the Kings is familiar with the Bay Area. It used to be a time before total gentrification of the area where Palo Alto was on one side of the freeway and it was a very affluent neighborhood, and then over the freeway overpass you went into East Palo Alto, that in the early 90s was competing with DC and Detroit for being the murder capital of the fucking country. And it was crazy because it was literally an overpass that separates these two areas, but the police were in Palo Alto, right? The police would not go into East Palo Alto. And so, yeah, if you have commerce, if you have restaurants, if you have people that are paying taxes that expect, the police to patrol it, then you get a better result. And it was incredible. Like, you could go out in Palo Alto and never worry about getting robbed.
All right.
The people in East Palo Alto knew for certain
it was trouble. Just the fact of going over that bridge, they had anxiety. They knew it was a bust, because what are they gonna do? Drive up in their tricked out fucking lowriders, with the loud stereo system, or drive over in a jalopy? The only way they'd even fucking make it through there is if they knew somebody that actually had a nice car that wasn't gonna stand out like they were some like hood rich, kingpin. Like it was, they just stayed where they were at. You didn't see the riffraff at all in Palo Alto, and they were separated literally by a freeway over.
All right, Samoa, bring your ass up here. We're talking about the West Coast and Trump.
So how many robberies? Don't Google this. How many robberies do you think we had in Las Vegas last year? Don't Google.
I would actually say it's probably quite low considering the surveillance state you had.
It's 503.
Hey, Roger, did you know Samoa lives in the same city as you?
He lives where?
Where you live?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. Same city.
No, he doesn't. I promise you.
You live in...
I'm no longer in California.
No, you're in Seattle, right?
No, I'm not in Seattle. I'm outside of Seattle.
But I mean in Washington State.
Yeah, I'm in Washington.
Yeah, he lives in Washington State.
Where you at? Are you in Bainbridge?
No, I wish I was in Bainbridge. Fuck, if I was in Bainbridge, I wouldn't be talking to you guys. Bainbridge or Mercer. If I'm ever living in one of those fucking places, I won't have time for you.
So they have a bar downtown in Seattle. I want to say it's called Von Spirits. That place is probably the best dive bar ever.
There's actually a place that I like down there. It's a dive bar that's got a bunch of fucking pinball machines, and to me that's the best spot down there. The other spot that's cool is the Crocodile. The Croc used to be the place where a lot of those grunge bands first came up. Yeah. But now, if you were to catch me out of the house, out cavorting with hoodlums, it would probably be hanging out at a casino and sitting at the craps table. That's where you would find. Moshi says Kamala would have let Iran get a nuke. Yeah, probably. She would probably also cheer on the destruction of our allies.
Rob, you don't think she would have been run by the neocons?
No. Look, if Harris won the election, I think she would have went on a tour talking about women, and she would have talked about DEI, and I think she would have tripled down. She probably would have created a multi-billion-dollar slush fund to give to Black Lives Matter. I think it would have been a disaster. I think we dodged a bullet. There's nothing redeeming about her, in my opinion. Nothing.
She's loyal to her bosses.
Hey, Roger, so if we can get, like, immigration under control, and the way it looks at progressives and liberals, the way they're breeding, how long do you think it'll take before all the people in Washington, Oregon, and California die out, so then conservatives can move in there? You think it'll take 100 years or less?
Hold on, let me tell you something.
I love those places. I'm just saying the people there, most of them suck. I'd love to move there.
So listen, the people, so like the island Bainbridge, Birmingham, Mercer, these places, those people are not liberals.
Oh no, I was just specifically talking about the liberals.
No, hold on. Those people are, they're the limousine liberals.
But they're not real liberals. They want.
What's a liberal? Tell me what's a liberal.
They want to control you. They want you to be poor. They want you to stay over there. Oh no, don't. For instance, it's like the rich people in California. They'll say stuff like, "Oh, feed the homeless, feed the." When the homeless and the poor show up on their doorsteps, now it's a problem. It's the same type of thing. They just want to control. They want to control this thing.
Almost shouldn't be going to those neighborhoods.
First of all, you guys paint with a very wide brush, okay? We have military in Washington State. We have conservatives and farmers in Eastern Washington. We have one county that has a lot of population that is
David, you weren't paying attention.
Okay.
You weren't paying attention to what I said.
I was paying attention to everything.
I said how long until the liberals die out?
Hold on. David's making a point here, and you guys are missing it because you guys just want to be trolls. Look, David's one of the good ones. He's one of the most honest people on this app when it comes to this shit. You know, when his party is fucking up, he'll call it out. When the other party's fucking up, he'll call it out. I wish you guys could learn to respect people a little bit more when they speak. What David's trying to tell you, he would educate you if you guys would clean out your fucking ears and just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. There's 39 counties in the state of Washington. There's only 3 of them that add up to over half of the population of the state, and the majority of that is one county. So you take Pierce County, Snohomish County, King County. So you have Seattle, and then you have Everett in Snohomish, and you have Tacoma and Pierce. That makes up the Western Washington I-5 corridor, and that's literally over half of the population of the state. The rest of the state, there's a couple of purple counties, and then the rest of the state is all red. It's a very, very diverse area. The reason why the politics suck is because what happens is Inslee, who's the governor, has no creativity whatsoever. So whatever Gavin Newsom passes in California, they just go and they pass in Washington without even thinking about it. They're just like, oh, California did this, okay, we'll copy it. And what's interesting that's happening is that there's more people in this state that, like, in terms of, if you look at the spread, if you look at north of Snohomish County, if you look at west of King and Pierce County, if you look east of all of those 3 counties, with the exception of Spokane, which is pretty purple, and the exception of what is it, Clark County? Is that where Vancouver's at? Whatever county that is. Those are the only, those are 2 purple counties. So you have 3 deep blue. Skagit sometimes is purple. For the most part, there's 2 purple, 3 blue, and the rest red. And believe me, that the people that are red are redder than a lot of the fucking people in this room that claim to be diehard Republicans.
Yeah, I've been all over California, Oregon, Washington. I'm sorry that you guys just recently lost Sherry's. I love their fucking diner and their Marion Berry fucking pies and all that shit. I mean, they're delicious. But I've been all over Eastern Oregon, Washington, Eastern Oregon and Washington, all over the entire both the states and Northern California, and I'm completely aware of that. I was just asking in general, like, how long until the liberals die out? So, like, once the liberals are gone, then you don't have to deal with those fucking, psychopathic fucking libtards in, like, places like Seattle and Portland.
The question you have to ask is how long until the whites die out? It's not just liberals.
No, all I was trying to say, David, I love the black people in Oregon and Washington because a lot of them are, like, yuppie fucking black people. They're like, hi, how are you today, sir? And you're like, what the fuck? But, no, I'm just saying, like, the prettiest places in Oregon and Washington, in my opinion, are...
Why do you want the liberals to die out?
I don't want them to, like, die out like somebody murder them. I'm just saying, how long do you think it will be before their reproduction rates are so low that they just, like, disappear?
Well,
I've always said, like...
I hope the liberals never disappear from the West Coast.
I would hope that the progressives would find a new place to go. But I think some of you...
Okay, progressives. I meant libtards. Sorry. I should have said libtards.
Yeah. This is going to be the downfall of fucking Republicans. You guys can't even fucking read the fucking playbook. If you don't know the difference between a liberal and a progressive, it'll be to your own.
Wait, are you talking about 1980s liberals, or are you talking about today's modern liberal?
There is no modern liberal. That's the point. The only liberal on this fucking app, the only true liberal on this app, is Norm.
I love that you said Norm. I was thinking Norm.
He's the only one left on the app that's liberal. Everybody, anybody else that's left of center is a fucking progressive. But for whatever reason, you guys are stuck in 30 years ago language, listening to Michael Savage and the Savage Nation talking about liberalism as a mental disorder. It's so crazy that you guys hear a slogan, you get it in your head, and you think that liberals are the bad guys. If conservatives would have shut the fuck up, or why not say progressives are nothing but commies? But that would have been more the truth. The fact that you guys shat on liberals, you know what that did? Is it caused liberals to fucking run into the progressive camp. We don't want to be the fucking thing that everybody says is a retard. You guys it's so fucking stupid.
Alright, so I make the example.
Fucking hate conservatives.
I make the example all the time. I would move to Seattle or Portland today if all the fucking progressives and the fucking woke agenda people would fucking fuck off and go somewhere else and go to New York.
Now, yeah, I agree. Why not isolate and say the wokies?
Okay, the wokies. I should have said. I did say libtards, which is for me, analogous, or it's the same. But the point I was trying to make is that I wish that all the fucking far lefties would fucking fuck off from Seattle and Portland, because it's such a beautiful and amazing fucking place, including California. California is one of the fucking prettiest states in the country. I've been to 47 of the lower 48, and it's beautiful and amazing. I just wish all the fucking woke people would fucking leave, and all the lefties, and then everybody from Texas can go there and make fucking California, Oregon, and Washington better.
I agree with you. In fact, I was just reading on one of the alert Abby's you probably already know is, 43% of the people who left California in 2023 went to Nevada. So
oh yeah, and
they bring all their politics and to Texas, and they bring their politics with them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, David, if we can get immigration under control and we can stop all the fucking Venezuelans and fucking Mexicans flooding into fucking Oregon, Washington, and California, and then eventually the fucking far left fucking dies out, and then we can pull the fucking Hispanics back over to the conservative side, which even a majority of them are, if as long as they're not on social government benefits and shit, we can pull them over to the fucking right, and we can make fucking California, Oregon, and Washington great again.
I wish it was true. Our elections are so, we have people running who are outright communists, then you have the progressive libtards, then you have a normal Democrat who is branded as a Republican around here. So you don't have any balance. And if you have 40% of one party rule, Democratic rule, 40 years of it, everything is corrupt. The court systems, the people who are appointed, and it's endemic. And I've lived here 73 years, and things used to run, and we used to have checks and balances, but we don't. So I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's taking too long.
That goes back to the question I asked earlier. How do you fix these voters? For the better of America. It's hyperbole to want to think that they're just going to die off. They're not. We're going to have to coexist with these folk in our country for the rest of our life. And
yeah, but Joe, non-binary people and trans people aren't having babies, so they will die off eventually.
I'll probably die too. That's the problem.
You act, when you start talking about immigration, I'm sorry, and brand them all as criminals. The immigrants I know work hard and pay their taxes. The trans people don't matter as far as population. That's the fact. So unless you said it for hyperbole, that's not going to be the reason. Everything changes.
Yeah, I agree. All the trannies and all the gender fluid people are going to fucking die. And they're not going to repopulate. They're not going to have kids. If best they adopt, that's...
You know what's interesting is that
most people, when they look at politics on a national level, like there's 435 people in the House, there's 100 people in the Senate. If I was to go around the room and ask people to name all the people in Congress that you can think of, I would bet in this room, let me look around, maybe somebody might get to 35. Like, but there's so many people that are in here that you guys only know the loudmouths. Like, you only know the loudmouths. And by the way, the people that you don't hear of, their votes count just as much as the loudmouths.
I don't know the loudmouths. I actually will tell you that I know the opposite of that. I know that group in the middle that are the ones that no one pays attention to but are getting all the legislation through.
Have you ever met MGP?
Have I met
MGP.
MGP, not Marjorie Taylor.
Yeah. No. Marie Glossenkamp Perez. She's in Washington State. She's a blue dog Democrat that she's not perfect on any of the issues that I care about, but she's incredibly reasonable. I met her a couple of times, and I can tell you that she is as frustrated with the Democratic Party as anybody in this fucking room. She's got her head screwed on straight. Like, I don't think her politics, like her and I have a lot of differences, but she gets it. She's fucking non-woke. She opposes a lot of the crazy gun legislation. She's reasonable on moderate decisions around abortion. She's not a fanatic on either side. Her party criticizes her for it. The other party, thinks that that she's still opposition. I think that she's somebody that nobody talks about. Nobody hears about because she's in a district that doesn't have a microphone in her face every 10 seconds. And she's somebody that's incredibly reasonable. She's a Democrat. She's one of the few blue dogs that are left. I don't even think they talk about blue dogs anymore. She's also part of the Problem Solver Caucus.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if she's a problem solver.
Yeah, she's part of the Problem Solvers.
And that caucus is great. I mean, that I could rattle off the names of a lot of the people in that caucus. That's kind of who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
And
I would recommend meeting with her, Abby. I know the issues that you care about most, and or at least some of them. And I don't know if I've ever met a Democrat that's sat in Congress that's as reasonable as she is, especially in 2025. She's somebody that the next time that you're doing the rounds, go out of your way and go talk to her.
No, I'm just looking now to see if we endorsed her let me check. Spell it, say her last name again.
Just look up MGP. It's Glossenkamp Perez. She's got a hyphenated last.
Hyphenated, okay.
Yeah, she's cool. She's super cool. Independence lover. The Democrats in her district really like her. And this is the telltale sign that she's doing something right. The Democrats in her own state that are outside of her district absolutely can't stand her, and so she's got balls. She's a good one. And before she got into office, she was just a small business owner. She's like a real person. She's amazing.
She looks so young.
She's like 36, 37. She's one of the few Democrats that I think, man, if they all acted like her, I'd still disagree with her on policies, but at least it wouldn't be the woke mess that we have.
Now, the moderate Dems are kind of beside themselves. They don't know what to do. You know, they get bombarded by their constituents, you know, complaining, and you know they kind of throw their hands up. So a lot of them have, you know, reached across the aisle more so. And we see these votes that are the controversial votes, but there's just like a lot of other law going on, and a lot of committee work where these moderates are getting stuff done.
Abby, do you think there's any chance that some of these moderates will join the American Party?
That's funny.
Now, I think that they're, like, my closest friend in Vegas is also my member of Congress. I talk to her about it all the time. And she is happy being a Democrat. She doesn't want to leave her party. You know, she's like, as Roger talks, like a blue dog, she's an old school Democrat. And really believes in it. Just wants to, you know, engineer her party to get back to which, you know, her vision of it. And I don't think that they want to abandon their party. Now, if that, as you were saying, the tent stays small and she's not really, you know, they're pushed out, then maybe they would look elsewhere. I don't see them becoming Republicans. Like, you see the people that switch parties, it's always interesting, but I don't see that with them.
I think real quick, if there was a viable way for her to win office as an independent, she would leave the Democratic Party tomorrow. The only reason she caucuses with them at all is because you need to run under one of them, and I think that some of her positions puts her outside of the norm of Republicans just enough to push her into the Democratic camp. But Joe, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask both Mojo, the Glossenkamp Perez, and Abby, the person you were referring to. What is like a stark contrasting idea that a, lack of a better term, blue dog Democrat today, or someone that's outside this radical woke leftist, what positions do they hold that are different? I mean, the best I got is like Manchin, Sinema, not wanting to use the nuclear option in the Senate. Do they actually have policy differences, though?
She spoke out against relief for student debt. That was one that I can remember. She breaks with the party, I would say, a good couple times a year, and every time she does, like, I have a lot of people that will, like, you know, hey, check this out. She's like the one Democrat in the state that you should pay attention to, and she's in a unique spot where her district is purple, and you know, there's enough Republicans that like her, enough Democrats that like her because she's got the D, and the independents are really the thing that puts her over the top. But yeah, she independently thinks about this stuff. She probably lands on some things that you and I would disagree with her on, but there's also things where she will break with her party to side with people like you and I.
Okay, my friend is Susie Lee, and she, during the Biden administration, she and maybe about 14 or 15 other Dems signed, on my issue, she signed letters to Biden when he was holding back arms on sales, on arms to Israel. She took on Biden. She also voted to censor Tlaib, which was, you know, there weren't a lot of the Dems that really stood out to do that. On policies, she's on the appropriations, and she's on military appropriations, and she's very much in favor of a strong military, and sometimes gets sideways with other members with respect to that. She's also very involved with, I don't know what you would call this. I mean, I guess it's natural resources, because we have water issues where we are. So, you know, it's a big constituent issue. But school choice is another one. I can go through it. She's definitely straddles the middle.
What's the reason you think we don't hear about? I guess maybe they're not good clicks and not good views for media. Or do they try not to get more national exposure because it could end up backfiring on them if they ever did want to get into.
In MGP's case, it's a matter of she's not in a major metropolitan area. She covers a big geography, but there's not a big city, and so that's what it comes down to.
And mine has a big city, but it actually does stay off the radar that way. It's really just there. She rolls up her sleeves and gets the job done for her district. She's got 17 people that have come out now that are going to run, that have declared they're running against her. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all shakes out and who ends up primarying it. It was the most expensive congressional race. It was like over 20 million she had on one side. I mean, and I think the opponent was close to that. But it's not a desire to get in the limelight at all.
Joe, here's one to think about. MGP voted to ban the Pentagon from being able to spend money on abortions and transgender surgeries. One of the few Democrats to sign up for that ban.
You know, one of the things you want to vote for, like one of the things generally, and I would say this to people that are independents, is look at these members of Congress when they're running for re-election and where they're ranked. They do a ranking of the bipartisan voting, and if they're in the top 20 or 30 of bipartisan votes, it's a really positive thing. It means that they can work across the aisle and that they're not, going on the party line. And they definitely rank them every year or every cycle.
Hey, here's another one, Joe. Tell me if you like this one. She's one of only 5 Democrats that voted to condemn the Biden administration's handling of the border.
There you go. She might have a future in becoming a Republican. Because the current Democrat Party would never let her get. She has to grow from Washington and move up the ranks in her state, which is definitely due.
I think one of the things that she can do is if she sticks around long enough and becomes like the leader and the spokesperson for both the Blue Dog Democrats and the Problem Solver Caucus, starts getting the microphone thrown in her face a little bit more, then maybe she could run for Senate. And then if she ran for Senate, that would be a game changer, I think. Have you guys heard any more about Harris and her aspirations moving forward? There was talk about a Senate run, talking about a governor run. Like, what's the latest with?
She gave a speech the other day. I was just going to ask if anyone saw it. I didn't hear it. They had shown some of it on the news.
Didn't hear it. Last I heard, she was flirting with the governor race.
That would be the only time in history that a vice president and a presidential candidate would then run for governor. Is that right?
I don't know the statistic. I've never heard of it before.
Yeah, it just seems like typically you move up or out. You don't move up and then move down.
I bet she'd win California too.
Be interesting. They could, if they ran the right person, they could get a Republican governor of California.
Yeah, Republican could win. People, I mean, it's changed since, but you got to remember, once upon a time, and it's not that long ago, they had Pete Wilson as governor, and Pete Wilson was like, he was pretty conservative. Arnold won. Arnold.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got to go a little further back for that. But
what about Duke Majan?
Governor Duke Majan, yeah.
Yeah, the first Armenian governor.
I think Pete Wilson was an interesting one, though, because when Pete Wilson was in office, he was the governor. They passed a bill to make illegal like a crackdown on illegal immigration. The gay marriage stuff didn't pass. Affirmative action didn't pass, and so that was like, I want to say that was like.
Are you talking about like Proposition 8?
There's been a couple of them. I'll go look up the numbers. There's 3 big ones when he was in office that all like made people think like, I thought we're supposed to be liberal here in California, and Pete Wilson was like, they were winning some of these things. One of the things that people forget is that some of these issues happen. You get big money against these things, and I remember when they had the abortion, not the abortion one, the gay marriage bill was when. That was the year that Obama was running for president.
Proposition 8.
And you remember the Mormons were the ones that were doing the phone banking to call people in California? Like a bunch, they like had like this major call center in like Salt Lake City that was like just day and night fucking dialing numbers in California. It's amazing. The other 2 I'm looking at is Prop 187 and Prop 209. Do you remember those? Adams. Adams. You're there.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so just so you guys know, Prop 209, it was passed in 1996, and it prohibited affirmative action in public education, public employment, and public contracting. And they tried to repeal it in 2020, and it was rejected. So as crazy as California can be, there's sometimes they get some of these things.
That's why UCLA has the big Asian population that it has. That came up in that Harvard lawsuit, that they didn't have the issue in California. But it is something interesting that I said this in a room the other day that I learned. I was on the phone with a friend of mine in San Francisco. I think maybe you heard this about that school that's like a magnet school or like a high-end high school, public high school in San Francisco, and you have to test to get in, and it has a huge Asian population in the high school. And prior to the Harvard case, Berkeley admitted 3 out of that high school, and after the Harvard decision came down, 28 kids got in this past year into Berkeley. It went from 3 to 28, all Asian, with like perfect SAT scores and perfect GPAs. But California, interestingly, they didn't have the restriction or the admissions policies that the Ivies had, or that the schools like Harvard had, and I guess North Carolina was in that lawsuit also.
Okay, so that the affirmative action was in 96. In 94 was Prop 187. That was the Save Our State initiative. And so that was to deny undocumented immigrants access to public education, non-emergency health care, and other state-funded services. The vote, again, it's 94, so it's been a while, but it's not that long ago either, in the grand scheme of things. That California, as liberal as it is, liberal as it was back then, they passed Prop 187, but then the courts blocked it. But the voters themselves wanted that in '94. They wanted to, essentially defund illegal immigrants, and then '96 they came back with making banning affirmative action. So a lot of people don't talk about that, but that was in the '90s that the voter support was there to shoot down support for illegal immigrants and to shoot down affirmative action.
Wait, did I hear that the California schools are all Asian?
What did you say? They're all Asian?
No, I said that the population at UCLA has a very high Asian population there because they didn't have affirmative action in the state. And what I was saying was Berkeley, for some reason, took three kids from the top school in San Francisco, and then after the case came out, now accepted 28. But UCLA did not follow it, the affirmative action.
So they've really been discriminating quite a lot.
Well, UCLA didn't. Berkeley clearly did.
And you said there's a lawsuit? Is it a lawsuit against them? Or
No, it was. It was a Supreme Court case. It was the Harvard case, the Asian, I can't remember the name of the group, the Asian something society versus Harvard and North Carolina.
But Berkeley just switched their policy year to year in response, but managed not to get sued.
Berkeley wasn't added in that lawsuit, but that lawsuit ended affirmative action on admissions in colleges. But apparently Berkeley was following the affirmative action when UCLA, as by example, wasn't, based on the population. But that case, that's one of the things that's coming up now with Trump in his demands with Columbia and his settlement with Columbia. When you read the settlement, it's not just only about the protesters and the anti-Semitism issues. He's trying to force them to comply now with the Harvard decision because they were trying to find an end game around it and still have admissions the way that they were doing it, where it was affirmative action. So that's one of the, if you look at the list of demands or in the settlement with Columbia, that's one of the things that, forget how it's worded, that, whether there's going to be a monitoring of the admission program or and accountability of the admission program, that they comply with the Harvard decision.
And before the Harvard decision, though, correct me if I'm wrong, Abby, Harvard, there are so many Asians who overachieve. They don't get included in DI or BLM because they're the minority that actually works to get ahead more so than others. And I mean, there were so many Asians that qualified to go to Harvard, they would have had half the students Asian. And then they had to make special restrictions that were higher for Asians because so many qualified.
They had a personality score, and then they would say Asians had low personality.
Yes, thank you.
And it was North Carolina also, the same thing. But now, I mean, I don't know. I haven't read whether Harvard's trying to find an end game around this as well. But Columbia for sure was. So that was something that was caught. But it'll be interesting to see how it changes things with admissions. I mean, the Asian community sued, the Jewish community was hurt very much also during these years. And the population decreased substantially at these schools. So there should be a benefit there as well.
They've been exposed, these administrations have been exposed as racist and anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Double agent, is racism your number one issue?
Just on Clubhouse. Joe Hero, how have you been, by the way?
Couldn't be any better. Living the dream.
You got Ann there. You scored conservative Ann.
Walkaway Democrat.
But you're muffled, Dr. Adams.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Alright. So, what was your question, Roger?
No, I was just talking about as recent as 94, 96, we had in California, Prop 187 passed in 94 with like 59% of the vote, and then 209 passed in 96 with 55% of the vote. Just speaking to the fact that at least in the 90s, those were things that if you brought those things up now, you would expect that California would overwhelmingly shoot down, and you had a significant margin to pass defunding illegal immigration as well as ending affirmative action. It's pretty powerful statement back in the 90s.
Abby, do you think there's any chance birthright citizenship gets
So, Roger, let me ask you this question.
No, I don't think that gets through.
Do you feel like affirmative action is illegal?
Affirmative action, it certainly should be illegal everywhere. But the way that people address it, it depends on what you're asking. I don't believe that we should have quotas. I think that that's clearly bigoted. I don't think we should even have preference based on these things. But essentially, in California, affirmative action does not, is not allowed in universities or in employment. why they switch it to these DEI conversations to what they look to do is create policies where they're not looking to do quotas per se, but they effectively try to do the same thing. What they'll encourage people to do is to run employment ads that are like gender neutral and shit like that. It's all crazy to me. I don't know why we can't just say hire the best person.
So, and made me think about this story in 2009. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 only on the case is called Ritchie versus DeStefanos, and it was all about these firefighters. They held like this promotional exam, and they were going to give a promotion to these firemen, and when no black candidates signed up, they canceled the offering the promotion because it would have only been a non-black candidate that would have received it. And so they ended up getting sued over that when that all came out. And just think, we would be living in a world today if the Supreme Court was just one vote different, that would have case precedents that if businesses did not promote someone when they said that they were going to, all because it wasn't the preferred race. That's how close we were, one vote off. Makes me think about that every time this conversation comes.
Well, you know, when the affirmative action ruling came in initially, it was Sandra Day O'Connor wrote the opinion, and it was supposed to have a life of 25 years. Like, that was the outlook for it, that it would need projected 25 years for the country to correct itself in the school system. So it wasn't in perpetuity that we would have affirmative action. And that's one of the things that came up when they argued the Harvard case. And she was a Reagan appointee, by the way.
You ever look at all the things that Reagan got wrong?
Yes, unfortunately.
Reagan's one of those guys that I think that everything about him is exaggerated. Like like when people like ask the question like, oh, how would Reagan handle this? There's almost this like exaggeration that like, oh, Reagan didn't mess around. You wouldn't want to mess around with Reagan. But dude, when Marines were killed in Beirut, like the way Reagan handled that, he was such a fucking pussy. He just cut and run. Just literally cut and run. Reagan is, there's some things that I really liked about him in terms of being a communicator. Like, I thought he was good at that. And I think he sold the idea of the Republican Party better than anybody, maybe ever. But in execution, God, some of the things he did were so ass backwards. Like, when he was governor of California, like, he did more to harm gun rights for Californians than any Democrat in the history of the state. So, yeah, I got a real mixed opinion about Reagan. I have a soft spot for him in some ways. I think as delivering speeches and Noonan, you know, helping him with some of those speeches, some of the best delivery ever. But sometimes he did some real fucking stupid shit that nobody really holds him accountable for. Like I don't hear people talking about like what a fucking sissy he was when the Marines got killed in Beirut.
Do positive political actions not resonate as much as poor political actions by politicians, say, decades later? Because I have there are some glaring issues Reagan did with the insurance companies, allowing them to run the federal flood program. However, the government couldn't do that anyhow. There's a wide variety of different things that he did that even a lot of everyone has like their special interests. It's like this, if you're going to be the Republican Party, why would you essentially create a fascist flood insurance program? And I just think that sometimes you recognize this stuff more so than the positive he did, because tearing down the Berlin Wall and essentially ending the Cold War was a super positive thing, and maybe he got a lot of benefit because of how significant that was.
I think all of the people that played a role in ending the Cold War, whether it's the Pope, whether it's Thatcher, whether it's Reagan, whether it's what was the fucker's name that wrote the Gulag Archipelago, the Russian dude, Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, so you got to give credit to all of the people that helped to end this thing. I think that book is a big part of what helped Russians as well as other Europeans understand just how fucked up Russia was, or the Soviet Union. But Thatcher, Reagan, and the Pope, they kind of held strong. The collapse of the Soviet Union is a big fucking deal. Can you imagine the times that we're in today if the Soviet Union hadn't collapsed? Oof.
No, I can't. I cannot imagine that world. That's what I was saying. That's so impactful, and I can't see it, but I can definitely see a lot of issues on some of Reagan's actions, the stuff that went bad.
See the movie about him?
Oh yeah, it was a good movie. Did you like?
I did. I liked it.
Mojo, I know you're a movie critic. What did you see, Reagan?
The one with Quaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Just okay. I think a lot of these political dramas are pretty bad because you have to pick if you're going to be, are you going to do an impression of the person, or are they going to make you look like him with makeup? Are you going to just try to sound like him, or are you going to just be a fucking actor and try your best to capture the essence of the person? And if enough time goes by, you can make a real biopic where you don't have to do the impression, you just simply have to capture the essence. And so I think there's far too many people that are alive that remember Reagan to really be able to put your acting chops on and do it the right way. That's my opinion.
Did you see? It's interesting you say that, because you made me think. Also, the movie Golda came out, and Helen Mirren, was amazing. It really looked like her, had all the affect of the character, and so it's funny that you say that, because people have played her before that didn't fully match her, but more the essence. I'm not sure which is better.
I definitely think Helen Mirren's just in a different acting class than Quaid, and so. That being said, if we're talking about political biopics, I think Gary Oldman's portrayal of Churchill is one that I wasn't alive when Churchill was doing his thing, and so that's to me that worked better. That's probably my favorite biopic.
Oldman also did an amazing job. You said Gary Oldman, and I perked right up. He's my favorite actor. He's on my bucket list of people to interview. But he also did an amazing take on Lee Harvey Oswald and J.
Yeah, Gary Oldman's one of my favorites as well. An underrated gangster flick, State of Grace. I thought that was the movie where I literally was like, I think this is my favorite actor.
Yes, I've seen every Oldman film. He is the bee's knees, as they say. I just love that man. Here's a really sad but fun fact about Nye McGee. I used to run the Gary Oldman fan club many, many years ago. That's how crazy insane I am.
Nice. You know who my favorite actor is now?
Keanu Reeves.
No, come on, for fuck's sake. You know who Stephen Graham is?
Let me Google him. Hold on, let me see. Mm-hmm. The name sounds familiar, but let me.
I know Abby, if she doesn't know the name, would know him from Boardwalk Empire.
All right, who did he play?
He was the guy that played Capone.
Oh, okay.
And wait, he just did a dynamic performance in Adolescence. Did you see that?
Yes, amazing. He's amazing. He's also in The Irishman. Have you guys seen The Irishman?
Definitely saw The Irishman.
Yeah, I think Stephen Graham right now is the best actor right now. That doesn't mean that I think he's better than peak Daniel Day-Lewis or peak Gary Oldman. There's a handful of people that I think in their peak were better, but right now I can't think of anybody that is better. The only people that I would even begin to say that okay, that's a tough one would be somebody like Christian Bale.
Oh my God, I swear to God, I was just about to say Christian Bale. Yes.
And then the underdog would be Sam Rockwell.
You know, Bale and Nicolas Cage are about to star in the Mad movie. You probably.
Yeah. He plays Al Davis, right? Cage plays Madden and Bale plays Al Davis. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Wait, this guy you're talking about is playing Springsteen's father in the new Springsteen movie.
Stephen Graham?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing. I legit think he's the best actor right now. Abby, do you remember when Greg Ellis used to do his shows on the rooms on here?
Yeah.
Greg Ellis, I was able to, in one of his rooms, talk to him about Stephen Graham. I told him how I thought he was one of the best actors. And apparently they know each other fairly well. They did some project together, and I was asking him, like, what's he like in real life? Is he intense? And he was saying, yeah, like he said he's like the guy can, like, he's like a legitimate tough guy. And I don't know if you've seen him in some of the other works that he's done, but some films he gets super jacked. Like I don't know, man. I think this guy is, to me, he's like the British De Niro. Like he's pretty fucking good. And I hate De Niro's politics, and so I try not to let that ruin my opinion of him as an actor. Sometimes it's hard, though. I don't know who's still awake, but I just changed the title of the room. This might invite people in, change the energy.
Yeah, I'm up working. I'm listening in the background until I just drop out from no more energy.
I hear you. This will invigorate people. As soon as Hakima wakes up and sees the title of the room, he's going to get excited. Ooh, Dr. Adams is back.
Adams, have U.S. race relations improved since 1960s?
Well, like I said, you know, I feel like Martin Luther King ran away, and
Wait, why do you keep saying this? I heard you say this in another room. What's up with that? Are you trolling, or do you really believe this? Because I'm so.
You don't believe that Martin Luther King
No,
was alive?
listen. I love to put on a tinfoil hat. No, listen, Adams. I love to put on a tinfoil hat every now and then, but I need to understand why I need to wear one in the.
What do you mean?
I've never heard this theory before that MLK Jr. is alive and hiding out in Florida. I never heard this until you said it earlier in a.
Right, he's living in Pompano Beach.
But what? Where are you getting this information from? Why do you believe this? If you believe this, or are you just trolling?
So again, Martin Luther King wanted to get away from black people. He wanted to live his life, right, in Pompano Beach with his white wife. Why is that like a conspiracy theory?
Adams, I effing love you. I don't understand. I'll roll with it. You know, I've never heard this before. I think it's hilarious. Okay, I'll just leave it there. You know what I'm saying? It's 2:14 in the morning. I won't unpack.
Okay, so do you have evidence that Martin Luther King is dead?
No, I don't have evidence. I just recall a nurse reading not too long ago, and by a couple years ago, a nurse claiming allegedly she was in the hospital the night they brought him in after being shot, and he wasn't dead. But because of government intervention and government wanting him dead, they directed that the staff kill him, smother him, suffocate him, off him in the hospital, and say the assassination, the gunshots, were the official cause of death. But she claims, the nurse allegedly, who claims she was a witness, that he didn't die from the gunshot wounds, that the staff killed him by orders of the government. That's what I've heard happens. Talk about conspiracy. But your theory is just super delicious. Wow.
Listen, I'm not trying to break up a happy home, okay? At the end of the day, Martin Luther King is alive. The man lives in Florida, and, you know, he has white children. You know, it is what it is.
Wait, does his family know? Just like, you know, Hollywood knows. Well, there's a secret that Denzel Washington has a secret family. It's an open secret, I should say, but does MLK's family know? You know, his wife, his children. Do they know he's out in Florida with the white wife and the biracial babies?
Of course.
Somebody in the chat said he lives with Grant Cardone. Oh my word. Is the T-Mobile guy there too, John?
How old would MLK be if he was still alive today?
96.
Wow, okay. 96. Adams, so 1860 to 1960, how much progress do you think there was in terms of race relations in the U.S. from 1860 to 1960?
I mean, no, like it's crazy. I got a BMW for my 16th birthday, so I mean, I feel like racial progression in America is, you know, it is what it is.
I feel like this is the issue that people gaslight on more than anything. And I know it's a big issue because of the history, but I feel like some people like to gloss over the history and like not give it its proper perspective. But then the other side is like equally as disingenuous in the fact that they they don't accept the fact that progress has been made, or just how much fucking progress has been made. I think both of those positions are fucking weird. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging the history and acknowledging the progress. I think that's the honest conversation. I certainly don't think that's ever really happened here on Clubhouse. Like when the issue comes up, you just get people, America's always been racist, it's still racist, it'll always be racist till the white devils are dead.
Is America racist?
Yeah, people really believe America's racist. I think we're the least racist country in 2025. I don't think there's a single country that's less racist than us in 2025.
Go ahead, Anwar, and I'll go.
I'll make it really quick. My opinion is they don't like to acknowledge that progress has been made, because how else would you be able to keep black people in a perpetual state of victimhood and using oppression as a crutch? If, you know, black folks, especially Democratic black voters, not all, you know, they think the white man boogeyman is hiding in the bush. Now they claim that, you know, he's going to take them to concentration camps as part of Project 2025. So of course they can't talk about the progress in race relations, because they have to keep people stuck on stupid with victimization.
So let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Africa?
No.
Got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've never met a person that actually thinks of other people as property. Like the idea of that is just ludicrous to me. Like I can't even fathom it. To say there has been progress from the period in time when people thought of other people as property. And that still goes on in this world. Yeah, I've never met anyone in our society that actually thinks that way. And it's just, I mean, it's one of the most far out ideas I could ever imagine it, and I can't imagine it, to consider other people as property. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think that's really the sign of we've changed drastically.
Got it. So let me ask you a question, Joe. Do you support the British?
The British? Like the country or the people?
I mean both.
Not really support the country.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. So, I mean, do you take into the context that a lot of those people are enslaved?
Like the general population, not in the sense of being thought of as property, unless we are commodities in the financial system.
Got it. But at the same time, British people have to bow down to a king, right?
To a certain degree, they signed the Magna Carta.
What do you mean to a certain degree?
But yeah, to a certain degree, they still adhere to it.
Right. So, do you feel like this is the same reality of people in America?
No, not at all.
Got it. This is my point. So, you know, it's very crazy for people to assert a certain type of notion as to, you know, our Europeans and this European construct as to how people should feel in terms of gradually moving us into communism as opposed to, you know, the American everyday fabric that we live in. And it's funny that at the same time, you have a lot of freaking Europeans that come onto the stage, come onto this app, and they have to bow down to a king. Do you see the differences?
Well, rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth II. Adams, listen, I've interviewed, and this has nothing to do with anything you stated, but just to kind of speak to the topic, okay, I've interviewed members of the original Black Panther movement, and you know what they told me? They said for some guys, they left the party because many of the members deviated from the original mission. I'll give you a direct quote what one member told me. He said a lot of them just got to the point where they wanted to smoke weed and bang white girls, okay? And the civil rights movement, part of the civil rights movement, you have a lot of black scholars who would agree or who debate that, you know, we know black folks were fighting to, or I shouldn't say fighting. They were protesting, demanding, advocating for, to sit in safe spaces with white folks at the church, you know, sitting next to them at the coffee house, but also, and this is not debatable, they wanted access to white hot interracial sex. This is why when I hear people talk about race wars, especially on X, when white folks and white men, specifically the incels, and they're trying to convince their followers that black guys, especially the so-called black nationalists, are pushing for race wars. And I'm like, are y'all insane? Black people, especially black guys, are not wanting no race wars. They're not wanting to lose access to white sex. So have race relations improved? Absolutely. Black folks can have sex with white folks now without being lynched, hung, hanged, buried, and burned. That's progress, and I'm not even trying to be funny. But you speak to some of these voices in the community, and that's all they talk about. That's what's important to them. White hot interracial sex, not losing access to it. So I would certainly call that progress. And I'm not even trolling or trying to be.
Very clever point.
Also, speaking of progress, Adams, you asked me if I've been to Africa. No, but you also know something? You'll find a lot of black Americans don't want to go to Africa, and a lot of TikTok videos have confirmed that some black Americans, when they move to some African countries, they can't wait to come back here. You know, of course, we have some that thrive there. They go there and they thrive. They're doing quite well, building up businesses, homes, et cetera, et cetera. But I've seen too many videos across TikTok of black Americans going to some African nations and complaining about, you know, not being able to twerk, emancipate, you know, malnutrition cows, not having access to, you know, colorful Takis and candy-coated dill pickles that they can stick peppermint canes into. They're very spoiled with our Western ways. I call that progress. They don't have adequate electricity and water flow. They have lizards and snakes crawling in the bed with them. That's what they say. They're ready to come back home. They recognize the problem. They fled America due to racism, they claim, and lack of opportunity because they're black. They go to Africa and find they're worse off, and they're ready to come back here. I call that progress.
So do you feel like LARPing as black Americans is progress?
Wait, you cut out the first part, would you?
So do you feel like a lot of people on this app are LARPing as black Americans? Do you feel like that's progress?
Well, for them it's progress because there's something about the black American experience that they put on a pedestal. that they think is better than whatever's going on in their own in Tetherland, right? So they'll LARP as us, but while at the same time claiming that we have no culture and have contributed nothing to American society. So it's progress for them. I suppose to some degree, Black Americans could be flattered that many want to copy our culture and claim to be us, while at the same time mocking us. But we know what that's about. It's just jealousy to some degree because they're not us and they understand our influence and how cool we are with so many things. Listen, I saw a video the other day. Black folks created a dance to the theme song of Law and Order. Okay, if we're not God's gift, I don't know who is.
Shout out to Law and Order.
Yeah, it's a viral TikTok dance to the Law and Order theme. I mean, who does that? Us. We're so colorful and so not serious at times, but that's why I love us. Progress.
What do you think it's going to take for people to accept the progress? What I mean by that is there's the people that are on Clubhouse, and I don't know how much of society they represent.
Roger, Africans and Caribbeans have to stop LARPing as Black Americans. That's the first step.
Who's the LARPing? Who's the LARPing?
I mean, like Lonzo, for example. He's LARPing as the Black Americans, gassing up Black people.
Isn't he Haitian or something?
Right.
Yeah. But what do you think it would really take? Because when I hear people say, "Oh, well, there's a debt owed" and blah blah blah, it's like I don't think if that bluff was called, and let's say somebody did write a check, I think the first thing that would be said, no matter what the denomination is that it wasn't enough, or how can you put a dollar amount on those lives? And it's like I don't even think the thing that they ask for, that some are asking for, I don't think that would solve anything. I think that at this point, people just want to have something to complain about. And I feel like if reparations ever were paid, I think they'd lose their minds over it, because then they wouldn't have this thing to complain about anymore.
Listen, I think there would be an increase in violence, Black on Black violence. We saw it during the COVID checks. If memory serves me correctly, didn't Trump give us some Trump checks during COVID? And I remember so many stories, not a lot, maybe a handful of stories of family members. Somebody got a Trump check and someone in the family did not, so they were shot. I remember one particular story, a girlfriend's a female in the house, her boyfriend shot up everybody in the house because they wouldn't give him some of the Trump check money when he didn't get one. So can you imagine if we receive reparation payouts in the form of financial, right? I predict we would see an increase in violence because those who didn't get a check would have beef with family members and friends who did receive reparations payout. And when they went to, ask for a handout, hey, let me hold 500, let me get 1,000, and they don't receive any money, or they don't get the answer that they're looking for, somebody's getting shot or choked the fuck out.
So you don't think that Black people actually receive reparations during the Summer of Love?
What, in the form of STDs? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
No, as far as, the amount of money that was subjugated over to the Black community, you don't think that Black people actually rendered reparations during the Summer of Love?
Are we talking Summer of Love like Woodstock, Flower People, Flower Child, 60s? Because if so, I'm not familiar with these.
No, I'm talking about people making $80,000 and $90,000 a year in, janitorial companies.
Well, I think, Adams, I don't know, sir. I can't speak on that. You know what I'm saying? I try not to speak on things I don't know nothing about.
And why it was crazy. I got rear-ended by a woman in a Nissan Altima, and she had no car insurance during the pandemic, and it was one of those things where she was just like, I'm getting my PPP loan money. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, what is this direct support supporting?
Well, listen, you mentioned business. I'm all for reparations payouts if it's in the form of helping small businesses or helping back black businesses, building up black businesses. I wouldn't mind reparations payouts, in the form of free education. Maybe it could be allocated to in the health medical industry somehow to solve some disparities. And they're always claiming black women are dying the most in childbirth and heart disease and ovarian cancer and this, that, and the other. I wouldn't mind money being allocated to studies.
You don't feel like when you already got reparations?
That we already have reparations? Is that what you said? You broke up.
Of course.
I suppose in some way. I would really have to think about it to fully answer the question. But I don't know, Adams, to be honest with you. Hakima's giving me the coon eyes. I don't know. If we have received reparations in some form, I am open to listening to ongoing debates about why new reparations payouts are deserving for, these new age blacks. But I would have to hear more about your opinion because I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, I have a quick question. Sorry, Joe. What's the proper dollar amount and who should get it? And then that's what I want to know. And then Joe, if you want.
Yeah, proper dollar amount. Oh, go ahead, Joe. I don't know if that.
No, I was just going to make a point to what you said. Go ahead and answer his question.
I can't put a dollar amount on there, but who should it go to? If I had to say, I would pick. If my grandparents were still alive, I'd pick them, or my great grandparents, I would pick them. I think the elders should get the funds. Those most closest to the last, those most closest to in the family tree.
So the next of kin from the victim.
Yes, I feel like my grandfather would be upset. Like, she would be upset. 6 different kids with 5 different men. And again, she had to land a whale, to be able to make herself be able to take care of herself, in her later part of life. So, when you want to look at reparations, like what do reparations look like?
Land distribution. I would be open for land distribution more so than a financial handout, right? I'm for land and education. Reparations and land and education.
Got it. So should Roger actually, pay for black families to have Bentleys?
Well, I'm interested in the fact that there's about 40 million black Americans, and if we were to honor the field order that said 40 acres and a mule, what's interesting is that we could come up with the 40 acres. Interestingly enough, in the 28% of the land across the U.S. that is owned by the federal government, you can come up with it. What you can't come up with is 40 million mules. So there is no 40 million mules. So we couldn't give them the mules.
Well, F the mule can
I've
get
done the
some
math
housing.
on this. Look, I've done the math on this. It's only about 16. It could be 13, between 13 and 16 million. 16 comes to mind. That are descendants of chattel slavery, because there was a significant portion of black immigrants that came in the 1900s. So now it depends on if you want to group it in between, descendants that lived under Jim Crow era, as well as, or just descendants of chattel slavery. So that's your distinguishing mark right there. And this idea has been sold and repackaged and rebranded before. LBJ, when he sold the Great Society and the reforms to the schools, at that time that was a form of reparations. He at least sold it as a politician, and I think it continues to get repackaged and rebranded. Where we're at today is people want to pay a check paid out, but I agree with Mojo that in the sense that there is enough land, and I would prefer Americans to own that land rather than or the states that the land is in, rather than the federal government. Now, not all significant places, bases, and Rocky Mountain National Park. There's some parks that are definitely worth saving. However, there's a ton of land with energy underneath it, and some of this area is undesirable to go and locate to. So if you could open it up and allow the land to be leased, and a portion of what money's raised from the energy sold, because it's a ton of natural gas out in the west out there, and then reparations be paid through the form of energy payback dollars, kind of like what they do in Pennsylvania or in Alaska, specifically Alaska, really. I would be okay with that, but then again, the caveat is to it, it's just a perpetual cycle. Mojo's correct. What will be the next time? 2-3 decades later, what will be the next branding of reparations to make things better? Ultimately, it uses the black Americans as a pawn in our electoral system.
Hey, can I ask a question? What black Americans are you talking about? They came in the 1900s in these millions, because actually, the answer is none. The answer is let me finish.
No. I thought you were asking me a question.
It wasn't really a question, because I already knew the answer. The answer is none. Like you said, out of the 40 million black Americans, only 16 million are descendants of chattel slavery, and the rest came in the 1900s. That's just simply, like, you made that up. That never happened.
No, two-thirds of black Americans today are not descendants of chattel slavery. I'm not making that up.
Where did you get that from?
I've studied this. I've gone through this before. Do you want me to get a source?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'll get.
Black immigrants in the 1900s is crazy. They started letting blacks in Africa and the Caribbean come in the 60s and 70s, but those are not the people you're talking about. I mean, the 40 million black Americans are descendants of, by and large, descendants of chattel slavery.
So, Hakima, what number do you think the U.S. government should pay out that would make black America say, okay, we good?
I have no idea what the number is, but another thing he said is, like, in 3 generations there would be reparations again, rebranded, like as if we already had 1 round of reparations and we were working on the 2nd round of reparations. That crazy shit Adam was saying, that we got reparations because of Summer of Love and that silly shit. Like I'm not no big reparations, and I don't think they're gonna ever pay it. So I mean, but for people to lie and say we got it, or most of us not even descendants of slavery, that shit just nonsense.
But do you think that there is a number that would cause the majority of black America to say, okay, cool, everything's good now?
I mean, that everyone would be happy with.
I mean, just a consensus. Like, I mean, like, yeah, of course you're gonna have outliers.
Of course, it should be a number that could be reached where everybody should be okay with it.
Do you remember when they came up with the number of like 6 quadrillion?
Yeah, more money than it is in the whole world is crazy. Like,
yeah, it was 43 times the global GDP.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. But like some kind of money, some kind of like tax breaks, education, land, a combination of those, but not to make every black person rich. Like, you know, $10 million for each one of you. No, that shit is ridiculous.
So I just asked ChatGPT because I was curious, you know, just give me a number. What would be a satisfactory number? ChatGPT says $350,000 per person, per Black American, 40 million, descendants of enslaved people.
So, one of the organizations that's done they've calculated the labor, they've calculated the interest, they've calculated all this stuff. They came up with the number of $151 million times the 40 million people, and it comes out to something like $6 quadrillion.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah, that's insanity.
And gave it to me, I'd take it, but I doubt that's happening anytime in the next 10 million years.
What if they did something like, what if they just came up with the slavery lottery and they just said, okay, if you're a descendant of slavery, every week we're going to give away $1 million and we're just going to draw social security numbers, and every week we'll pay out $1 million. Do you think that would satisfy Black Americans? Like the chance that one black person every week would win $1 million?
That'd cause a war.
Why?
I just would.
Oh, I mean, why? I mean, that'd be $1 million a week that they give out. That's 52 million a year. 52 million, that would be 52 new millionaires every year from the black community. That wouldn't be a good thing?
No, it's not. That's not enough.
Okay, what if it was $1 billion? Now it's 52 billion. 52 billion a year that they commit over, let's say, a 30-year period, but that they say, hey, we're going to do a slavery lottery, and we'll call a lucky person social security number. You can't win more than once. And then over the course of 30 years, that's let's see, that's 30 times 52. What's that? 1,500 billionaires that you would create in the black community. That's pretty good. What do you think?
That might end up costing more than you think it will cost. If you talk about, like, when do it stop? Everyone steady having kids. Like when does that stop? Like who?
I said we'll do it for 30 years just to call it good.
You know, Hakima, you just said still having kids. I do wonder if such a lottery was implemented, would women receiving government benefits or families receiving government assistance, should they automatically be booted? You know, if you're receiving food stamp, WIC or whatever, food stamps and housing voucher. No, I'm just curious what you would think. You know, because you're a millionaire now. You could use that money to invest, grow. Why do you need government assistance?
Oh no, yeah. Once you get the money, yeah, you offer assistance for sure. You should never get assistance again.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to get your take on that.
But I'll be cool with just about anything, Rod. Like I said, I don't expect anything. I believe it's old. I don't think it's never gonna happen. So a lottery, I would shut the fuck up and be okay with it. and
What
let
if-
my name get called.
Hey, what if they just went crazy and like, you guys ever see those Valpak coupons? What if they just started like sending out Valpaks but with like stereotypical coupons that the black community could use, like, you know, like 2-for-1 chicken sandwiches at Popeyes or some shit like that? Like, first of all, I'd be in favor of this because I think that would be delightful. And by the way, it's more than what they're giving away today, but I think people would find that to be racist.
Listen, I just want to recreate Westworld, Future World, Asian World, just like in the books, TV series, movie. And that would require a lot of money. Could $1 million get me started? I mean, it could probably help me to invest in some tech company that could help guide the vision, but it wouldn't fully finance my next level Westworld compound. So $1 million is workable, but not enough for my vision.
I want to be clear, like people, like poor people or black people, for the most part, are not thinking about reparations. Like there's no poor people is not at home. Like where my reparations at? That it don't happen ever. That's not a conversation in the black household where anyone is talking about reparations in a serious manner. And if they're waiting on it,
no, I think you're right.
Reparations is social media talk. It's not really.
Well,
I'm not saying there's not groups working on it, but like
I think it's
not thinking of.
I think it's also like, you know, like some black woman that like went to community college or healed, and you know, she got like 5 minutes of education, and all of a sudden she learned the word reparations and decided she was going to go save the fucking world. Uh-oh, we got Alpha and ASR up here. They were squabbling in the fucking chat. I wonder if they got anything to say to each other.
I'm waiting on Joe and his numbers on all these new blacks that came in the 1900s, which is fucking weird.
You know, it's difficult to find a specific number of actual descendants of chattel slavery. How would you, like, what would be the cutoff? What if it's like, you know, what would actually be the qualifying factor, Akima?
Being descendant of a slave, like where, like me personally.
How direct?
Let me tell you, like me personally, I have no immigrants in my family. I have not one family member that came here from the Caribbean or Africa in the 1900s, 1800s. Anyway, like my family been here 1700s and prior. I have no family that came here as an immigrant. And most black people I know have no family that came here as an immigrant.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to figure out. I mean, they have ancestral records. They have plantation records. There's the Freedmen's Bureau documents. The government knows who the descendants of chattel slaves are. They might not keep records, but they know.
Yeah, they know for sure.
It wouldn't be hard to figure.
And who exactly are they going to sue? Because this is the other thing that, like, I think if you could find an estate that you can prove that its wealth was derived from this labor, and then you prove the descendant, then maybe you've got a case. But like the idea of like you're gonna like get the taxpayer dollars to pay for, like, I don't buy that at all. And like I've heard too many people in Clubhouse just generically say, oh well, white people owe, and it's like, what do you think the percentage of white people was in back in the day that actually owned slaves? And then of the wealth, like let's say if they was a family that had this wealth, how much of that wealth might have gotten wiped out over time? I mean, like, considering, you know, everything from the Great Depression to just the fact that generations tend to lose the money, you know, like the idea that generational wealth is passed down, the studies will show that actually no, like people that inherit money end up blowing it. Like there's very few families that really pass down generational wealth, and this is why I just crack up at this stuff. I mean, like everything from the Dust Bowl to the fucking to the the Great Depression and the wars that we've had. I don't understand like why people think that a bunch of like 18th century white folk in North America like really had it. Like it's just crazy. It was a very small number of people that had it.
Do you guys remember when Barbados tried to come for actor Benedict Cumberbatch? They wanted him to pay for his family's slave owning pass in Barbados. He's spoken out about it. He said he tried to keep it a secret for a long time. His family warned him not to mention his family's ties to owning slaves. But, you know, the media picked it up not too long ago. And Barbados came for him. They're like, yeah, you're going to have to pay up. I can't tell you how that panned out, you know. But I just remember that being in the media for a minute.
ASR, are you going to speak or are you just going to type shit in chat?
My person is just going to be an honorable infantry and to speak the truth in the chat, so you have a problem with that?
Well, I was going to ask you if you wanted to participate in an audio app. Audio meaning you use your voice.
Right. What about the intellectual app that allows for people to put chats, arguments?
Yeah, so, okay. Now that I know that you can speak, what is your argument? Go ahead. Pretend you're arguing on the floor of Congress. Argue your point.
Yeah, so, you know, the United States has been founded on Iraq criminality, like the 100 years of racial quota built into the government. So I cited the Kerner Commission, which states real explicitly that our nation is moving towards two societies, one in black, one white, one black, separate and equal. What white America have never fully understood, but what the Negro can never forget is that white society is deeply implicated together. White institutions created it, white institutions maintained it, and white society condoned it. That was a few years after the Civil Rights Act that Lyndon Johnson convoked that commission. It's saying that white folks are hypocrites. You built your whole nation on lies, and your highest government recognizes that racism is complicit in your society. So let's talk about the fact that we have 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, right? But 100 years later, we needed a Civil Rights Act. That means your laws are nugatory. You don't pass any laws based on egalitarianism. You pass laws just to make people think you really care about it. You wouldn't need a Civil Rights Act in the first place if you follow those amendments. So what does it say when your highest branch of government is admitting the complicity of white folks in government being racist? What does that say?
Well, I think you make an interesting point. What I would ask you though is, do you think that there's been any progress made since, let's say, 1860?
No, the relationship between slave master and slave is still obtained here. White folks, black folks are still fighting to be the slave of white folks here.
So, do you live in the U.S.?
Yes, my person lives in the U.S., sir.
Are you a slave?
My person is descendant of slave. Yes, sir.
So, okay, so you're not a slave.
Yeah, so I don't identify with my body because I know my ancestors' wisdom. I went and learned that. We don't identify our body. We didn't even speak this language. We had a different
learned with the teeth.
If I may be able to finish, we had a different way of conceiving reality, different moral system. So we didn't go around identifying with things we're not. So one of the problems is that you strip people from their autonomous value system. You strip people from a way of accessing the hundreds of thousands of memory they had before white folk went and stole their history. So now the black collective United States became like de facto newborn babies with a foreign language and a foreign value system. We wonder why the collective is backwards.
Can I interject?
Sure.
Not yet, Alpha. Alpha, no. This guy was cooking. You'll get to respond, but let's let him cook.
Yeah, so imagine Chinese folk invading the United States right now and forcing everybody, white and black, to speak Chinese and give up their autonomous values. For anyone not to see how that can disalienate the mindset of Americans, well, if that's the case, then you see what's going on with the black collective United States.
Okay.
You see, so
Okay. Let's pause there. Alpha, go ahead and reply.
First of all, I hope everybody's doing good. Good to see you, Roger. I don't really take sociologists first and foremost to be doctors of anything. Sociology is a very poor discipline, and a poor discipline at that, for trying to understand anything about human beings. At best, a sociologist can do is just observe social cues, social patterns that are usually not replicable in a controlled environment, in a controlled experiment. Even worse, when they try to reobserve it in real life. Why humans change? Why? Big question. We can go into many hard sciences to explain this, and we'll still come up with provisional knowledge, which means that any conclusion we derive from it is provisional at best and cannot be taken as definitive to try to answer any of these major and complex questions that we try to answer on these applications that we do so pompously. Second, the idea that my body contains certain wisdoms is very essentialist. Last time we checked in the 1950s when we did the first heart transplant, nobody's body's knowledge, quote unquote, was transplanted to somebody else. The person that donated the heart did not transfer any of their, quote unquote, essence into the other person. That itself just destroys this convoluted gobbledygook. And of course, when we speak about the fact that it will take into consideration, if we're going to apply the logic of everybody in the present is guilty for the past, then how far do we go back? That needs to be understood. How far do we go back? Because do we go back through the quote-unquote racial ancestry and DNA of every people of color, quote-unquote? I had to use these terms, but these terms have become popular, so I use it for lack of a better term. To go back and say, okay, your family comes from, let's say, a particular province in the Congos, and at some point before the slavery, you were conquered by such and such people. Should we go and prosecute them as well for conquest and deprivation and whatever they cost? Or is it just specifically to target the United States of America? If that's the case, then it becomes very clear that the idea is not justice and the purpose is not justice. It's revenge.
Yeah, so the gentleman never addressed any argument that my person is propounding here, but attacked the argument, never argued. We call that strawman argumentation. So I'm not sure what your background's in, sir, but my background's in pure mathematics, 4.0 GPA here, summa cum laude graduate from Johns Hopkins University in the pure computation mathematics program. And in arguments and logic, we look at structured arguments. So you didn't even address the argument. So let's talk about the American long history of 100% racial quotas in favor of whites. You know, we have a whole bunch of presidents here where the United States set up specific programs to benefit white folks at the commiseration of black folks, embedded into the program. I can name about 20 of them right now. Radio acts, the whole bunch of acts that were committed just specifically to benefit white folks. So when we talk about institutional oppression, we're looking at the structure of a society. It's funny how white folks like to talk about accountability, but never hold amenable or answerable to institutions of society that create the conditions. They do that to poor white folks too. Very classes. So address my actual argument, sir. Not some putative argument I never argued. Refute it based on laws of logic.
Sure, based on the laws of logic. According to the laws of logic, appealing to a degree in mathematics is called argumentum from authority, right? So that itself is a logical fallacy, if you want to speak about formal logic.
You never addressed my argument, sir.
Second, I did address your argument because I went to the core of your sources. You quote from a sociologist that claims to be a doctor. Now, sociologists are not doctors. If you mean by doctor someone, if you mean by doctor someone that this is science 101, really. If you claim that a doctor is someone who attains a PhD by publishing a thesis in about 5 years, then sure. I read many PhDs, and none of them actually hold weight after a couple of months after they're published. Really, they don't. Third, if you're going to use sources that validate your arguments, nobody's discounting that. I'm not discounting that. I'm simply saying, where do you stop? Is it only applicable to the United States, or is it to everybody? And by what measure? By what measure? Because what you're saying implies that black people, or whatever you call black people, somehow are in a vacuum. They're not involved in the interactions and the complex situational cues and the lives they live in society, right? That somehow they're not there. For instance, let's say in a city, an institution was built like an education center, right? And there were black people and white people working there. For some reason, these kinds of arguments discount the fact that there was black contribution to it. But what they do is, oh no, the black person did work there. They were involved in the institution and the processes. The same institution and the nitty gritty that underpinned it, right? The workings that underpinned it and the situation that that institution created is involved. But the black person there was just brainwashed or indoctrinated and did not have agency. These kinds of arguments. So I'm looking at really the core principles of and the sources. Because
that's not my argument. I never argue any of that you're talking about right now. So you just talking.
You're quoting sources to validate arguments.
So to be specific, let's quote the actual arguments. Quote, systemic racism includes the complex array of anti-black practices, the unjustly gained political economic power of whites, the continuing economic and other resource inequalities along racial lines, and the white racist ideologies and attitudes created to maintain and rationalize white privilege and power. The economy, politics, education, religion, the family reflects the fundamental reality of systemic racism. This is from Racist America, Roots, Current Realities, and Future Reparations by sociologist Dr. Joe Fagan. Quote, in addition to that, which y'all need to hear, we need to talk about the 100%.
Can we pause real quick? I think one of the fucking weirdest things to happen on Clubhouse is when people read. Can we have a conversation? Or like, cause if you're just gonna read, like, I'll get in queue and I'll just read from my favorite book.
So let me. So never mind that old citing actual.
No, you can cite what you want, but I want to have a conversation. If you're incapable of having a conversation, then don't have one. It's a social audio.
Isn't that
go fucking write a Substack if that's what you want to do.
Isn't that part of the dialogue? Citing evidence to prove to prove one's argument?
Okay, listen. Hold on. I'm gonna do what you just did. Okay. I will not eat it with a fox. I will not eat it in a box. Sam, I won't eat those green eggs and ham. That's what you fucking sound like, my guy.
Yeah, but you're making jokes, or I'm actually adducing arguments.
No, you're not. You're reading, and it's boring as fuck, and it's not convincing anybody of anything other than you know how to read. Great. Listen, I take my hat off to you. This great country of ours has educated you to the point that you're capable of reading. I love it. Sounds like progress since 1860 to me, my guy.
You know that you're not attending to the actual argument, though. That means somebody's reading level is now up to standard.
I don't want to hear people read. It's boring as fuck, and it's evidence that you don't have a fucking position. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. You just want to read it. Sam, I am green eggs and ham. I won't eat it with a fox. I won't eat it with a box. Nope. Sam, I am the goddamn green eggs and ham.
You keep on interrupting because you're not prepared to engage.
I don't want to hear you read fucking tart.
Hold on, come on now, sir. You're talking to an honorable infantryman. So
listen. I'm talking to a goddamn retard. Is what I'm talking to.
You know that doesn't refute my argument. Now it does that.
How about this? If you want to join the conversation, I'll mute myself and you can go ahead and talk as loud as you like. But if you're just gonna sit there and read shit because you don't have any fucking thing to talk about, then I'll just move you to the fucking audience. You can't yet.
You ignored the whole argument this whole time. He's talking about stuff he doesn't.
Shut the fuck up. You're like, listen, nobody, and I mean no, like I don't care what, like that is the dumbest thing. It'd be like if we had a topic here about the Bible and somebody got on here and instead of, telling their interpretation of the Bible, they just wanted to fucking go begat. Nobody wants to hear that shit. I'm impressed that you know how to read. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Well, Roger, all I did was simply apply science 101. We learned this in junior high school. Look, all I'm trying to do is when we're looking at phenomena, right? We look at phenomena, let's say colonialism. Now we say, okay, what is colonialism? So now we're looking at definition, but we also look at the sources of these definitions and how these definitions emerged. Why? Because we're trying to be as accurate and as unbiased as we can be. That way, when we check the credibility, verifiability of the sources, and then we proceed to construct valid and evidential arguments so that we can actually come up with solutions that we can use to solve problems. And we do this in simple sciences like molecular biology, like just general biology or chemistry, or even in legal situations. A judge does not just simply look at, for instance, precedents. If somebody, let's say, committed manslaughter, the judge is not going to say, well, the previous judge before me in common law has the precedent, I'm going to look at the precedent and then derive my adjudication. That's not going to happen because they look at circumstances, what are those precedences, how applicable they are. All I'm trying to do is when these arguments are brought up, especially against any quote-unquote Western nation, I simply look at it and say,
Alpha,
okay,
with all due respect, you're boring the piss out of me too. Listen, if you guys want to talk, pause. If you guys want to have a conversation, like you guys are doing this is as boring as, like, I don't know if you've seen, like, when Jordan Peterson went on tour with Sam Harris and they would spend the majority of their fucking time defining what one word means before, like, as a way to avoid having a conversation. You got one of these fucking assholes on the stage that all he wants to do is read because he doesn't know the source material well enough to talk about it, so he has to read it. And then you have somebody else that just wants to challenge the validity of what's being said. Have a fucking conversation. You guys, the emotional intelligence of the two of you right now is like at a fucking 1 on a scale from 1 to 100.
As people are decent arguments, I'm talking about we don't understand it. And logic, we look at the structure of argument.
You're a fucking idiot. You're just repeating yourself. Shut the fuck up. Dude, listen, you're one of the dumbest people I've heard on this app. I told you that I'd let you fucking speak, but instead of speaking, all you want to do is fucking yap, and read the same shit. You said the same thing 7 different fucking times.
How about you?
No, hold on. You know how to have a conversation? Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Requires a yes/no answer. You don't have to go fucking get a book out that you've read. I'm going to fucking ask you one simple question. Has there been any progress made in race relations from 1860 to 2025?
No.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, then you were the stupidest human being on the planet. Because you just fucking failed the fucking most common sense test. If you can't acknowledge that there's been progress since 1860, there is no point in talking to you because you're fucking mentally retarded. Respectfully. Alpha, what about you? Since 1860, has there been progress?
More than progress. More than any other nation, in fact. I am living proof. I came to the United States and became what I am, so if that's not progress, then I don't know what is.
Look, I'm gonna fucking tune out here. If one of you guys want to invite one of these assholes up, I don't know about you guys. I get bored when people just read that shit. It's fucking dumb. They don't know the source material. If they did, look, this is not a complicated conversation. There was a lot of fucking injustice that's happened throughout world history, in the United States specifically, and we could do it decade by decade by decade. But if somebody's not going to acknowledge that there's been progress made, I mean, like, used to be slaves. There's no longer slaves. If you can't call that progress, then you're a fucking retard. Period. I don't make the fucking rules.
But Roger, that's what it is. Every time they change the definition, it's never ending. And when you challenge them on the definition, they just don't engage in it, and the saga continues.
well, listen. If what it was, look. If somebody just wants to read the list of grievances, right? And this is what was, oh God, the first season of Clubhouse, I'm getting PTSD. Yeah, people that would, like, they would do what this guy did. No, they'd just fucking read off some shit. And, like, and they say it as if nobody's ever heard it. You know, like, did you know that the transatlantic slave, counter slavery, blah, 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 field order, yada, yada, yada. I mean, like, they've got, like, they've got these little fucking talking points that they go through. They act as if the shit that they're saying is, like, maybe the information hit his deck maybe a week ago, and so it's all new information to him, but anybody that's fucking been alive and knows how to read for the last fucking 30, 40 years has heard this shit 1,000 fucking times. Like, okay, let's have a conversation about it. He was completely incapable. The level of just disingenuousness, that he can't acknowledge that there's been any progress made. Like, to make that argument, like, I literally, like, you have to have an IQ of about fucking 64.
It's definitely been progress. It's definitely been progress, but there's a lot of people who don't know. Like you say, like if you've been reading for the last 30 years, you should know. A lot of people don't know a lot of shit. I heard Anthony talk about reparations a million times, and the dude Michael from the UK, the black dude, they was actually talking, and they said that they didn't learn about slavery. They're like, we don't know nothing about slavery. Like y'all, somebody just told y'all about it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Both of them said that they didn't hear nothing about slavery until they was in the 8th grade, and they watched Roots, and that's how they learned about slavery. I'm like, well, y'all should shut the fuck up talking about anything, because if that's your only introduction to slavery, then it just shows that you're not a part of the people we're talking about. You don't know the history, so to have an opinion about reparations is crazy. So everybody don't know, Roger. To say you learned about slavery in the 8th grade is fucking crazy.
That is crazy. You ever watched the movie Roots?
Actually, I never seen it before.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good miniseries. I will say that. And then the other thing is, like, when it came out, like, people did watch it. Like, that was not one of those things that, like, people, like, I mean, people was watching that shit. They was watching it like they were watching MASH or something. Like, they were on it. If you guys want to invite that guy back up, you can. I'm probably gonna tune out. There's nothing worse than reading to somebody on the fucking goddamn social audio app. And if you're gonna read, you, like, the tonality and, like, like, maybe if Morgan Freeman want to come on here and read about something, then maybe we could allow that. At least he's got some voice inflection. You know, it sounds cool. It's a familiar voice. It's soothing. But ASR, are you going to participate in the conversation this time, or are you just going to try to go back to reading?
So ASR, background in history and philosophy of science, particularly logic. So we're used to adducing arguments and looking at the structure of the argument. Not complaining when someone adduces an argument. We address the argument, not keep people off for saying argument. So we're not even on the same standard in terms of talking about the subject matter. That's the problem. So when I cited the Kerner Commission, I cited a commission that stated that the white collective is complicit in the situation that governs on black folks. And that's a few years after they passed the Civil Rights Act. I cited to show that the old government recognized that white folks are complicit in this. 100 years after the so-called 13th Amendment. That should tell you something about what's going on in society. Ain't nothing changed between the relationship between slave master and slave.
Wait, hold on. So nothing's changed? How about the fact that there used to be slaves and now there are not slaves?
How about that?
I would say that's a fundamental difference.
How about attend to my actual argument?
Hold on. It's fine. If you can't acknowledge that the practice of slavery has been ended, if you can't acknowledge that, then I don't think you have the intellect to participate in conversation at any level.
But why aren't you addressing my actual argument? I'm talking about the relationship between slave master and slave is still the same.
No, it's not. There's no slaves. There's no slaves and there's no slave master.
Listen to the whole argument first. Black folks have been brought here to serve white folks. They're still doing it right now, albeit in different ways.
Right.
So what I'm saying?
Maybe you are. Maybe you are.
You notice how you're not addressing the argument? You keep on making these red herrings. You're not prepared to engage intellectually about the subject matter based on the standards of logic or something. Proof.
Yeah. Okay.
I feelings right now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you another question. Has the practice of slavery in the United States been ended?
No.
Okay. Got it. Hold on. Hold on. I have a follow-up question. It's a good one.
What about the original question?
Hold on. I have a follow-up question. Who is your slave master?
Hold on. So
who is your slave master?
Are you going to allow me to answer, sir, or not?
Okay, yeah. The question is, who is your slave master? I'd like his name. His full name.
I'm not talking about my slave.
Oh, so you don't have a slave master? I thought slavery. I thought you were going to talk about the relationship between the slave and the slave master.
But the problem is, you asking questions will allow me to finish speaking.
Okay, got it. And walk me through who your slave master is.
What that means is that you're not prepared to engage in subject matter based on someone who studied. You're looking to debate. I only debate my equals, sir. Everybody else I teach. This is stuff I forgot probably 20 years ago. This is basic sociology. So let's deal with the fundamental argument, namely that the relationship between black folks and white folks are still represented by the relationship between slave and slave master. Black folks are still working for white folks in the United States here to earn a living. That relationship is still obtaining. So instead of going on a chattel box, right, to fight for that, we go on boxes now to fight for positions in universities, jobs. It's the same type of slavery mentality. We haven't been indemnified for being taken advantage of in the first place. 40 acres of land? So why is it that white folks can benefit perpetually off the backs of non-whites? And then when non-whites hold white folks accountable, now you don't want to talk about accountability.
Yeah, sorry. I have a question for you.
You know, if you Steve,
I have a question for you. No, listen. Your rant is.
No, I'm answering your questions.
I'm going to ask you a question. Or maybe you'll respond better if I ask you a question. I want you to explain to me who your slave master is.
Yeah, so I never said it. I have a slave master. I said slavery still obtains here.
So you've escaped slavery.
You asked the question, right?
So you've escaped slavery.
You asked the question.
Why would you talk over me? Why would you talk over me?
You asked the question. You won't let me answer.
Okay. How about
you asked the question?
How about this? Yeah. I want to move you to the audience simply because the ideology that you subscribe to is so fucking stupid that if you really believe it, I want to agitate you and I want to show my control over you so then you can go into a room and complain that the slave masters were moving the slaves off of the fucking stage. Because that's about as stupid as you are. What a fucking retard you are. You're just a goddamn retard. I'll tell you this, if slavery still was allowed, you wouldn't be one. You're too stupid to perform any task. Nobody in the right mind would employ you for anything. Certainly wouldn't pay you. Definitely wouldn't expect you to work for free. What could you do? You're dumb. You're a dumb person.
Ojo, who would you say is blacker, you or ASB? Or ASB? Bastard, whatever his name is.
Listen, I don't need to justify this. Everybody on the app knows who the blackest person on the app is. Everyone knows it. I just, no, Alpha, this is not the time. Listen, I'm going to give this guy one more chance. I'll bring him up. You guys can play with him. He says that, this is his claim. He says that slavery still exists. He said that no progress has been made since 1860 to today. He said there's still a relationship between a slave and a slave master. And then I asked him if he was a slave, and he said no. I asked him who his slave master was. He said he didn't have one.
Oh,
But
I
he
am
also,
the master.
but he also claims that, I mean, this guy is just fucking retarded, dude. Just fucking retarded. Listen, if you can't acknowledge that slavery has ended, you're just a fucking idiot. You're just a fucking idiot. And nobody, you're not going to persuade anybody. And the reason I can talk like this, some people in this room are probably like, oh, Mojo's going a little crazy. He's going a little hard on the people that are making their Black America grievances. Look, I will hear them if they're legitimate grievances. But if you can't acknowledge that there's been progress that's been made, you are too fucking stupid to talk to. I would rather, like fucking Gary Coleman playing Arnold on Different Strokes, he used to speak to a little goldfish named Abraham. I would rather go to my aquarium, speak to my goldfish, because I will get a better conversation from my goldfish than I will talking to these fucking retards on the club.
Do you think talking to Abraham would be better, or just smashing your head against the wall repeatedly over and over again?
Oh, this guy said, pure mathematics, summa cum laude, graduate here. No, you're a fucking retard. You're a fucking retard. I would bet if I gave you one of those child blocks where you have to figure out how to put the triangle in the triangle hole, and the circle in the circle hole, and the square in the square circle. I don't think you can handle that. I think you're that dumb. In fact, I wouldn't hire you to push the fucking jizz mop at the Peep Show. I think you're that stupid.
I do think he was referencing me when he said pure mathematics. Let's conjecture.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just a fucking idiot.
Right, just like my purse is not on that profile pic right there in Akakufa, Iraq. Don't know about that too, right? That's the infantry. Y'all just talk at some white boys. But you know, some of us go patrol the streets looking for y'all. You ain't really about that stuff. Y'all talk so much. Because then when that black man come talk to y'all run the streets. Like them Inglewood cops.
ASR, you're a bitch. You've always been a bitch. You always will be a bitch.
You white boys running from that black man, ASR patrolling the streets.
And when that black man gets shot,
what you
right,
mean?
by the police, you start crying about victim, right?
Yeah, do your rounds in the green zone, you fucking pussy. You guard check, bitch.
Yeah, and we won $1 million for that, Johnny Cochran's farm.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. So this retard is a gangster in the street, and but he's pure mathematics, summa cum laude. Like, dude, you're a fucking retard. Nobody's afraid of you. Like, if your physical presence is as dumb as your fucking intellectual prowess, nobody would be afraid of you. You're a mental midget. You're literally retarded. Literally retarded. Nobody's afraid of you.
I have a question. Is financial servitude a thing today?
Hey, by the way, I love the idea that he made threats of violence on an audio app. I don't know if he knows that that's against the law, and I'll bet you if he went to jail over those threats, he would just say that that's systemic racism.
Wait, does he realize that the feds monitor these apps too?
He doesn't know anything. He's a fucking retard.
I mean, if Snowden showed us anything, you know.
They'd probably put this little fucking bitch on the fucking girl side of a prison.
Look, Roger works for the Mossad. You come in here, you make money for him. So, I wouldn't stay here if I was you.
I mean, this app was made by an Indian and a Jew, so let me try.
These guys are tapped into everything. No, dude. Why did you have to do to brother like that, Roger? Why didn't you let him come loud?
That guy's a fucking faggot. I wonder if he realizes that about the fact that this is streaming on YouTube, and that the app works with all of the three-letter alphabet agencies, and the number one thing that they look for is threats of violence. I mean, I wonder if he knows that. I wonder if he read that in one of his books.
Wait, was he talking about ancient Egyptians or what?
No, he's just a fucking retard. Oh, now he's claiming he never made a threat of violence. He actually said he was going to look for us on the streets.
And when a black man comes to you come at me with violence, and I'll shoot your ass. I mean, that's
what are we doing on the streets anyway? We're not on the streets. We're family, man.
I mean, can we talk about the fact that he does not recognize that there's been any progress made in race relations in this country?
You know,
like
Roger,
that is the stupid. The only thing dumber than that would be the people that deny that there was like ever an injustice that took place. I mean, there's two types of ignorant people on this topic. There's the people that make it sound like nothing bad ever happened. Those people are fucking retarded. But the people like this guy that pretend that there's no fucking progress, the fact that he's got a fucking smartphone is evidence of the progress. I mean, like let's think about this realistically. He's got a fucking $1,200 minimum cell phone in his fucking hand, and he says that there's no progress. Wow, amazing.
One thing I always like telling the Muslims when they threaten me is that I'll shoot them with an IWI, which is Israeli weapons industry. You know, it's X95 to 4, and then all my 5.56 have been dipped in pork bark.
Yeah, it's funny. He showed his nature though. He couldn't participate in a conversation that was clearly over his head because he just doesn't have the scholarship to have this conversation. And then once he realized that he was, just out of his depth, he decided to make threats of violence, which can be punishable by law.
I mean, I do feel bad buying a Turkish-made handgun. You know, I don't really like supporting the Turks, but they build some pretty good shit.
Look, Kalatz is just mad, all right? Because look, Kalatz, he didn't get his share, so no, there's been no progress, all right? Roger ate his share.
Oh, if anybody was wondering, it's a Canik TP9 SFX. It's competent.
Look, he's a mathematician. He'll figure it out.
God.
Yeah, Terrence Howard is his ASR's hero.
I'm looking at his silly profile here. 2nd Platoon, Bravo Company, Bulldog. So let me get this straight. So the country that he lives in is so oppressive, but he went to fight in the military. Like, well, you can't even make this shit up. This guy's as stupid as the dude that said that he was a black nationalist, but he worked for the KKK. I mean, this guy is dumb, beyond dumb.
Wait, do you think it's as dumb as Victoria saying that she worked for 3 U.S. presidents?
It's pretty fucking up there. Yeah, he's pretty fucking dumb.
Or that she briefed them in the, what do you call it? Fuck, so damn, draw a blank now.
I want to know if you work in ER or if you work in administration at a hospital, which one makes you a slave? Exactly.
You know what's interesting here too is if these claims of his military service are accurate, like if he's honest about that, which I doubt, he doesn't seem like an honest person in general. But if those are honest, then it just makes the feds easier to figure out who this fucking clown is when they come to knock on his door. And then if he's lying, then he's just like stolen valor. So either way, this guy's just a bitch.
You think he's one of these retards that served his country, but then says, if those fucking feds show up at my fucking door, I'll blast them motherfuckers through the door. It's like, wait, what? You're part of the fucking problem.
Let's bring this half-wit back up. Let's have a little more fun with it.
Mid-wit.
Same thing. Bring him back up. Somebody invite him.
I sent them in.
Oh, there's the half-wit.
I noticed that when the black man speaks, the cowards get disappeared. I made no threats towards y'all. I posted a link to the chat of my person patrolling the streets in Los Angeles looking for those Inglewood pigs. That's what I did. I ain't making threats towards anyone here. Stop moving the goalposts. Secondly, some of us really go out there and protect the masses. White and pale faces alike, black and pale dark faces alike, no matter what. But some of you gentlemen are refusing to deal with the argument. I use argument intellectually. You told me to stop reading. Which one is it? Because when I propounded the stats, you didn't want to hear that. When I gave you my own argument, you didn't want to hear that. So what I'm trying to get at is that you're not dealing with the subject matter at hand. This ain't no fraud here. Some of us know the subject matter like the back of our hand. Attend to the argument at hand. Now, you can make equivalent arguments about classism, which white folks are mostly suffering from in terms of finances. We can do all that too. The point is that no one made any threats towards you, cowards. You feel threatened because you're not engaged intellectually. Right? Deal with the subject matter. The subject matter is
solution. Look, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say America hasn't changed a bit. All right, we're all racist. We're all brainwashed. What's the solution?
The solution is get rid of the power elite. They don't care about pale face and dark face. Yeah, they killed that white boy, honorable white boy, Hubert P. Long, because he wanted to redistribute the wealth amongst the masses of poor whites and poor blacks. In that shared wealth program, you know, the namesake of Hubert P. Newton was after a white man named Hubert P. Long. They murdered that white senator because he was talking about redistributing the wealth amongst poor folks. They killed him. Let's talk about how
you're saying socialism, socialist policies, but we need Marxist activism until we establish an ideology or an institution that slowly withers away the state that is simply overarching or overreaching everything. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that you have elites who are picking groups against one another. Pale face, dark face, Republican, Democrats to keep us divided. That's the whole function of this whole thing. So if you understand that, you can understand that all of us men are enjoying privileges at the expense of women because we live in a sexist society. Because we got male pitting against female. These are class privileges. If you understand what racism is about, it's not about individual attitudes. It's about conferring privileges undeservedly through the pseudoscientific concept of race. You know that because white Italians and white Irish used to be considered niggers. So obviously it's about power.
Hey, we don't use that language in this room, sorry.
Are you serious? So the truth is that they're pitting all of us against one another. So there's nothing wrong with being truthful about these institutions and seeing how these privileges are distributed. So I can acknowledge that. I can acknowledge that my person received unenjoyed or unearned privileges for being male in a sexist male-superior society. That means my person is sexist. Doesn't mean I hate women. It means that I enjoy all their privileges for being male. The same thing with white folks. The same thing with classism. That's what I'm talking about. And the only way you deal with that is looking at it holistically. You see, so
how can flatten all of those to achieve the equality so that it prevents any kinds of these inequalities?
Kennedy was trying to do that, sir, and they murdered him. Anybody who observes that, they keep on murdering and killing. That's the whole point. They killed that white boy out too long because we're trying to do that. So there's a need to have this in this place. Whether it's racism, classism, whatever, they need to have it separated. You notice how they get upset when a general mark my person? Because I don't identify with feelings. I'm looking at the solution. The solution is rationality. We gotta look at the structure because they don't care about any of us. When these robots get into place, people, they don't care.
But also, you do remember that the totalitarian ideologies, as well as the dictatorships that they established in the Soviet Union and Mao's China and Pol Pot, they all believe that rationality is the way. And we know how that ended, right?
Well, they didn't imply that, did it? Rationality is with logic. It has nothing to do with feelings. It has the principle of good sound judgment. It has nothing to do with feelings. They didn't imply it. I'm talking about holistically. Acting holistic, like ancient cultures act as one. When you start doing that, you don't have egotism. You put the interest of the majority before the interest of the minority. You put the collective first. And if you serve the all first, you're going to serve everyone. That's an ethical thing, people, that I'm talking about. You got to fix the ethics of the United States. And then you could have another constitutional convention. It was founded on a lie. You got to fix the lie first.
So you're a communist?
No. So you're limited Western purview. You know, outside of Western purview, you had other systems that think about holistically, like called Ma'at or Ubuntu, Dharma. You didn't consider that, did you?
So you're a communist?
No. This predates communism. But I know that your worldview is limited to the West. And that's the problem. That's why you have problems with repressing your woman. In traditional black societies, we rule before our women join. You see, we have different value systems. I'm talking about sharing power jointly towards the all, for the benefit of all. You talking about fighting over feelings and stuff, sir. So you ain't really about solving this problem. You would have solved it a long time ago. You're afraid to do it.
Sir, I have a question for you, ASR. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's 3:38 in the morning where I am. I'm half awake. I'm trying to digest what you're saying. Can you give me like the condensed version of what the plan is for black people to free ourselves from these modern day shackles of slavery? Just the condensed version.
Yeah. So the condensed version is based on the quote from Dr. Amos and Wilson. You cannot revolt against the people whose value you share. In other words, what's happening to black folk is that we have a faulty value system. And we're forced to adopt a backwards framework, and we wonder why we're backwards. So we have to fix our mental side first. That's formal ethics. We have to teach people how to reason according to the principle of the universe and moral obligation. We had that system of money. Those are our original value system, our original religions. When they were stripped from us, we lost the means to civilize our people based on our original values. So we have to fix our behaviors first, ethically. That means we have to fix our mind. So one way we can do that is go back to the sciences and utilize objective languages like pure mathematics, deontology, logic, computer science. Why? Because there's no feeling involved. And if our people have issues with controlling their feelings, then we can master them with the sciences. So we have to fix our thinking first by being rational.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said, okay, wait. I agree that black folks, if I heard you correctly, black folks have a problem with their feelings?
No, I said black folks have an ethical problem.
Oh, I thought I heard you say they need to mask the feelings through science, so I misheard?
Well, that's part of the ethics. Ethics is about mastering your feelings, living according to the laws and principles.
But why would we mask feelings?
I said master.
Master, okay, I'm sorry, my bad. I told you it's late and early.
No, I understand, man. So when we master our feelings, we can live according to the laws of truth, laws of righteousness, laws of correct wisdom. We're not living like that. We're living like animals off of our feelings, like the people that enslaved us. So when you strip that ethical system from us, you strip the means we had to civilize our people for hundreds of thousands of years. So we become like newborn babies. So basically what we're seeing amongst the black collective United States is an effect of being stripped from the value system, and then we're blaming these people for it. It's the same thing with poor white. You're stripping them from their original culture, right? Especially the Irish Italians to live this backward culture. You wonder why they're doing that way. It's designed by the elites. You can't have a religion that's teaching you that you are the I am that I am. That's someone outside. You can't enslave people like that, right? So in this traditional African setting, we look at things holistically, including poor whites. That's not how we talk in the West. The chimera of individual. Nothing is individual. We all share the same breath. We speak the same language. Our body made up of the same collection. We're one entity. That's how the ancient got around that. And if we introduce that, we can go back to putting the all first. If you put the all first, then you put everyone first.
Last question for you, sir. Do you think Trump, under Project 2025, is going to round up Black Americans to put them in concentration camps and send them to prisons overseas in, Africa, Nigeria, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I have no clue about what Trump's going to do. But what I do have a clue about is the candidate selection process betrays that the United States has been sold out by a small class of power owners who don't include the masses in terms of their policy. He's just a figurehead, a scapegoat. I have no part in these politics, but I see how the elites utilize scapegoats like presidents to blame stuff. And this is consistent with Eisenhower's warning and Kennedy's warning about secret societies and so forth, the military-industrial complex. So these presidents since Kennedy are figureheads. I'm not blaming Trump for any of that. I look at the larger picture. So he may be doing that, he may not. My person's too ignorant to know, man. But if he is, yeah, I better look out.
I think every Black man imprisoned for nonviolent crimes should be immediately released so they can help patrol the streets to keep us safe for Project 2025. So we don't go to the fields or wherever we're going. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if there's an option to go to the field or be the New Age house ninja, I opt to serve massive lemonade on this Sunday because I'm not working in the fields. You think I will have an option? That's a rhetorical question. I'm done.
Well, my whole point is that both pale-face and dark-face are on a giant plantation.
NY, I got a third option for you.
Yes. My mute is frozen. I couldn't come off. Yes, Mr.
No, it's okay. I'll tell you privately. I just want you to know that no matter how aggressive they pursue Project 2025, I got you.
Well, even though it doesn't seem that way, all serious for the masses of all dark face and pale face. Somebody got to do that. Somebody got to look out for dark face and pale face. They're trying to pit us against one another.
Why do you call us dark face and pale face?
Well, we can be pale face, non-pale face, dark face, non-dark, whatever category is going to suit.
Oh, wait, so when you refer to pale face, are you referring to white folks or light-skinned folks?
I'm referring to a way of referring to two categories exhaustively. Pale face, non-pale face, dark face, non-dark face. Whatever way to exhaustively map.
Okay, I said that was the last question, but I swear this is it. And I'm not trying to be funny.
Wait, hold on. Before you go, NY, is he actually having a conversation here, or is he just naming members of the Wu-Tang Clan?
No, I'm utilizing pale face, non-pale face to map everybody that ASR is here to protect. That's what I'm saying. Mutually exclusive, yet jointly exhaustive category. You see how we do that in math, sir? So the power elite got pale face and dark face and non-dark faces on their plantation. That's what I'm saying. We all need to come together and overthrow the Wizard of Oz. You can tell the government that. I said that. They already know about it, so. You see, that's what Malcolm X was trying to do. They murdered him. That's what JFK was trying to do when they murdered him. I see a pattern.
Wait, why do you think JFK got killed?
Oh, for exposing the power elite, trying to destroy the CIA. Those secret societies here. He was also moving towards unifying the people, becoming peaceful. He didn't want any war with Russia and all that, against the warmongers. The unifiers, they tend to be killed. Because you can't have people unified, clearly.
So you're pro-Kennedy?
No, I'm pro-truth. And I knew what the Kennedys were trying to do when they got their honor. That honor, them time, Irish people, they're real, and they murdered them. Because they were trying to do
Look, bro, Roger's not gonna get it. He doesn't have a degree in pure mathematics.
You don't have to. You got enough brain to understand that they're fighting as people. Y'all fighting over Republicans and Democrats. They work for the same people. It's absurd. It's like the prosecutor, the DA versus the state appointed the defense attorney. It's the same institution. It's absurd.
So where do we go from here?
We got to change our values. You got to have a constitutional convention at a fundamental value system. You got to start from the beginning.
Can we start with the values of free market capitalism?
How about starting from the values that we all one entity? That what we do for all, we do for everyone.
Well, I don't believe in collectivist rights. I think that's fucking insane.
I didn't say collectivist rights, did I? You interpreted that.
Well,
I didn't say collectivist rights. You mentioned that.
So what do you refer? Let me ask you this: are you an advocate of free market capitalism?
No, I'm an advocate of us being one entity.
I don't want that. I don't want that at all.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I want us all to be individuals.
There's no such thing as individual. How's your person speaking the English language as an individual? It's a shared phenomenon.
No, language is a social construct, just as race is. And you're putting a huge emphasis on race, and I put a huge emphasis on a different social construct.
Emphasize any race is a biologist. Racism is the function of that pseudoscientific term that has been endowed by powers. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that the notion of individual is chimera. Nothing about your body's individual. Your body's a collection of atoms. You share a language. You share breath. That's not individual. That's collective. Nobody succeeds or fails outside of a collective. So what's individual about that? You can't even get a meaning without a collective.
You know, I really hope that we can deregulate the drug market as it pertains to advancements with psilocybin. I think that new schizophrenic drugs would really help.
Well, that doesn't refute the argument. That's called ad hominem argumentation. That means the structure of your argument is necessarily false.
I could have been referring to myself. Maybe I'm the one that needs the help.
But you owe my whole point. You notice I'm not getting upset when they say stuff. I just refute the argument. That's how we ought to train instead of fighting with them.
Interesting.
So you know how much genius you got in this room right now? You can take over the planet.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Tell me which people on the stage are geniuses.
Everybody in the room is created according to my ancestors. We have the same capacities. We just need to have the same value system. Our science to think coherently.
Well, I could promise you one thing. One thing I know for sure, and that is that Rich is no genius.
That's not fair. Whoever Rich is. It's not.
No. Rich is no genius. Look, he'll tell you he's no genius. His IQ is only 141.
Well, actually, for highly gifted is 131.5 to 139. Above 139 is considered genius.
But the point is, a lot of my buddies that got killed were poor white folks, and I saw how they were utilizing them as their fire. So when you see that, from my perspective, you start understanding it benefits the elite to pit us against one another. That's why they
How
make
do
that.
you stop people from individuation? How do you do that?
You gotta destroy the concept of the individual. It doesn't exist. The corporatocracy, they don't act as individuals, people act as a group.
But that's what Stalin did, bro. That's what Stalin did. Destroyed the very idea of individualism by re-educating everybody and controlling everything and subjecting everything to the
know what I'm talking about,
nobody else could be able to teach out of order.
I'm talking about
I just made it by 2 points.
I'm talking about vet.
Hey, ASR, didn't Mrs. Io pack your ass up so hard that I'm really, really surprised that you're coming off mic and even talk about this shit?
Actually, the opposite happened.
No, Mrs. Io is an actual legit mathematician, and she said that a lot of some of the shit that you're saying is in the right direction, and she said she understands what you're saying, but she said you're a fucking idiot in layman's terms. She said you're a fucking idiot, and you're unlearned, you're unread, you don't know what you're talking about, and just a lot of the shit you're just saying, you're just making the fuck up.
Hold on. We do not have to have personal attacks.
Yeah.
Look, hold on. Individuals are free to be as smart or as stupid as they'd like. We will not be attacking people on this stage.
Okay.
So not only she didn't say that, she said the opposite. She even talked about how they were hating on her for being a woman. She even said there's many things she wouldn't know because my field is abstract mathematics. Hers is applied. So not only you're lying here.
She packed you up.
Hold on. If I may finish, not only you're lying
we took a vote on it.
If I may finish speaking, not only you're lying here, the homeroom was shocked by what I said and was applauding. So the problem is you're lying to the audience about what happened that day. She didn't say any of that. In fact, Io sent my person some information through the chat. So now you're lying, shouting, disparaging the reputation. That's what happens when you don't have a reputation. So the woman said that she didn't understand a lot of the stuff I was saying because she's not studied in that form of mathematics. You know, the deontic logic, the modiology, some of that stuff.
ASR, hold up. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't understand a lick of what you're saying. All I know is that when I asked you a direct question of, do you think that race relations have had any progress since 1860, your answer was no. When you said that, it didn't matter what else you said because I am just dismissive of you in this conversation because I don't believe that you're being intellectually honest.
Yeah, because you're not looking at an actual argument. You're just going off of feelings. So as a black man,
Roger, get out of feelings, bro.
So as a black male,
hold on. My feelings have nothing to do with the fact that a 5-year-old can know that if slavery has been ended, that would be progress on race relations. And listen, the fact that you can't acknowledge the progress, there's no point in talking to you because you're not even connected to reality.
When you say can't, that's a term of modal logic. You're saying it's impossible.
Hey, sorry, what is 1 times 20?
So I'm answering one question at a time. So when you say can't, that's jargon of modal logic. I never said it's not possible. So for one, you're not speaking correctly. I said that you don't have the same framework. So as a descendant of slaves, I understand that this is not my person's value system. So the only progress for my person is for black liberation, not participation in a backward system. You assume a framework that I don't have. And then because you don't understand it, you call my person whatever. That's limited thinking. That shows that your range is not far in thinking, sir.
That's fine. Listen. I'm perfectly okay with you. Hold on. Mute your mic. Okay. There you go. I'm perfectly okay with you believing that I'm the one that doesn't understand what's happening here. I'm okay with that because you're the person not connected to reality in any way, so I don't care what you have to say, period.
Well, then you're demonstrating that your arguments are not on good faith. You don't care, and that's the problem.
Oh, well, no, you were the one that broke good faith when you answered the question about has there been any progress made
and I said,
race relations in the U.S. from 1860 to 2025, and you said no. And hold on. When you said that, I have now dismissed you as somebody that I don't want to have a conversation with because you want me to be honest, and I'll just tell you the way it is. You're simply too stupid for me to talk to. It's a waste of time.
So calling me stupid doesn't attend to the fact that the Kerner Commission, which came from the highest branch of the government, said the same thing in the 60s. White folks are complicit in creating a government They maintain it. The government said this. Lyndon B. Johnson said this about the white American institutions. So if my person is stupid, then so is Lyndon Johnson for saying the same thing.
I agree. We finally agree on something. Let's just leave it there. We got to win. Lyndon Baines Johnson is an idiot. We agree. Let's take that point of agreement and we'll just say, hey, look, we agreed on something.
But it was his commission.
We just agreed on something. Why do you want to walk it back? Why do you want to ruin the agreement?
I didn't walk anything back. You're not listening. I said it was his commission that he convoked that determined that. These are hundreds of people who did a survey.
Did you know that LBJ had a nickname for his penis? That nickname for his penis was Jumbo. Did you know that? Little trivia, presidential trivia.
You know that he was being investigated for that murder before he became vice president?
Well, hold on. Let's not move so fast over this. I just said that the former president of the United States had a nickname for his penis of Jumbo. I don't think we should just move on so quickly. We should can we just let that one soak in for a second?
Yeah, no homo.
Yeah, let it soak in for a second. LBJ called his penis Jumbo.
And that's the man he wants to listen to.
Yep, little trivia, little presidential.
Wasn't it LBJ that said he wanted that he would have black people voting Democrats, or those N-words voting Democrats?
Listen. I want to have a good faith conversation. Can we invite the other people that have joined the stage to jump into the conversation? We've got L and the Black Sea and Phantom and Bazooks. Who is this? Melly Mel? Yeah, so if anybody wants to jump into this conversation, the question of the room is, have U.S. race relations improved since the 1960s? I would argue.
Right?
Oh, hold on. No. Hold on. I would argue yes. But we have people on the stage that don't even believe that they've improved since the 1860s. That's the weird thing, right? I would argue that maybe they've taken a backslide over the last 10 years. But since 1960 to now, I think it's pretty indisputable that they've improved. And from 1860, there's only one human being on this stage that thinks that they haven't improved one iota since 1860. But if you guys want to jump into the conversation, please do. Now's good.
I just want to make a little observation, just from my profession, right? When you refer to yourself as my person and myself, but not my person, that is something you would want to look into. It's called DPDR. No offense, I'm just observing because, depersonalization and derealization disorder is real. So,
Sir, so
I don't know why you refer to yourself as my person. You are you, aren't you?
Because I never referred to myself as my person.
Oh.
So we call that's called straw man argumentation. You start attacking an argument that no one has made. I refer to myself as my identity, spirit number one. That's the seer. And my identity, by implication, doesn't change. We call that necessary truth. It's the void of that changing factor, energy moving. That's spirit number one. My nine identity will be the body I'm housing. That's my person, spirit number nine. So why would I go around identifying something I'm not?
You were on point.
And what is Roger's identity?
So
what is his identity?
All of our identity is that which perceives. That's consciousness. It's immaterial. So you're not the body you're housing. You're the entity that's conscious of the fact that you birthed the body. That consciousness is your identity. Your non-identity is your body. So you look at your hand, that's not your identity. That's your energy vehicle.
Can you imagine this guy at a fucking bar trying to great. This is bad now. With a few drinks, this would just be fucking.
What I'm saying is that
Mojo, his biggest problem is that he won't give up on trying to convince you that he's right.
Yeah, so
because he's such a fucking narcissist.
So the problem is you won't attend to my actual argument. But
nobody gives a shit about your fucking argument. That's what we're trying to say. And we're over here like, hey, no, and you're like, oh, I know you want it. I know you want it, and it's like, no, we don't want it. It's like you're giving like rapey vibes. Like, fucking chill out, dude. Nobody gives a fuck about your goddamn argument. It's fucking stupid.
So, and that's the whole point.
Sorry, God. Sorry.
That's different between one and the So you choose to be pissed off. So
you're still being rapey right now. Everybody's like, no, we don't care.
Hold on. Everyone meet up. Everyone meet up. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we've been introduced to the dime store version of Terrence Howard. That's the only thing that's computing right now. But carry on, ASR. This is probably amusing for someone. Go ahead.
No means no.
Now, when y'all say the dinosaur version is, Terrence Howard, or Terrence Howard is a genius of a man.
I'm sure you would believe that.
Well, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see any problem with Terrence Howard. And you know what?
I know.
You know what? Johns Hopkins University didn't see a problem with ASR too. That's why they accepted my person to it. You see that profile pic?
You mean?
Hold on. You see that profile pic? You see that?
But you mean to tell me with a degree in pure mathematics,
hold on.
you actually validate
So Johns Hopkins University doesn't think ASR is crazy with that 4.0 in pure mathematics.
This third person shit.
So if Johns Hopkins University has no problem with ASR,
but Johns Hopkins University cannot validate you because they're part of the racist institutions. Right. They are one of them.
I'm talking about my person.
Oh shit!
Hey, you see how that works? I'm not.
Roger, bro. Good seeing you. Good listening to everybody. I'm gonna go slug it out, man, in bed. So I'm gonna go.
Alpha, do you feel like you've been violated?
In so many ways, if I was to count it, I'd probably end up as jail myself.
Well, hold on, Alpha. Can we at least acknowledge that we've accomplished something? We've been on this 4 or 5. We've been on a 4 or 5 year search for the stupidest person ever on Clubhouse. We finally found him. I mean, look, this is good work. We finally found the dumbest person on Clubhouse.
I must admit, you find crazy things in Roger's rooms, man. Have a good
night, man.
I feel like we need like a spray bottle filled with water to spray the ASR.
I was really uncomfortable when he was going down this track of referring to everybody as pale face and blackface. Like, that was very weird.
Boy,
made me very uncomfortable.
Because he's a racist piece of shit.
No, I said pale face and non-pale face and dark face and non-dark face. Those are category terms that refer to all people. Mutually exclusive, jointly exhaustive.
Which category do you think I fit into?
So what I'm saying is that...
Which category do you think I fit into?
Well, that would be non-dark face.
Non-dark face?
That's what I said. Non-dark face and dark face.
I resemble that remark.
Oh, that's a personal problem, sir. Yeah, I've been fruitlessly trying to get ASR to be a sex network.
I don't care if you're upset or not. I would hope that you're not upset. I would think that people that are as delusional as you have access to good medication that would keep you from being unhappy at any.
Well, the thing about peace is when you get to the world, nothing moves you. And peace is the only immovable reality in the universe. Everything else is moving.
Do you have anything intelligent to offer to this room? Anything?
Yes. When we identify with our infinite potential to achieve, we identify with that which is unlimited, which is peace. So why not teach people to be rational or peaceful at all times since it optimizes our conditions for success?
Why don't we teach people to attach themselves to an objective reality? Wouldn't that work better?
No. You're not supposed to identify with anything that's limited, like objective reality. You identify with that which is underneath.
Okay, got it. So this is the core problem, that you are not connected to an objective reality. Your reality is subjective, which is why you're just making up a bunch of horse shit.
Well, actually, I'm referring to the science of the pulp and integral life, the tree of life beginning. That's what my ancestors utilized to conceptualize the world. So this is a science. And this is how the ancients and my ancestors and our values saw the world. So this is actually a science, not horse shit, sir. Part of the expression.
What is your thought about reparations?
I think it's long overdue. I think for America.
For who?
Well, if you refer to reparations for black folk, the collective. That collective. Maybe for the United States.
Do you think that you are owed something?
I think my person is owed money.
I don't know what you mean by your person.
So, by my person, I refer to the screen number 9. See that profile pic? That's not my identity. Who I am is screen number 1, the observer of my life. Yeah, I just don't. It's a science.
Some people should be institutionalized.
Right. And some don't know about.
I have to tell you, I was just thinking about this, Rich. Like that goddamn Ronald Reagan closing down the fucking mental institutions. Like that son of a bitch. Like if Ronald Reagan would have kept the mental institutions fucking whole, maybe, just maybe, this man could get the help that he needs.
Dude, I met four people in a group yesterday, and I felt really fucking bad when I told my dad. But I met these people, and no joke, they had to be sub 70 IQ. I mean, just fucking inbred hillbillies from like somewhere in Indiana or some shit like that, or Illinois they're from, but they were out here in Texas living. And the father and the mother smelled so fucking bad, they smelled like homeless people. But they weren't homeless, but they were just such inbred hillbillies. And I called my dad afterwards and I said, I feel so bad because I don't mean this. I don't want to mean this. And I do not mean it in the racial meaning, but I agree, and I hate saying this, I agree with Margaret Sanger when she talked about eugenics, and that some people should be sterilized and shouldn't be allowed to breed. And, I mean, the same thing goes with institutions. I don't want anybody to be institutionalized, but there's too many people like ASR just fucking running around, and it's scary. Because, you know, he can get this convoluted fucking ideal in his head someday that, you know, I need to go shoot up a fucking church or a fucking mall or some shit, you know, and if he believes in his identity and all this fucking crazy shit, what's gonna
I don't know.
stop him from
We
making
don't
that?
have to make it this. Jesus Christ. ASR, quick question for you. Do you have any affiliation with BHI?
I have no clue what BHI is.
Nah, he believes in like the ancient Egyptian shit.
But hold on. There's no people called ancient Egyptians in the clip.
Kemet, yeah, you were
Secondly, ASR is actually with you. And my city knows that. In fact, on national television, it was seen that. So hold on. So the opposite you're talking about is what's going on.
Are you on permanent disability?
Hold on.
No, ASR, quick question. Are you on permanent disability?
My person.
Are you on permanent disability? Yes or no?
He might have got shell shocked.
I'm on permanent truth telling.
Yeah.
And y'all keep on ignoring the subject matter.
Do you receive government checks for permanent disability every month?
ASR has received a lawsuit, multi-million-dollar. What are you talking about, sir?
I'm talking about the fact that your delusions. I think a wellness check is in order to figure out if you're a danger to yourself.
My actual doctor.
Well, mostly society.
So you're talking about stuff you don't talk about. So my doctor saying the opposite, and Johns Hopkins is saying the opposite. What y'all talking about? Imaginary stuff? Y'all making up stuff. So y'all feelings.
I'm talking about the last time I heard somebody this fucking crazy, they were babbling to themselves at the fucking BART station in San Francisco. They're like one of those fucking crazy people that carry signs.
You notice how you haven't intended to match your argument? You talking about my person, that means this is outside your thinking range.
You were absolutely correct there. No, you were absolutely correct there. I'm going to give you a point. This is completely outside of my thinking.
And this is basic logic.
Imagine that.
Yeah, so why are you making a joke? Your person being exposed as the joke.
Okay. No, this is fine. I'm the punchline of a crazy man's joke. I'll accept my fate. Fuck it.
You know, at one time, it was considered crazy to be flying in the air. You know, that magic of 100 years ago. We had planes in the
God, you make this argument all the time. Every time somebody calls you crazy,
Rich,
you
you bumped into this guy before?
Yeah, he's a chillism regular.
So, oh my God. Okay, hold on. Now it makes fucking sense. Listen. Now it makes sense. Now it makes more sense to me. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
I thought you already knew. Sorry.
I had no fucking idea.
I thought you were just playing around.
No, I have no fucking clue who this retard is. But that makes way more sense. I will say this. They have an amazing collection of retards over there.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I thought that I had a nice collection of retards, like, because, like, that's what Clubhouse is. It's like you open rooms and you start a collection of retards. But chillism, they should win an award for, like, I don't know what they're putting, like, what kind of crack they're putting on the bait of the title of the rooms, but it is, like, fucking, it attracts all the fucking retards. Like, do you remember, was it yesterday or the day before that I got into it with...
Ike and Concrete.
Yeah, Ike and Concrete. Now, up until this ASR guy came along, those people were competing for being two of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life.
Have you met Lion Zion?
That guy's actually, like, he giggles. At least he's happy, so I'll give him a pass. The other one that's really, really dumb, and I mean really, really dumb, is King Solomon.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking retard. But no, the room that I went into with Ike and Concrete, they were having their argument about Hegel. I listened to it for a few minutes. I could decipher pretty quickly that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Got up on the stage, asked them a few questions, got them to both acknowledge that they've never read Hegel, and the conversation was really over. And then chillism never fails to disappoint you. Like, if you think that was bad, that you had guys in a 45-minute heated argument about what Hegel, greatest contribution was, two guys that had never read him. If you thought that was bad, the conversation that immediately followed that was they were talking about, would you rather have sex with a gorilla they were asking me if you would rather have homosexual sex or sex with a gorilla. That was their conversation. That was their follow-up conversation to two people arguing about Hegel for 45 minutes that never read it.
Oh yeah, that argument is, would you rather commit bestiality or homosexuality, and the argument is which one is more immoral.
Well, they have this other guy that he's got like some weird accent, but his name is like
Huey. He's from South Africa. Yeah, he's an attorney.
Yeah. He's an interesting one. He said that he would rather fuck the gorilla because the gorilla has a smaller penis. So this is like the kind of conversation that they like to have.
They do have really small penises and intestines.
Yeah, no, but why are they talking about this stuff?
So I can explain why, because Nathan makes the argument that by having sex with another man doesn't make you homosexual, and that there's nothing wrong.
Well, if you don't like it, hold on, a couple things. If you don't like it, doesn't make you homosexual. I mean, like, because there's things like rape.
Yeah, you're going into the chillism conversation right now.
No, hold on. People have sex in prison. It's more of a power thing. Rather than homosexual.
That's actually what I brought up about, does it make a man gay if he's raped in prison?
No, that's called gay for the stay. That's a whole different thing. It's a whole different category. Phantom, you were trying to jump in. What's up?
No, you good. You're good.
Oh, you don't want to talk about gay for this day? Like, what's it up? This
No,
wrong part of the conversation and tap in? What's happening?
No, I'm good.
It's like, man, I ain't getting in on this gay shit. Anyways, topic of the room. Have U.S. race relations improved since 1960? Does anyone think that they have not improved? Okay, so I assume everybody in the entire room agrees they have. Okay, nothing left to talk about. Oh, Liam asked a good question. Does it have to be a male gorilla?
That was another argument, buddy, man.
That's fascinating. What about a spider monkey? They're kind of cute.
I can fuck a spider monkey. A female one.
Here comes Issa, just in time.
Hello?
Hi.
Why just in time?
Oh, we were talking
Are you
about...
talking about brilliant, intelligent, beautiful women?
No, actually we weren't. Rich was just acknowledging that he wanted to fuck a monkey.
Spider monkey,
Oh,
female one.
amazing.
If I had to choose that or a man, I would do the spider monkey.
Isa, we had somebody in here that said that race relations, to the title, have race relations in the U.S. improved since 1960. We had a guy in the States that says they haven't improved since 1860.
I think it's dumb to talk about race. I hate the race talk.
Yeah, me too. I'd rather talk about ideas than identity, but as we've learned, the identitarians come in many different flavors. That Lou Faxroom had the guy that's starting a community. He put together an LLC, purchased 100 acres in Arkansas, and he's part of the private membership agreement is that you have to be white to be part.
Can I buy him a meal, or do I need to send it?
I am more interested in the conversation about culture, but not race. Race is stupid. Culture, you can do something about it. Race, you can't.
Well, Issa, is that
So
because
all
you
this
live in
talk
Switzerland?
all this talk about multiculturalism, I think multiculturalism is evil and shouldn't exist, and we should be very careful with it. I don't care about multi-ethnicity or multi-race, whatever, but multiculturalism, it's dangerous for countries.
What do you think of people that deny that there's an objective reality?
I don't know, I think that they are dangerous as well for society.
Angel, you were about to say something. What's up?
Oh, I think my finger just slipped on the button, but, hey.
You know what's funny?
Filled in my application.
What?
My truth and your truth. ¿Cuál?
I did.
Why is it when we talk about race relations in the U.S., people assume that the only conversation is between whites and blacks, as if no other race exists?
Well, isn't that only on Clubhouse?
Well, Clubhouse is a collection of the biggest idiots found anywhere on planet Earth. So yeah, I think we're gonna skew towards the dumber people. What do you think, Rich? Average IQ for Clubhouse?
Oh, depends on the room. I'd
Yeah.
say the 90s.
What's that?
Depends on the room.
I would say, depends on the room. I would say on average probably in the 90s. But I would say there's a lot of rooms that skew into the 70s and 60s.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Are you doing a sociological study, Roger? Why all these questions? You're very curious tonight.
Yeah, I've had a lot of caffeine.
Oh, she missed ASR, so she's not.
I missed the what?
You missed ASR. He's not in the audience right now. He's the one blasting the chat.
What did I miss about this person?
Super fucking low IQ. Just dumb.
So what are your guys' thoughts on this new community?
On the what?
I think that they should be allowed to have a community. If you buy private property and you want to invite people to stay on your property and you have rules for your property, not much difference than I have rules in my house. I think you should be able to do that. I just think it's a very stupid way to organize. If you're going to pool your resources together and buy a piece of property, I would think that there's much more intelligent ways to organize that. If you wanted it to be thriving, you'd probably want to have some diversity in terms of knowledge, skill, and ability, right? And those, if you had skilled tradesmen, that would probably be good. People that understand agriculture, if you're going to have land. I mean,
He didn't talk about the Spanish people, did he?
That's what I was about to say. You're just talking about Mexicans right now.
Right, because I was gonna say I was interested in learning. I had 2 questions for him, but I because of my day and where I wasn't able to kind of fully participate in the conversation. But I did tap in and listen for a little bit. But I was gonna ask 2 questions. One, why did he not talk about the Spanish people in anything of what he was saying? And I wanted to know if it's because he's going to utilize them to help build this place, right? Because we know that a lot of Hispanics are big into, doing the contracting and,
gardening,
getting,
mowing,
all of that, those type of labors. So that was my one question. And then my other question for him was, well, I actually had another one too. My other question for him was, okay, so now your community is all established, everything's up and going, and families are flourishing and the children are coming of age, and now they're done with college and ready to move into their own family lives. Will they be able to marry out? Could they marry somebody who is outside, a Black person, Spanish person, Jew? Can they marry outside of the community and still be accepted?
I think he kind of addressed that, and I hope there's a recording of it, but there was something said about they would reevaluate their membership because you have to get accepted.
Did Curtis ask him? Do you know?
I don't remember who the person was. Somebody asked the question that was right on that topic.
Okay, so then that must have been Curtis, because I texted him and he was in the middle of talking while I was listening, and I was ask him this question, and then I couldn't talk no more. I had to go.
Yeah, there was a vague answer about first of all, when you first sign up, the membership has to be approved, and then let's say if you grow up in that community and you decide to fraternize outside of this community, they would just reevaluate whether or not you're a good fit for the community.
So it's like a cult.
That's great. That's a great answer.
I mean, I'm okay with them doing that though.
And I was wondering, the only other question that I was gonna ask is if somebody who is on Clubhouse, everybody identifies me as a white woman here on Clubhouse. So I wanted to know if I identify as white, can I participate in the community if I identify as white? Doesn't matter. I've already filled out my application, and they've contacted me. I have an upcoming meeting next week, and I was told that I'm getting 40 acres minus the meal out of this, so I'm super stoked.
What? We were talking about the 40 acre and a mule thing earlier in this room, and there's a lot of government land. I don't think the 40 acres is the problem. It's just that there's not enough mules.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, maybe if people would accept, like, acreage in a hamster, we could probably make hamsters happen, or mice, because they multiply really rapidly. So we could come up with.
I'm so lost in this conversation.
I'm anti-rodent, so I will definitely not accept any mice. I'll take a horse instead.
ESA for reparations for African Americans because of slavery. They wanted 40 acres and a mule.
And a meal.
A mule.
A donkey.
Like a
mule.
A donkey.
Hee-haw. She said a meal.
A meal. I'm like, yeah, cannot you get your own meal? A mule, okay.
I can care less about reparations, but if it was to be given, I'll take a hamster.
There you go. We're giving out hamsters.
They're no different from a rodent. They're no different from a rodent. It is a
I wouldn't
fat
do
mouse.
that to a poor hamster.
It's just a fat mouse. It's just a fat mouse.
And they die faster. I when I was a kid, I had pets of weird animals, and hamsters died relatively quick.
But that's because you didn't take care of them.
No, that's not true. No, hold on. Respectfully, I took great care of all my animals. And hamsters just don't live. They just don't live as long as like rabbits or rats or mice or any of them.
I had a rabbit for my little boy when he was younger. So I have 6 children, and my oldest is the one I'm talking about. But when he was a little boy, I got him this big, fat, chunky rabbit, and it was so adorable.
Rabbits can get
a lot.
massive.
I had a rabbit too, and the rabbit would. I tried to like domesticate it and like let it loose in the living room, and it would always like run up to like wires, like the wire to the TV or whatever, and it would try to eat the wires. And then I was just like, you know what? Fuck this! I'm gonna get rid of this fucking rabbit. And so,
what did you do?
Well, I put it on Craigslist. That was the thing. No, hold on. This gets worse. I put it on Craigslist, and I just said, "Hey, I'm giving away a rabbit. I'm giving away the cage." And the cage was like, I'm not very handy, but like I made this rabbit cage. I went down to Home Depot. I bought all the shit. I built a fucking pretty badass rabbit cage. And this fucking Hispanic guy pulls up, and like the way he grabbed the rabbit out of the cage, like he just like fucking just by the like the back of the neck, just pulled it up, and then he goes, he confirmed, he goes, free, and I said yeah, and then he said thank you, and then he's gonna walk away, and then I'm telling him like, hey, the cage is worth far more than the rabbit, and this fucking guy was just like, no. He didn't want the cage. And then once I realized that this guy just literally walked over to his car, threw the fucking rabbit in this little sack, and then threw it in the fucking side, like in the passenger seat. That's when I
food. Yeah.
That's when I realized this motherfucker is just about to eat the rabbit. He saw it for free, and he fucking came.
Was he Asian?
No, he was.
He was Mexican. He
was just Hispanic guy.
Not too much. My grandmother used to make fried chicken all the time, and one day my dad comes in and he says, "You know what you're eating there, boy?" And I said, "Chicken, why?" And he says, "Nah, you're eating squirrel." And kind of find out my grandmother used to fry up squirrel thighs, and then squirrel legs, and then also rabbit legs. And she fry them in a cast iron.
Squirrel thighs.
Dude, it was fucking good. Like rabbit legs just taste like fucking chicken. Especially if you prepare it right.
It's greasy.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is venison.
So there's actually a trick to get rid of the greasiness and the gaminess, is to take it and put it in a like Pyrex glass bowl, fill it up with ice water, and then put it in the refrigerator overnight, and then all the gaminess and the like oil and stuff comes out of the meat, and then it floats on top, and then you just take the meat out and then cook it. That was my grandmother's trick. But it just tastes like chicken.
I'm actually disturbed by what's happening in the chat because
I'm missing it. Hold on.
Did you bury him?
I'm curious if my hamster, my poor hamster.
Bury him?
We did. He was in the backyard. We buried our fish. We buried the hamster, the rats, everything. I wonder.
Did you have funerals for them? Like, did you have like a prayer ceremony or like?
Yeah, my brother and I used to say nice things about him, and then we buried him.
Wait,
That is so kind. That's way better than I did. So I had this fish, and it was a cool fish. It was like the little beta fish or whatever.
Did you flush it down the toilet?
Just listen. So, I had this beta fish, and I'm like, oh, like the little jar that it came in was super tiny, very tiny, and I had like a little plant thing or whatever, and I was like, I'm gonna buy this huge bowl for this fish so he can have lots of room to swim around. Like, I would hate to live in that tiny little bowl, and I'm gonna like put other fish like it inside of this bowl. So I bought this huge, really beautiful bowl, and I put all the beads at the bottom and like fill it with water, and I have like this like floating plant that they eat from or whatever. And then like a few days go by, and I'm noticing like the fish are dying, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what it is. And so I'm calling like the pet place, and I'm like, I have this certain plant. If I take a picture of it and I bring it in, can you tell me about it? And so they were like, yeah, so I come in with this like picture of the plant, and they're like, oh no, we have those plants too. And I'm like, yeah, because like, I got it from a fish place, and this is what they gave me. So anyways, fast forward, now I'm down to one fish in the bowl. So I keep on replacing, these fish, and I'm like, this is crazy. This blue fish is like I don't know how he's making it. Here he was murdering all the other fish, and beta fish really aren't supposed to be in the same bowl together. And so I was like, that's completely wild. So the bowl was dirty, like after all these, these murders that took place in this bowl. And so I had to like take out all of the stuff, and I took the fish and I put him in a like another glass or whatever, and I asked my son, I'm like, can you clean out the bowl for me? Because he was already standing at the counter, and it's like, can you quickly wash this for me? So he actually uses Dawn soap, washes it really good, and then rinses it out, and he gives it back to me. He's like, here, it's clean. So I'm like not thinking anything of it, and we put the fish back in the bowl. And I wake up the next day and the fish is floating on top of the water. And there's like, what I noticed that I didn't notice before, there's all these like little bubbles at the top. So the Dawn, he probably choked on Dawn in the bowl, which was horrifying. So anyways, this was the fish that like my daughter liked. And so we had to do like a fish funeral. And we dug a hole out in the backyard and stuff, and like said some like nice things, and then we drew some pictures of the fish and stuff. But I will never do that again.
He said, did you say you when I said eating squirrel and rabbit when y'all eat fucking iguana in your country?
Wait, hold on. We gotta let this sink in. Angel's story. This is wild. So, Angel, do you have fish now?
No, I have not had a fish since then. It was a lot.
If you didn't have fish, would it make it an angel fish?
Did you have a name for your fish?
Bluka. I think the name was Bluka because it was blue, but my baby named it, so it was named Bluka.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the fish on Different Strokes. Gary Coleman's character, Arnold, had a little fish named Abraham.
I have chickens in my backyard. See them? These here. These are respite chickens, so they're not actually mine. I'm like their respite for a little while.
Have you ever seen what happens when you chop their head off?
Yeah, I have. I've seen some people actually like take it and swirl it around by its neck, and I'm like, ew, that is inhumane for a chicken. It's kind of gross.
Nah, the first like rotation, it snaps their neck. They don't even know.
It's just wild. But yeah, I have some chickens in my backyard, and They kind of cross the street a little bit sometimes, so I'm always like, why did the chicken cross the road? It's funny.
Roger, have you ever seen the story about a guy? It was like around the turn of the century, but he chopped the head off of a chicken, and the chicken refused to die, and he just started force feeding it. Yeah, started force feeding it, and took it out to different circus shows and whatnot. I don't remember the chicken's name, but he gave it a name and everything. And people were coming from miles around to see this chicken with its head chopped off. Yeah. Kind of crazy.
It's amazing. We used to go to a place in California. There's a town called American Canyon, and my Mexican friends and I, and a Filipino guy too, we would go and watch these chicken fights. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen.
Those are fucking brutal.
Yeah, I don't think at my age I would get into it, but back in those days, you get to gamble on it. You drink a couple beers. It was interesting.
I knew somebody who got bit by a chicken, or I should say, I don't know whatever you want to call it. Anyways,
Look at Hope.
A chicken can bite you.
Look at Hope in the chat. She's talking about cocks. It's amazing.
Cock fights. I just had a bad visual, but so this person, like, they got like right in between like the thumb and the index finger, that little soft smushy part. This like fucking bird like attacked its arm, its hand right there, and it was pretty bad because it was like a hole inside that part, that like that little web in between, and I thought it was pretty gross. They're pretty vicious animals. Mine are nice though. I think it's also how they're kept and they're taken care of. Mine actually listen, and I don't have names for them because I feel like I did start naming them, and then I would come down the yard, the next day, and I would be pointing at the ones that I thought I named something, and my kids are like, "No, we named that this," and I'm like, "Okay, I give up with the names." So yeah, just waiting for people to come and adopt them.
Oh, was Mike the headless chicken, and he got a kernel of corn stuck in his throat, his esophagus, and he died in 1947. And it wasn't actually a headless chicken. He missed with the axe when he was coming down with it, and he chopped like half of its, he cut its whole face off, and he cut like half of the brain, but the other half of the brain was still functioning, and he missed the jugular and the carotid artery.
That's amazing.
Can you imagine if that was like an actual thing, like men?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the chicken, sorry.
No, I was in the chat. Sorry, I wasn't even looking at the stage. I just kind of.
Are you trying to picture men fighting with their cocks?
What I was thinking about was like, can you like actually imagine if like that's what men did to like compete for women?
I don't think
like,
Asian men would do very well.
They would fight. I don't. Sorry.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mojo. Them little motherfuckers, fuck now. Go over to Asia, man, and those dudes are slinging dick.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
And I wouldn't. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, the conventional wisdom will say that, that the black guys are gonna win because they got the big cocks. But I'll say this: my money's on tall, skinny white guys for the win. Tall, skinny white guys tend to have the biggest cocks. I can't tell you how I know this, but I can just tell you, tall, skinny white guys, largest cocks, history of mankind. Period.
I'm just wondering what the competition would actually look like. Like, I envision that there being like this table that like the penis gets measured on or something, but like not measured by like just laying it there. Like they have to like slap it down like as like, like, this is the largest I can get, or like the longest I can get, or like something weird like that.
What about this? How far it could shoot the semen? That would be good.
There you go. That would be actually really good, but that would be weird to like actually have to like watch that in real time.
I mean, you got to get some real torque going, you know. But yeah.
It wasn't even.
But I would imagine
My
that.
house. It was a friend of ours' house. My girlfriend and I were doing some stuff, and she went on the ceiling. I didn't realize that she called, like, her friend called like an hour later, screamed that I had to come back to her fucking house to clean the fucking cum off her ceiling.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
As you should. As you should.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm sure they're happy you cleaned your semen up, but Hope is asking, what happens if tall, skinny white guys become fat? Do their cocks shrink? Here's an interesting story that I learned. So apparently, if a fat guy loses 30 pounds of fat, they will regain an inch of cock size. So if a guy's got like, if a guy's 90 pounds overweight, they can grow their dick like 3 inches.
Power size? Do you know how many men would run to go lose weight if they knew that their penises would stretch longer?
You know what it was? Do you remember when Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew used to do their fucking radio and TV show? Do you guys remember that? Is too young for that?
I think I'm too young for it. I'm still very young. I'm very young.
Dr. Drew was the one breaking this thing down, and I remember thinking about it, and I was just like, you know what? I've got about 10 pounds. That's probably like that's got to be a third of an inch. Let's do it.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 50. Like at this point, like I'm like any day now. Like my dick's gonna stop working. Like everybody tells you after 50, like you like start running into problems.
Wait, you're
right
really
now,
50?
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that. This is my last year in my 30s, so I'll be joining your crowd soon.
Well, did you know that the fastest spread of sexually transmitted diseases is among seniors in assisted living homes?
Shut the fuck up. I would not think that would be for the reasons that we think that it is.
So here's the issue, right? So with Viagra, you get like some guy that, goes and gets the little blue pill. So now you can get hard-ons. So then he goes and experiments with, hookers. He ends up getting sexually transmitted diseases. The word gets out into the assisted living home that, hey, Bob down the hall, he can get a hard-on. And then all the old ladies come and fuck Bob. And then so Bob gives all the ladies... And then the word gets out to the men that like, hey, Bob's screwing all these women. What? How's Bob get a hard on? Well, Bob's got these little blue pills. And then everybody else goes and gets the blue pills. There's a lot of fucking going on in those old folks.
Oh, dude, there's one in Florida.
It's crazy.
Like Gainesville or Ocala. And it's like the largest retiree community. And they all run around on fucking golf carts. And they hang loofahs off the back of their golf carts. And each color of the loofahs indicate like what they're into. So if they're just like straight dude, then it's like a blue one. If it's a straight chick, it's like a pink one. If it's like a violet one, it means they're like swingers and shit, or in like, all kinds of different shit, or they bi or whatever. But yeah,
Rich,
they have some of the highest STD.
Rich, what's the oldest chick you would fuck?
Oldest woman I would fuck or have fucked?
What's the oldest you would go?
Dude, there was a chick that was like 70 years old when I was doing Korean lawn care. I was like in my 20s, and she had a body of a fucking 20-year-old. I mean, she came out in a one-piece bikini, and her strap on her shoulder was down around underneath her breast, so her entire breast was exposed, and she had the most supple, nice titties I've ever seen in my life. Like fucking 20-year-old fucking, just fucking amazing. And I let her know. I was like, oh man, she just slipped down on it, shrugged her shoulders, and just kept talking to me. I signed her up on service. So. But yeah, she was probably about, I'd guess like 65, 70. But she was fucking hot. It was just straight genetics. I'd have beat the brakes off for her if she didn't invite me in.
So, Angel, are you looking forward to turning 40?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. starting to go gray, and it's working for me, I guess. I don't know.
So are you gonna color your hair?
I haven't. No, I haven't taken any
So here's the
chances because I don't want to mess it up.
Here's the thing with coloring your hair, right? You either have to commit that you're always gonna do it, or you're never gonna do it.
Right, and that's where I'm at.
Yeah, you just gotta make the decision. It's gonna be for the rest of your life, as long as you have hair, you're gonna color it, or I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna let nature take its course, because there's nothing worse than showing up with grays and then showing up a few days later without grays. Like that's just it's like you're much better off just pick your poison. You're always gonna color. You're never gonna color.
So I contract with this small office, and there's about 4 of the women in the office, but I'm the youngest. And you're right, they are very serious about dyeing their hair. They all have their hair appointments, and they talk about like how much the pricing has gone up, and when grays start to show, there's like a semi little mid breakdown that they kind of have over it. And I'm just like, why not just let it go? And they're like, oh my gosh, I could never do that. But you're right. Like, yes, you have to stay committed if you're gonna dye your hair. Just stay committed all the way. I don't know what has encouraged me not to dye my hair, but I'm afraid I'm just gonna mess it up, or it's gonna get messed up, or something's gonna happen to my hair because I've never dyed it before.
So Pure Blood American says 60 to 70-year-old Asians still look 40. Now we've talked about this in this room before, but probably not with this audience. Asian women are so interesting because it's very true that they can look super young until they're old, until that's not true. And then all of a sudden, like they go from looking like really young to looking like Yoda. They aged instantly, and they look like fucking little hunchbacks that like survived for fucking thousands of years. It's crazy.
And they had the Coke bottle glasses and the little moo and the fucking slippers. Yeah, it's like my mother-in-law. I tell my wife that every day. I said, "There's that fucking Asian wall." I said, "One day you're gonna wake up and start looking like your mom, Rosario."
I'm really afraid of a hunchback as an older person, so I'm...
Get a boob reduction.
Really? I have none. There's nothing there.
What, Roger? It doesn't matter if...
John, listen, I'm just telling you, like the people that get the hunchback typically, they either have really bad posture, or an accident happens, or it's a result of gravity taking over because they have big boobs. So...
Well, I don't have the third thing you said. However, I am very I'm very aware of my posture. So like, especially on the days where I find myself sitting down a lot, I intentionally make sure that my back is straight. When I drive, I drive with my chair all the way back, it's straight. I look weird, I know, but anytime that I can get some straight backing in, I do so.
Yeah, and it's worse for women than it is for men, in my opinion. The beauty standards for women are crazy. Like, guys can get a dad bod and still fucking just still survive.
I don't really understand what a dad bod is. Is it where the guy becomes he looks like he's pregnant?
It's you could tell that they drink some beer.
You ever seen Bert Kreischer?
Yeah, that's a good. Just look up Bert Kreischer. He does all his shows with his shirt off. So a dad bod, they still have some semblance of a masculine figure. Their chest, their shoulders, their arms. They're not super fit, but you could tell that they've done some things. They might lift some heavy shit periodically, but then they got a little bit of a belly, so they don't really look fat. They just look like a normal dude. and it'll progressively get worse if they don't take care of it. But like in that dad bod like transition phase, like dad bods are like a desirable thing to a lot of women out there. Why? I'm not sure.
No.
All right, Angel. So imagine like a dude that was really like athletic when he was younger. He's like, you know, the jock and shit like that, and now he's put on some weight because he's got kids. That's a dad.
Yeah, I looked at this guy that you referenced, and this is not cute. I thought a dad bod was like a guy who was like used to be like really in shape.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But he's no longer. But I thought like he was no longer in shape, but still had like a slim look to him, not like
in the
belly.
Look at my PTR, Angel. That's a dad bod. Like you could tell he was in real good shape in his.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at.
Yeah, now he's got a pot belly because he drinks so much beer and eats nachos and shit.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's sexy or not. I don't know about that being sexy.
I'm just telling you, chicks dig that shit. You know why? Here's the thing.
Do you guys have dad bods?
I mean,
I'm a total fucking dad bod. Here's the thing that I've found to be true. When you talk to women, when you really get to talk to women about what they're into, what they're not into, women are insecure. And like women, especially if they start getting a little bit of fucking like flab, they no longer, like a woman with a little bit of flab doesn't want a guy anymore that's super fit. They don't want it.
I just learned that term this year. I learned what a fupa meant, and I'm really like disturbed that people title it that. I never knew. I'm a mother. I have 6 children. I never knew that this term existed, and I was introduced to it this year on the application called Clubhouse, and I'm not impressed. I disagree.
Well,
it should have a different name.
You got through high school without knowing what a fupa was? We definitely knew what a fupa was, you know?
Alright.
Our teacher
didn't know what a
fupa was.
You know? She had the biggest fupa I've ever saw, but it could be a fat upper pussy or fat upper penis area, you know?
Well, it says the fat upper, the upper fat area that keeps the kitty from catching a cold. Used as a headrest during box eating.
Like, you know, what I think is disturbing is the sound of this term. The sound of it is completely disturbing. It's just like the term moist. You know, it just doesn't sound right.
You don't like the sound moist?
I don't like the sound fupa.
It sounds like opa, like you're Greek and you're excited.
I don't know Greek. But the term fupa is kind of disturbing. And another thing too. So when this whole fupa episode happened, somebody had a picture of me in their phone, and they PTR'd and said that I had a fupa. And I'm not really somebody who's like ever really shown like my full body on the app, so this was very interesting that they had this picture. And the picture that they had was literally like a picture that I had like posted for maybe a hot 3 seconds. And I was like, it was fascinating how this person was like literally like hawking my account.
Wait,
and like got
Galaxy?
This photo. Huh?
Was it Galaxy Bender?
No, it was a more disturbing person on the app.
No, I don't think
probably mentally
disturbing than Galaxy.
No, she's probably a little bit mentally unstable. But so anyways, I learned that she was identifying my stomach area as a fupa, and this is where I learned the term. And I was like, what the fuck is a fupa? I never knew what this fucking term was until this year.
Was it accurate?
I don't think so. No. No.
I don't see one.
Do I have like a little like pouch? Like I've always had something like that ever since like even before I had children.
Well, you had a fupa before you had kids.
Sure.
I saw a post where men were saying they were attracted to fupas, so like, you know, I think it's a thing.
Yeah,
they like it.
That's what it says
Hell
used as a
yeah.
headrest during box eating.
You damn right. Lift that motherfucker up, get underneath it like a mechanic.
Oh yeah, whenever I see a woman get her kid out of the car, I go, oh, at least she did something right. She's got a trophy. She might even have multiple trophies.
Someone gave me a thumbs down. I don't know who did.
Danny, were you offering your fupa on Clubhouse again?
That's a lie.
The long pause.
Is this a traumatic hamster room? Oh wait, they changed the title. Was it? Like,
That's why I came in. I was curious on what the hell happened to the hamster and who did it and why.
Angel, check the title.
So funny.
So Q, I guess you like fupa.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Those women are down to earth, man. They're beautiful. Yes. Yeah. Now you got some women out there with fupas that are big girls that are like you can tell they are extremely comfortable with themselves. The ones that hang out and party and stuff like that. They're okay, but that's not the type of fupa that I like. I like the mom jeans wearing fupa mom. You know, I like the soccer mom fupa mom. I'm into that. You know, they're easier to get along with.
Pure in this the chat said C-section scars and fupas.
Hell yeah, that's the one right there. That's it. She got juice in that tomato. As long as you know what you're doing, meaning that woman is not nothing to be played with. Now, you go out here and you find a woman that don't have a fupa, and she got her tummy tucked, and she got a waist snatch, and the BBL, poison. Toxic. You asking for it. Give me the fupa any day.
Oh,
I've always heard the term tiger stripes. I didn't realize that people on this application had problems with tiger stripes. Now, I'm not somebody who has like what they call severe tiger stripes. So I never really thought too much of it. I thought all women were kind of like that. Like they kind of like just went back to like normal after like having their babies. But apparently some women actually don't survive that. And they remain with these like bruised, almost looking like tiger stripes. And so
oatmeal
the term of it.
You mean like oatmeal cookie stomachs?
No, like the tigers like onto the love handle sides of it.
Nice. She's talking about stretch marks after they have the baby.
Oh, good. Yeah, but where at? Like on
like a Mexican black girl.
But I'm saying like on the side, like on the hips, or you talking about on the stomach?
Yeah, like on the side, on the hips, yeah.
Oh, okay. Ain't nothing wrong with them neither. I don't know who will complain about it. Oh shit, let me go.
Well, I just thought like most women had this, just had this acceptance of like the fact that you had a baby, like you had a whole baby. Like I've had 6 of them, all natural births,
nobody's gonna complain about that. It's when you look like somebody's burned rubber on your stomach, like you don't want like a burnout like on your stomach.
And I think it's women that hate it. I've never heard a man say, "Man, ain't supposed to hurt, you got stretch marks." I've never, like, as many bars as I've been to with my guys, and the very prerogative things that we speak about with our women. I've never heard none of my homeboys say, I ain't fucking with her because she got stretch marks, or fupa, or she too skinny, or she too big. I've never heard it. I've heard of some.
What have you heard?
I've heard of some unpleasant sex, oral, foreign sex. I've heard.
Smells.
Yeah, smells.
Foreign sex.
Huh?
You said foreign sex? What's that?
No, boring. I got a little accent. I said boring. Yeah. Right. You know the owl or not too much or the pushback or the you know it's shit like that. But I've never heard no one say, "No, she got too many stretch marks for me." I only hear conversations like that come from women that feel mainly insecure about it, or it's more of a judgmental thing that the women place amongst themselves. I don't think there's a man on this stage that's going to complain about a stretch mark or two, because we're not sleeping with the stretch marks. We want the poom poom.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a big thing. I saw them making fun of somebody who had them, and I was like, oh. I never knew it was like that critical.
And you said you got 6 kids, Angel?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Q says you want 7?
Well, no, she don't look like she had one. You know, that like she snapped back pretty good. And for her to say that she has a fupa, I'm like, well, you know, I can't believe that. But see what I'm saying? From that PTR, if that's you in your picture, I don't see, I don't see how anyone would complain about your body build at all. I don't. Stretch marks, oatmeal cookie stomach, fupa, I don't see nothing wrong with you at all. Gray hair, you can have a couple grays up top and down bottom. I don't see a problem with you at all. I could show you some women that are problems now, but I hear women that's built like you complain about things that I'm not gonna say you shouldn't complain about, but I can show you something that you can say, okay, I get your point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess every woman has some things that they complain about.
What up, Medhead? You got anything you want to say, Medhead?
If not, back to this cockfighting competition thing. So I was also thinking too, you know how like people like they go like through karate and like they break boards and stuff? Like that would be like, that should be like one of the like competing factors, is like you have to break a board.
Sorry, I'm in the work. I'm not following the topic of the room. Sorry.
We're talking about cockfights.
You talking about with roosters?
Do you know what a cockfight?
You talking about with roosters? I hope you're talking about with roosters, with ladies.
No, with
like
like
chicken
actual. No, with actual like human males.
All right, I'm gonna go back on mute. All right, I'm going on mute.
Medhead, do you know about cockfights?
Sorry about what?
Cockfights.
Penis fights between two men. Alright, Medhead. You know, like when two men take their penis and then they like fight them like swords, like lightsabers, like Star Wars.
Okay.
You know. Have you seen like a sword fight? You know, two swords. Imagine two men take their penis and they put their penis together and fighting.
Yeah, it's a new trend that's taking place to compete for women. So men are like seeing how far they can ejaculate, or okay, wait. Men are seeing how far their semen goes when they ejaculate. They're like sword fighting. They're breaking boards with their penis. They're like having like you ever see like that rope tie, thing or whatever? Like they tie the rope and then see who can like win, like pull each other across. There's so many different like tug of war. Yeah.
The sperming one where they're like seeing whose sperm goes the farthest. That was all in the name of science, I think.
No, that was a college that did that, the sperm racing, where they was putting their sperms inside of the tubes and seeing which one can, which male had the fastest sperm cells. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, let's make sure Ventat's still in that. Ventat, do you think this is a good idea for two men to fighting their penises?
Actually, I'm reading his headline.
Oh yeah, that was about the woman's vagina. I was seeing fat
for some investors.
The skin.
Sorry.
Fupa is the extra skin above the woman's vagina.
What are beef curtains?
Like on the bottom of
You
her
don't know
stomach.
what that is? You never heard of
Like the extra skin.
roast beef?
I have heard of a roast beef before, like something you like cook and eat, but what are beef curtains?
Long labias.
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat this again?
Long labias, long pussy lips, all that. Just looks like roast beef.
Oh my god, I just fainted.
Just look up roast beef.
I know, I don't want to. Look up blue waffle.
Oh my
You're
God.
a fucking asshole.
I ain't seen that blue waffle in almost 20 years. Do not do it. Fellas, ladies, do not stay away from the blue waffle. And 2 ladies in 1 cup.
2 girls.
I think, yeah. 2 girls, yeah, some shit like, yep, don't do that neither.
I'm super proud of my algorithm in my phone, and so I do not want it contaminated. I am very serious about the algorithm in my phone.
So, Matat, what do you like the ideal of 2 men fighting against each other with their penises? Like
For women, though, this is how they compete for women.
Yeah, it's how they compete to like gain the woman.
About defending woman rights or something like that.
No. So the 2 men are competing to win the woman's
love and
courting.
affection.
They're courting her, loving her. They want to marry her. So the 2 men grab their penises and they pull them out of their pants, and then they use them like swords, and they fight each other like swords with their penises.
Yeah, and there's
and
all
whoever
these
wins
different,
gets the woman.
Yeah, and there's all these different competitions that they do. They like break boards with their penis. They have like a tug of war.
Yeah, and then you have to shoot your semen, your sperm.
Semen, see how far you can shoot it.
Like how far you can shoot it. Do you think it's a good idea or no?
I would die single.
Are you willing to do that, Matat, for like a woman?
For sure not.
Oh. Maybe it's not allowed. Is it
a great show, though.
Is it too haram?
This topic is sexual as a little bit.
Oh, the topic, fupa. Fupa is the the extra skin a woman has after she has a baby, above her vagina, the bottom of her stomach, the loose skin. It's like a kangaroo pouch.
Like, what if the women had a competition like that with their tits, man? Like, how much shit can you store under your titties? Or let's see if the women can smack their titties up against each other.
I grew up.
Okay, because there was a video of someone lifting tables with their boobs. So, my friend was lifting stuff with hers, and I was lifting stuff, not tables, but we were definitely participating in that challenge.
Q, you got any big girls in your family?
Or
like cousins or anything?
Not big. not big as FAC. I got some tall women in my family.
My family's got like the big, giant, massive fucking titties. You know, a lot of the women do. Like they got the big, just huge titties. So they wear these giant ass bras, and they'll put everything in their purse in their fucking bra. Like they'll just be reaching in and be like, "Where's my phone? Where's my wallet? Oh shit, where's my keys?"
That would probably be like a great funny show to watch, like a woman unloading their purse into their bras. Like that shit would be funny.
Yeah, that's all Nazis.
Right, the tangerine, like orangutan titties. But
no,
what I'm saying is
like giant fucking titties. It's like triple F's.
But what about the women with green titties? How would that work?
With what?
With tangerine titties, the little small, the ones that's underage, the little, you know.
Well, it depends on yeah, you're right. Like, there would have to be like, I don't know, different rules perhaps. Same thing with guys with like tangerine penises, like really small ones. Like they would have to have like different rules. But like women can have like similar competitions, like like how far can your breast milk shoot?
What were you asking about that?
Can I have a question, please? It's not related to the topic of the room, but I have this question.
Nah, yalla.
Oh, nice Arabic words. Okay, I'm just asking about an economist. Is there any economist consultant here in the room?
Roger.
Get in touch with
He wants to talk to you.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Mojo. The guy at the top. The bald guy with the beard and the cigar.
What is his name?
Mojo.
Mojo. Is he an economist consultant?
Nah.
Okay.
Are you an economist?
Okay, that's my question.
What do you do for a living?
I think Danny is also, she's Yahudi, so she's really good with money and like finance and accounting. And she's autistic.
I am from the Middle East. I am Egyptian, and I am working as a HR consultant.
Oh yeah, you definitely need Habibi. You need the help of a Jew. Danny, go ahead. Of a Yehudi. Go ahead.
And I am a Muslim, and I am a TikTok podcaster, and I would like to make a new podcast interview with someone, an economic consultant who is leaving USA.
Hold on, I can help you. Let's imagine we were on a podcast and you were asked the question, how old was the Prophet Muhammad's wife when he fucked her?
Sorry?
Oh, you heard me.
Yeah, but please repeat the question, please.
The Prophet Muhammad, how old was he when he fucked Aisha, and how old was she?
Yalla, yalla.
There always seems to be
This is a question about the religion, a little bit, and I am not ready for it. That's it.
Oh.
I heard 9. Is that?
Just say Allahu Allah. Allahu Allah.
She was 9.
Okay.
Yeah, he was 54 and she was 9.
Was she 9? But did they get married when she was 7 or 6?
She was 6.
She was 6 when he married her, and then that sick fuck, the Prophet Muhammad, fucked her when she was 9.
Did you guys hear about the YouTube show? Well, I don't know if it's a show or whatever, but anyways, you can find it on YouTube. It's called The Dancing Boys. The Afghan Dancing Boys.
The Bachabazi Boys.
Yes.
Dancing Boys, yeah.
Yes.
Afghanistan.
Like, that shit was fucking wild. That is wild.
Yeah, the guy was bragging about that he fucked like 3,000 young boys.
Yeah. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Did you see like their pimp? Like he like literally like he like went for prayer, and then after he went for prayer or something like that, like he then went and like
Muslims
got
all
this
over the
little
world
boy out
do
the.
this. Yeah, they fuck little boys, little girls, they fuck donkeys, they fuck goats.
It's just so disturbing.
Okay, guys, nice to meet you.
Shukran, Habibi. Assalamu alaikum in Jahannam.
Later.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum in Jahannam. Assalamu alaikum, just like Prophet Muhammad. Oh, Aisha. I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate in Kaibar when he died of poison. He died crying like a bitch.
I know how competitive guys are. I can actually see this cockfighting competition thing like becoming like a global like thing, you know, like there being like a whole like Olympic sport too.
Well, I think the problem is too, like, you would have to be like the perfect size, because if it's way too long, then when you hit it, it's just gonna fold over it too, and it's just not gonna work well. So it's gonna have to be like a right size and like thickness and all that shit.
Well, that's what I'm sitting here thinking. I'm thinking to myself, it's like, now hold on a second. Now, my question to the ladies is, so you're the contender up. You have 4 men about to cockfight for you, right? And all of these men have 9-inch penises, 10-inch penises. You got to take one of them, right? And you find yourself in a situation where now you're uncomfortable. What do you do that if you have 5 men and none of them meet your criteria of a healthy size for you to even be messing with?
You just want to ask these ladies what's a perfect size for them?
No. I'm not. No, that's not none of my business. What I'm saying is, what happens when the ladies are faced with an extremely large penis or 4 or 5 options of extremely small penises, but they still have to marry one? You see what I'm saying? If this is
Stand counts. I think there should be within the competition. There should be a how long can you stay hard, and I think that will like be what like takes the win.
Don't let these women lie. There ain't no such thing as stupid.
There definitely is.
He's a liar. Push a damn baby out your pussy. You're like, that's stupid.
It's not the same.
Yes.
Nope. Totally not the same. But yeah, to answer your question, I think who can, stay harder longer would be the winner.
I think that would be easy for any of us to do if we're not fucking. And the second you start having sex with no drugs, no alcohol, no influence, no condoms, that first round might last every bit of, I give it at the max 8 to 12 minutes. And that's pushing it for some. But if you're talking about just having an erection and staring at this beautiful woman, I think you can get a bunch of men to stand up there with that erection for hours. They're not doing anything. As long as they're not touching themselves and they got an erection and they have something to focus on, that thing being you.
What about men who are 50 and above? Can they do that?
I don't know. I'm in my late 30s. I ain't got nothing to do with them.
Wait a second. And the morning time doesn't count. Like, these competitions have to happen, like, mid-evening or something, or, like, afternoon. Because the morning time is just cheating.
Wait, why?
Shit, if I got to do all that to get some pussy, I'd rather buy it.
There's something special about men in the morning and their penises, like, they just kind of stand up by themselves in the morning.
It's because the bladder gets full overnight, and then it presses against the prostrate, which causes the penis to be erect.
See?
So it has to do with the bladder?
Yeah, so that's why dudes, when they wake up, they have morning wood. It's because the bladder fills up, and then it compresses against the prostrate, The prostrate is a natural like G spot for men, and then it causes the penis to become erect, and that's usually why you have to piss early in the morning, especially if you got a hard on. As soon as you take a piss, usually like kind of deflates.
The guy in the chat says, "I don't think I can keep a hard on in the company of other guys. What? Why not? What is so wrong with that? Is it like? Does it like then become like a gay thing?"
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes that are like, oh, that's gay. If you
so you guys are so technically you men are insecure.
No, that's
that's insecurity to me. If you automatically think that you're standing in front of another guy with a hard on, mind you, we're in competition here for the love of a woman. So if you're standing there with your penis or like erected and it's like, you know, like why get insecure if you're winning?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with the guy in the chat. It's something about that just don't fit right. It don't feel right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I fucked my girl and not my wife, but an ex-girlfriend at a swingers club in front of like 40 people. And I got an applaud, like a standing ovation, everybody clapping afterwards. We got done.
Oh shit! I don't think I want to ask any questions.
Wait, I missed it. I was reading the chat. Apparently, I don't know why my hearing turned off while I was reading. What did you say?
Oh, I said not my wife, but the girl that I dated back in the day. Her and I went to a swingers club. I'd been to a bunch of swingers clubs before, but I convinced her to go. And we were gonna like meet another young couple and shit, but there wasn't any young couples. It was just a bunch of older people. And we were in our 20s, so what I mean by old is people like in their 40s and 50s, which I'm 40 now, so it wouldn't have been a big deal. But we ended up fucking in front of like 40, 50 people, and they all like got up afterwards and like started clapping and shit.
You could see those people watching you.
Yeah, it was like a big room area with a bunch of beds and shit. People were doing stuff in their beds and stuff like that. After we got done, people were like clapping. It made her like super nervous because she was like she was real timid and shy and shit. That was what was crazy.
Now I think that's different. Now that you mention it that way, that's something a little different. If you're physically engaging in sex, and there's 4 or 5 couples in here, and everybody's partnered up in their own respective corners, you can actually use the motivation of the other women moaning and the skin smacking as a thing for you to get your rocks off, or to keep going. So I can actually see that.
There was
it sounds like a good game show.
Yeah, it is actually.
When we first got there, there was actually a smoking hot couple, super hot little fucking short petite blonde, and then her fucking boyfriend and shit. Like her and I were okay with like swapping and shit and all that kind of stuff. And so we got there and shit. The fucking young couple that were actually there got approached by these 2 like morbidly obese like fucking 50-year-olds, husband and wife, and they're like, hey, did you guys want to like go somewhere or like hang out or like do stuff, like they're trying to see if they wanted to like go swing and shit, and they're like, no, we don't like old people or fat people.
I was gonna say, this is no judgment zone.
Oh my god, the fucking owners came over and they were like, y'all gotta get the fuck out, that's rude. All you have to do in that situation is just say, hey, no, sorry, not interested, and then just move on. But yeah, that everybody else is just kind of old shit. It's a problem with swingers clubs. It's usually a lot of old fat people.
But can you imagine that being like an actual game show, like where like couples were like doing what you were doing, but like they were like competing for money?
Yeah, I think they do that in like Japan, don't they? They have a TV show where people Japan has like a TV show on like their X-rated shit, but it's on like TV, like cable television. Yeah, but you could watch it. It's like people fucking and shit.
For money.
Like in front of a crowd. Yeah.
Like what couple can do the best? Wow.
Yeah, they already. Look up Japanese.
They do all that shit.
Look up Japanese game show sex or something, and it has them like fucking in front of a crowd, and they're like getting rated. Japan's wild as
on Clubhouse in my entire Clubhouse life.
Yeah, I stayed in.
I think it's interesting. I really do.
I stayed in one of those capsule hotels in Japan, and I was laying there, and it's just like regular TV channels, and then you hit this other button, and then it was all porn shit. I was like, what the fuck is... But yeah, Japan...
Yeah, I was gonna say they're definitely a different type of humans. Yeah. But that'd be a weird ass game show. Can you imagine like what all you'd have to do in order to like win?
Yeah,
Like you
Japan's
gotta
weird.
like how do you like outbeat the other person? Like what qualifies? It's first thing.
Are you married, Angel?
Are you married?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, are you married?
No.
Oh, I was gonna ask you would you go on a show with your husband and have sex in a room with 2-3 other couples that's been married just as long as you have. You know, there's some things that I think some stuff when you're like a private setting and there's other couples there, so I'm guilty of it. I have had I've been in a situation where I had my partner, we was in a big ass hotel room that was divided by the door that's in the middle, but each room had 2 beds, so it was 4 beds, 4 couples, and the door was open. We was in there, 20-year-olds, we 20, 21, man, and we just doing dumb shit trying to blend in, but the skin smacking of the other couples, it did something to me, for me to like, yeah, you're not gonna outfuck me tonight. You know, my mental going to, I'm competing against my homeboy, so I get it. I do get that.
Crazy. I thought this was gonna be like a troll topic, but I didn't really realize that some people actually have this lived experience. I might open up a room later.
Yeah, I'm guilty.
The people who've had sex.
No, I'm talking about like competition.
But it wasn't a competition. It wasn't a. It's something that I told myself in my head. You know, it wasn't nothing that he and I was
competition. Yeah, that's
correct.
So
yeah.
wait, what happens when you lose though? Like, what if you do
I can attest to this. Okay, I can attest to this, and I think almost every man in this entire room will agree with this. What I'm about to say. If your girl confides in you on what her ex was like in bed, your main fucking goal and objective now is to fucking outdo that motherfucker. If she said I had 5 orgasms in one night, that bitch is gonna have 10 now. I don't give a fuck. If I gotta fucking pop Viagra's and fucking drink Gatorades and shit, she's going to fucking have 10, and it's gonna knock her fucking socks off, because you want to know in your mind that you're number one, firstly, and then secondly, that motherfucker doesn't stand a chance, and everything she ever thought about him being the fucking best slave she's ever had is just out the fucking window. And if there's
what happens when you don't win?
Oh, I'm married, so yeah, I have to make sure. Do whatever the fuck you gotta do. I don't care if you gotta stay up and drink fucking Gatorade with a fucking IV stuck in your...
See, now, I've been in my relationship over a decade, and so I'm just, I'm not in the whole dating thing or like couples thing like you guys are, and so it's it's interesting to hear. Again, this is supposed to be a troll, but it turned into a topic, I guess. But it's Q had mentioned like, oh yeah, like I heard something, and then I was like, I got in competition mode, but like what happens when you don't win? Like,
well, I cheat in sex, so I don't give a fuck about competition, to be honest with you.
How do you cheat?
Well, I'm a coffee drinker, and I've come to the conclusion I don't pop pills and do all that other crazy shit, but I'll take a medium cup of coffee before sex, and in the same amount of coffee that I take down, I also take down water. My first orgasm, I'm rushing it out of there. My second, in between the first and the third, you get an urge to piss. I don't go pee, I hold it. And then I force myself to get an erection. Once you get that erection with that full bladder, it's over with. she's gonna have to fight me off of her at some point.
Serendipity, just walked in the room.
And it works. I promise you, fellas. If you're a coffee drinker, drink you some coffee. You know, coffee will make you go to the bathroom. You're gonna start pissing quite a bit.
Don't you have to like make the coffee first? Like, so don't you have to wait for it to like go through like the coffee process?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
After you make it, but that's what I'm saying. The first orgasm, right? The first nut. That's me preparing my coffee. My coffee is brewing on that first one. After I get off, you give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go down this coffee real quick. I'm gonna take it down, shot of espresso with a mouthful of coffee afterward with water, and I'm gonna drink it. Once I get that second erection, it's pretty much over with. Now, some people I've heard that the second erection it lasts a lot longer, but I force it up. Like you can have you can bust a whole nut with an erection and still keep it as long as you got that full bladder of piss behind you.
Oh, okay.
You can keep.
I can also give you some other piece of advice that actually does fucking work. I seen on like a real sex talk day or whatever, it was one of those fucking shit. It was on the internet like way back when. It was like fucking 20 years ago type shit, like when the internet wasn't even on YouTube. But I'd seen this thing where it said that you jerk off, you get fully hard, and like right before you're about to bust a nut, you get your seven blue balls. Just stop. Just stop, let that motherfucker go back to sleep, and then just start back again. And then get all the way up there, and then just fucking stop and let it go. Just let it fucking relax. And then do that like fucking 4, 5, 6 times, whatever, and then just fucking bust. And it'll just decrease the sensitivity, and it allows you to be able to hold an erection longer. You just fucking fuck forever.
You know what I learned the other day? So we were talking about, I don't know how we got to the topic. But anyways, so there's this lady in the room and she like delivers babies or is like works in like the infant unit at the NICU. And so she was over here and she was like, guys can like reduce their sperm count by like actually sitting in like a hot tub or hot water before they have sex. And I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. And she's like, yeah, like you can completely like decrease the amount of sperm you have right before you have sex. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it has to do with like the hot temperature and stuff like that. The way that you could actually increase your sperm and also increase the amount is to have cold air and stuff like that running. So like a fan or something like that.
So do you guys like actually practice these things? Like do men do that?
One about where you get like 99% of the way there, then stop. I used to do it all the time, and it seemed like it worked.
Interesting. What about the warm and cold stuff?
I usually just have a fan on all the time anyways in my room. But I've also got 3 kids within like 3.5, 4 years of each other, so I guess.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I have 4 kids that are pretty much almost like all back to back.
Yeah.
Damn, Angel, you won't play it. You was doing that thing in a circle, on it.
Sure.
You alright, man. You alright.
Alright, F1, what you get to say? F1, man, have good advice.
Looks very serious.
Oh, go ahead, Serendipity.
I was just gonna say that that you're referring to is called tandem.
This all started because
and I have 5 kids.
This all started because somebody said Angel has a fupa.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was sharing my story about somebody who said I had a fupa. I made a big scene about it.
Wow. People are so.
But it was my first time learning the term, so I never knew the term before then, and then but I don't ever really like the term. It just sounds disgusting on my tongue. Fupa.
Cute. Yeah. What's the word when a girl has like a a big ass a bunch of fat in the front, like the pelvis area. What the fuck do they call that? There's a nickname for that. It's like a slang terminology for it.
A bunch of fat where?
Like right in the front pelvis area. Like right below the stomach. You know, like morbidly obese, like big fat chicks have like that big front fucking. Yeah, there's fupa, and then I think you're saying fupa, but there's another word for fupa. I can't remember what it's called.
I don't think nothing wrong with it. I think the women with them.
Is it cooch? No, cooch ain't it.
Never heard of it.
Pouch? Yeah, I've heard
pouch.
pouch.
Yeah, maybe pouch.
Bonnet.
What's that?
Front bonnet.
Front bonnet. Yeah, that's maybe an English version.
They call it a camel toe.
No, camel toe is different.
I don't know.
I know what that is. I know what that means.
Yep. What we call it.
Anybody in here drive a Tesla?
From time to time.
You said from time to time?
Yeah, I don't own one.
Oh. The FSD mode, so that's the full self-driving mode, right? It has this ability to see, it's watching the driver. So even though it's driving itself, it's watching you. So if you pick up your phone, it can detect that you're not paying attention to the road. And I bring that up because if you are a male and you're receiving oral sex, well, it can detect that too, my guy. So, don't do it.
Pooch or a mommy pouch. That's the other words I was looking for. Pooch.
So interesting that the phone actually picks up on cannibalism. That is so weird. Wait, the phone or the car picks up on cannibalism?
The car.
That's interesting.
Wait, I was gone for a second. What do you got fucking cannibalism?
Yeah, he said if you're getting head, like if somebody's like giving the driver oral sex or something, that the car can pick up on it. I personally think that people who put other people's body parts in their mouth are kind of cannibals a little bit, and if you swallow semen, you're definitely cannibals.
Wait a minute,
you swallow semen and then you're like, no, I'm not like, I don't eat kids. No, you just ate a whole fucking generation full of kids. Like, you eat them.
Wait a minute, Angel. Wait. I gotta ask you something.
Put like the whole like thing in, like, if you put flesh in your mouth, you are a fucking cannibal. Period.
Wait a minute, Angel.
So when babies suck their thumbs, they're cannibalizing?
It's not the same thing.
It is.
Hey, Angel.
It's not the same thing.
I want to ask you something, and you don't have to answer.
Wait.
You can say none of your business. You got 6 kids, right?
None of your business. And,
okay, all right.
And so I'm just saying, yeah, you're a cannibal if you swallow children.
What happens if you touch your lips or your tongue or your inside your mouth?
It's not the same thing. We are talking about we're talking about people who are doing this for like pleasure. You eat for pleasure, right? We all eat for pleasure.
What if a girl sucks a guy's dick but she doesn't swallow the cum? Is it still cannibalism?
Well, she's borderline, like just putting it like flesh in your mouth like that. That's like
also when a girl swallows the semen, it's not eating
that is
a whole ass
absolutely.
baby. It's not a whole ass baby because there's no egg involved.
Well, it's definitely eating a generation.
Well, okay, I got another question, and you don't have to answer this one neither. You don't receive oral sex, Angel?
Of
course I do. Watch.
Well, I will. A jaw will be broken, and I will divorce immediately.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Are you with you? Are you okay? Wait, so you saying you don't want your man to eat the cat?
That is absolutely gross.
Oh hell no! I don't want my follow back. God damn it!
Follow back. Hey, Joe.
It's so I'm so grossed out by it. It's just absolutely disgusting.
But I would say that it's safe to presume it's never been done.
It's safe to presume.
Of course it is.
It has, but it couldn't have been done right for her to say ill.
No, it has not. She just said that.
Yeah, but she lies.
To presume. Why would she lie about this? She has to know that her opinion on
If
this.
she said the truth, she would be a hypocrite, and she knows it.
What?
No.
If she said,
her opinion
of course, yeah, I've had my pussy licked before, then she would be a hypocrite. So of course she lied.
She just referred to it as Okay, she just referred to it as cannibalism.
She developed that.
Are you
It's a
kidding?
developed idea.
I don't think
She didn't wake up like, looking at a slaughterhouse of cattle and was like, oh man, I'm gonna become a vegan now. No,
I actually don't eat
She
beef
developed
or
this
cow.
idea. She developed this idea, and she developed it after she's already had her pussy licked in her life, and that would make her a hypocrite if she conceded it to.
It's kind of crazy though, and it's like
she sucked dick in her life too, so she's
Because
also
I just don't think that anybody would lie about this.
Wait, serendipity. You don't think people would lie on Clubhouse? How many Clubhouse millionaires have you met? How many Clubhouse millionaires have you met that are in their Rolls Royce like
Can
Adams?
I get a word in? Rich,
Yeah,
listen. I don't. I promise you, this is not the first time that she's had people react to her like this. I can assure you, she would not voluntarily lie about this. If anything, she'd just keep her mouth shut and not mention it. Because this is not the first time she's had people be like, what the fuck?
No, I don't care. I don't care if she holds this position or idea and thinks that it is. That's totally fine. But don't be a hypocrite and say that you've never done A or B when we all fucking know you have. You got 6 kids, you've sucked dick, and you've had your pussy eaten before. Just
at least one time. At least one time. Right.
When she was a teenager, she hocked to it one time.
This is just so wrong. It's just so not true.
That's fucking crazy.
I can't conform anywhere near oral sexual behaviors, especially when it is so close to cannibalism. Can you just imagine?
You're not getting.
We don't always believe women serendipity.
You're not getting.
Just imagine. Listen, just think of yourselves for a moment, gentlemen. Just think of yourselves for a moment. Imagine if someone they put a penis in your mouth, right? And then all of a sudden, you feel this drip. That's a kid. That's a generation right there.
You're gonna say that sucking dick or eating pussy is cannibalism. Yeah, your pussy bleeds every month and doesn't fucking die, and we still fuck it. Seriously, come on. You ever thought about oh wow, this thing that walks around and bleeds every fucking month, it doesn't fucking somehow die. We're fucking attracted to it and still fuck it, yeah.
Right.
He's but sucking dick and eating pussy is cannibalism.
But can you just imagine, somebody who has their menstrual, and then their menstrual's over with, and then you go have sex with them, and then somehow you end up doing this thing called eating the box. I just learned that this year on Clubhouse too. Actually, I learned what Kraken is. I didn't know what that term was, but it's a new term for me. So you're Kraken, and then all of a sudden you turn around and you eat the box and stuff, and then you realize wow, she just actually had her period a week ago. That's kind of gross. And there's just something inhumane about that. And personally, I think about okay, kissing is a beautiful thing. Why would you want to kiss somebody who was down there and then they swallowed a whole bunch of kids?
Pure Blood said he's eating box while she's on her menstrual. on a
Oh,
full
shit.
moon.
The bravery.
He's got red wings all over.
The
Oh,
bravery,
that
right.
boy got his wings. Wait
He
a
got red
minute.
wings gearbox.
This is
Wait.
okay.
Oh, so now that see, I'm noting this one. Red wings.
Yeah, red wings.
Means
Yeah.
when.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that the same for like women too who go down there? Do they get?
I don't fucking know her period either. Yeah.
Well, no.
I'm just saying,
men
is
don't
it a different?
menstruate.
No. I mean, like a woman who goes down on a woman. Does she get red wings too?
Yeah, I mean red wings.
She gets red wings. Okay, all right.
Yep,
just making
yep,
sure.
red wings.
Oh my goodness!
Think
Now
about
we're
it.
bumping clams.
It's the labias covered in that blood, and they look like red wings.
So
See,
when the lesbians are bumping their clams,
this is exactly why this is safe not to put your mouth in places. It keeps you safe.
Cute. $100 says she's done anal too, but she's like, but the idea of sucking a dick.
I don't think she shaves down there.
She's had a dick stuffed in her asshole before, but she's like, this cannibalism if you put a penis in your mouth.
I don't shave my legs or my armpits, but even still, it's just one of those things that it's just absolutely downright disgusting.
It's not disgusting. Okay, let me tell you something.
Absolutely.
It's disgusting. Okay, let me ask you this, please.
Unattractively funky-ish. Like, can you just imagine? Like, you were putting your fucking mouth.
Wait, I have a question. Would you define 69 as like a snake eating itself?
Oh, okay. So, that is weird.
Yeah,
Probably,
69 where the two people are eating each other.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I almost forgot what that was. So yeah, but the nip, that is just, you can't. Like,
somebody invite.
Why would you do that? Like, why would you want to put your fucking mouth where you eat your food? Like, you kiss your family.
She said that oral sex is cannibalism.
How do it? But listen, most importantly, like, you use your mouth to say prayers. Like, God can't hear you if you have semen on your mouth. Like, He can't hear you if you have semen down your throat.
Girl, I have to refute you there, okay? I have to refute you there. All right, God hears my prayers just fine.
All right, let's let Tuna crash out. Go ahead, Tuna.
Yeah, you know that God also can't hear you when you're talking straight.
Also, Tuna, did you hear what she said? Oral sex.
Yeah, no, I got the Ouroboros reference, but a snake eating itself. I mean, shit. If any man could actually reach that, we wouldn't date.
Wait, didn't Marilyn Manson, didn't like that, whatever his name was, like the guy remove his ribs so he could do that?
Yeah, it's
really?
been an urban legend. Before it was Marilyn Manson, it was Prince, and then it was Michael Jackson, and then it was
all the gay ones.
Lewis.
Okay.
I don't know.
I can reach mine, but I've never done it.
I don't know how I would
How do you know that you can
respond.
reach yours?
Because I put my head down by it.
Oh, so then your penis is like long.
9 3/4 inches.
I don't know how I feel right now, knowing that I have a partner that I would never get head from and that I can never give head to. So do you use toys? You got a rose?
That's gonna just mess up your whole juju. Like, you want to be able to, like, come naturally. Like, if you utilize those weapons, which that's what they are, they're weapons. If you utilize those weapons, you're gonna mess up your whole sexual org. You don't want to do that to yourself, and you don't want to abuse yourself in any of those sort of facets with these weapons that they've created.
Okay, well, she's telling the truth, guys. Because if she had said, "Oh yeah, I have a dildo, I have a this," I don't know, man. That shit would piss me off. If I got with a chick and she did not want me to, if I want to express myself with everything and she stops me from doing that, I don't know, and I can't get no head.
We'll find it out. We'll find it out this way. Tuna, what do you think is the odds on a woman who has 6 kids back to back never having oral sex or giving oral sex or taking it?
I say that if you love her, wear her like a gas mask.
answer. Okay.
I believe her.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I love my wife to pieces, but I will eat that shit like I'm arms folded behind my back at a lasagna eating contest.
I'm telling you, man, you ain't no fucking way in hell you not sitting on my goddamn face. 20 years, we've been married 20 years, and I ain't never ate my wife foot. Shit, I killed myself. I wouldn't marry her. Fuck no.
Well, it's been over a decade, so we're doing wonderfully fine. Now, does he ask often? Very often. Does it happen? Never.
Is he blind?
No.
No, he's white.
He's not.
Okay, girl. I'm just saying, you look like a beautifully young, and I was married for 30. Okay, so this comes from a place of, I hope, helpfulness. Honey, as time goes by, you're going to have to change things up a bit. It's gonna get stagnant. And the thing of it is, I feel you, girl. I feel you. I think you're being honest. I think it's just truly, genuinely how you feel. You're wrong about the cannibalism because those aren't bees, they're sperm. But I believe wholeheartedly that you feel right now. But I think you will change.
Well, I'm coming up on 40. So this is my last year in my 30s. I'm coming up on 40, and my gray hairs are coming in, and I'm not getting any younger. So I have a bucket list.
Don't comment on anything if he refuses to eat the cook.
Let her finish talking.
I have a bucket list, and this oral sexual stuff is not on the bucket list. However, I do have this really, because you're like, it's going to get boring and stuff, but I do have this really cool idea of where I would like to like be intimate. And so I was thinking, like, gosh, can you just imagine like a hot air balloon?
You
Can
crazy
just imagine
as hell.
a hot air
Angel,
balloon?
I'm a public cunt girl.
Angel,
I like to do things I'm not supposed to be doing.
So I was thinking like a hot air balloon somewhere like over in like somewhere like Europe or somewhere like France or like Paris or like.
Hell no. You said, well, a hot air balloon just went down killing 12 people. Look, Angel, let me tell you something. If you ain't never got no head and you ain't never gave no head, I'm giving you a full warning. Don't get it. At this age, almost 40, turning gray, don't do it. Because you're going to piss yourself off. Especially if you get some head from somebody that know what they're doing now. You're going to look back and you're going to regret the past 25 plus years of your life. You're like, what the fuck have I been missing? You've been missing out on everything.
I'm very confident. I'm very happy. And I feel much better that when I go to say my prayers, they are able to be heard loud and clean and clear.
What that got to do with you getting your pussy ate? I'm telling you not to.
I just imagine that you're married to the old dude from Disney's Up.
Yeah.
Oh, like that old couple. They were so cute, weren't they? Aw. He like absolutely adored her, loved her. Wait, what was that last thing you said?
You know that old dude got a blowjob, at least one. Probably off the Cub Scout.
There's no way. I just can't. Do you know how much head I've gotten in my life? I couldn't imagine giving that up, being with the woman that I'm in love with who's not doing it. Like, the chances of me.
Why would you want to do that when, like, are like women that you're with, like, has a perfectly working vagina? It's perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong with
the women in the past had a perfectly working vagina. That don't mean that they couldn't suck a nail out of the wall. I have gotten some head that felt better than some pussy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, suck a golf ball through a garden hub.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I had this one girl, man.
Tail hitch.
I'm telling you, good Lord, make your left leg twitch. I done had minor strokes fucking with some of them women in the past. And what I'm saying to you is, there's no way I would be able to get with a woman. And she's like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm like, well, for real?
Tuna, I can tell you how the old man from Up definitely got head from his wife because he was still thinking about her ass while she was dead.
That's a fact.
Because if that bitch wasn't sucking dick, he'd be like, fuck her. That bitch sucked. She was terrible. But he was dreaming about her. He was like, man, I miss her.
Angel, my only comment, because I am a praying woman, I stay in constant prayer. My only comment to that is that Corinthians says that a husband should satisfy his wife's needs and a wife should satisfy her husband's needs. It does not say that there aren't multiple ways you can do that.
But it also says cleanliness is next to godliness.
Absolutely.
That's
Trust
not
me.
what that
I'm not sucking on a dirty dick.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I wouldn't want to, like, put my mouth on something that has just been so close to places that I wouldn't want my mouth to be for dinner. I would like my mouth to be on a fork and a spoon, and sometimes I like to lick my peanut butter off the knife, but that's not as far as I'm going.
Peanut butter on one dick and you can lick that off.
Also, I was going to ask, where did you find that in the Bible?
Cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah, which verse?
Let me go Google that really quick. 1 second, period.
Yeah.
The Serenity Prayer isn't in the Bible either, just to save you a good search.
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness is in the Bible.
No, it's not. It's a John Wesley quote from 1791. It's not the Bible. Just nowhere in the Bible it says cleanliness is next to godliness.
Something about being clean is there, and something about having like clean oral hygiene is there as well.
Yeah, but that goes with the territory. It's just basic hygiene, right? I mean, if you shower every day, then what's the problem?
Yeah, when I'm eating like food, there's no possible way like I can get like an STD in my mouth from just eating food. Like you can get a fucking STD down there, and that is so wild.
If only there was some test to kind of understand.
You're not worried about your husband having an STD.
No, nobody's worrying about that. But what I am worrying about is that there's a world around us where people actually engage in this for these pleasures per se, you know? And I just don't think that being in participation with some of those oral behaviors is a form of modesty. I don't think that it is a way to kind of proclaim femininity. And not that I'm a feminist, but I just think that there's just something special about not having these type of oral behaviors as a woman. It just makes you more polite and way more attractive.
Let me ask the fellas something real quick.
Attractive for who, though, Angel?
Fellas, have y'all ever turned down some head
because for over 10 years, and I don't shave my armpits, I don't shave my legs, and I can't tell you how many times in a week that I am told how beautiful I am and how lovely I am, and how attractive beautiful. I am, and how exciting I am, and how some of the other things I can't say, but just compliments. By the way, a lot of compliments come from this one beautiful man who has kind of accepted me, and what I'm learning is my awkwardness. I just didn't know that other women weren't like this.
Hell no, you are a beautiful, hairy motherfucker. Let me ask the men something real quick. Men, have y'all ever turned down head or asked a woman, hey, you don't have gingivitis, do it. You brush your teeth, you make sure you floss and put. I don't want you to got gingivitis, suck a dick. Have you ever said that to a woman?
Gingivitis is an inherent disease. So
she can have a mouthful of shit. I wouldn't get.
I'm English. That's an occupational hazard with the state of dental care in the UK. So yeah, I've turned down hair.
Well, I would expect
the English, yeah, they have really fucked up teeth.
I would expect all the guys to say that. There are a lot more women that have
Looks like
issues
the
with the
sun.
world than men.
Yeah, and doesn't surprise me one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
when
and,
the
like-
smile can look like a haunted graveyard looking at you.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
if some chick had like jagged, broken shark teeth and shit, then you know, I would definitely turn that down. But have I ever turned down anyone for a girl?
And then, like,
It's like we're
and
having two separate conversations here.
Vagina pinata.
the title before was talking about like beef curtains. Like, I almost regurgitated when I learned that what that was. I damn near fainted, and I had like almost.
Girl,
I'm not vegetarian, but my meat has to be. I do eat lamb sometimes, but I mostly eat salmon and fish. But like, if I do eat lamb, like, it has to be like almost charcoal burnt.
Wait, are you like 7-day Adventist or something?
No, I'm Jewish by birth. I'm Black American as well, and I don't claim any religion.
Oh, so you're like one of these weird spiritualists. Okay, never mind.
I mean, it's kind of
I'm not
ironic.
weird spiritualist. I believe in God. I believe there's only one God, and I have an absolute soul God-fearing fear of being without.
So you're
God's
like a
presence in my life.
progressive secular Jew that's a spiritualist. Okay, guys.
If anyone's keen,
I'm gonna have to
I did find the Bible section on Fellatio, Song of Solomon 2:3. As an apple tree among the apple trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the unknown. In his shadow I delight to sit, in his fruit, and his fruit was as sweet to my taste. There you go.
So wait, was that a scripture of a man having oral with another man? Wait, can you read that again? Sorry.
Okay. I'm just going to put some quotes in because this is why I'm not a pastor. I'm not good at reading scripture out in public. So, I'm just going to copy and paste it into the chat for you guys.
Okay, thank you. Because I heard.
In the
like,
meantime, Angel, I have a hypothetical for you, okay?
Okay,
So,
sure.
so this sweet man that you have found, which of course I congratulate you. That's fantastic that he can accept you for who you are. But let's, for argument's sake, say that he's uncircumcised. Would you be willing to help him achieve his circumcision by, the traditions of your forefathers? I mean, in certain subsects of Jewish culture, they practice metzitza bepe, which is, biting off the foreskin and sucking on it. would that be fine with you? Would you do that for your fantastic man?
He would absolutely.
Expensive.
He would absolutely be on his own.
Well, okay, then we know. But I think, you know what, people should be able to decide what they want to do with their lives. I don't think they should be pressured into doing anything. But I do believe, speaking from just the fact of being a man, that I think it's more about the fact that the woman wants to give the man pleasure without reciprocity. I think that is one aspect of it, that the men feel like, it doesn't necessarily have to be good. It's fantastic if it's good, but it's just the act itself that it's kind of like selfless, right?
Exactly.
And I think, yeah.
Yeah, it should be a moment of like, and I get it, like, obviously we're in this modern day and there's like all of these like sexual, over-sexualized normalities, but like there's something so beautiful about like, just being I don't, maybe pure isn't like the best term for it, but like just being in like this pureness of like knowing that you haven't been like, engaged in certain like.
No, I understand what you mean.
Things, yeah.
And I absolutely respect it. Like, if that's the way you want to have your relationship with another person, then I guess that's fine,
Yeah, and everyone else is cool too. Like, they're, it sounds pretty funny. Sounds like it's pretty dangerous, and people play a lot of Russian roulette, but that's, to each his own.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do absolutely want to emphasize that, you have to kind of, as a responsible adult, I don't think, I don't know the state of sex ed today, but like getting tested, I feel it's a given when you decide you want a long-term partner. You both should be tested and make sure everything is safe. But a lot of people don't, unfortunately, and that's why we have, chlamydia and herpes and stuff like that, right? So. Yeah.
Well, Alex, what gets me though is
If a woman tell me I can't get no head because she gotta pray, well, I'm praying for some head. So we praying for two. You see what I'm saying? We are praying for two different things at this point.
That's fine. I mean, I get you. I get you. But
I think Angel. I think her husband paralyzed. Something wrong with that dude. Something ain't right. Ain't no. I think either he blind or something. Something's
Or
wrong.
maybe he just cherishes his wife and he wants to respect
He's
her wishes.
not paralyzed. And in fact, I'm not going to show you a picture of him, but I'll show you. I don't post anything on here.
But just so we're clear, Angel, because I came in a little bit late in the conversation, you don't expect him to do that to you, right?
I will, yeah, and I said that I would I would probably like kick him in his jaw and divorce him. And
okay, so he doesn't have to do it either. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe he's scared of what's down there. You know, we don't know. Could be multiple reasons. Maybe he doesn't find it palpable. You know,
But I thought of that too. Like maybe because she don't shave, she got so much hair. He like, man, I don't want to do that shit no way. I can see that too. I can see that too. But that still that wouldn't stop me.
You guys are gonna see like an image of him or whatever, but it's a shadow, and he's giving me a kiss.
Oh, he seems very loving. You know, good for you.
Man, what the hell is that? That ain't no. That's AI. That's computer generated. I don't believe that that's real. Come on, Angel.
It's our shadows yesterday at the winery. Like, it's just our shadows.
I just think Q is a hater now.
I am a hater. Like, she was like, oh, look at our shadows. Let me take this picture. Don't move. And pull her phone out.
It was cute because look, you could tell that he's holding my chin and he's gonna kiss me, and it is a penis free kiss. It's, you know, he's kissing my lips and it's been penis free, and I'm kissing him and it's been vagina free, and it's just a beautiful photo.
Good for you. But Q, we're looking at this from the other perspective then. Do you think maybe it's because people have been so desensitized by the porn industry? Because a lot of people have gotten access to it very early.
She's Jewish and she's
absolutely. Yes, because people
she's
my
Jewish
thing.
And she's a curmudgeon. That's what it sounds.
Wait, what's a curmudgeon?
Probably something like that.
I hate when I have to Google 75 words.
Yeah, look
See,
curmudgeon.
This is my promotion: ban prostitution, ban public nudity, and all promotions of sex, ban pornography, ban sexual exploitation as a norm. And I think once we start to do these sort of things and we do them globally, we will be able to bring more light onto bringing up young people into this world who will have a better chance at healthier sexual engagements with the world.
Clarifying question, Angel. Does this include the Pride Parade? Because that features a lot of public.
Absolutely, right. So
wow.
we can throw the alphabet crew in there as well.
A crusty, ill-tempered old woman or old man.
And so I think that this is, you know, if we ban all these things, this is a great start towards, like, you know, and this is probably a far fetch.
You doing it, or are you giving?
I'm talking about like the world. I'm talking about the world. Like, imagine if we banned prostitution. Imagine if we banned like public nudity and like all promotions of like, you know, sexual exploitation. And it's like even in it's like it's minor, you know, facet. But like I think like once we kind of like close all of those like doors. I think we could start to help, you know, avenues in regards to like human trafficking and sex trafficking.
No, I
Those sort of things
Angel
aren't going to.
Angel, you're incredibly based. I have to say, like, she's growing on me more and more. Actually, I think you're a beacon of light in you know, surrounded by darkness here. So no, I think.
I get that a lot.
Stop simping.
I
She's
get that
not
a lot.
gonna give you any pussy.
No, the fact is, bro, I'm married. Where are your children? You know, so I don't have. I'm just saying that the fact is, Collapse, that she's actually.
All three of them are sleeping.
She's what? 3 in the morning? I'm in Europe, you fucking.
I said all three of mine are sleeping. It is.
Okay, good for you, Collapse. What I'm saying is, if you what would be interesting, Angel, is that a lot of the things you are espousing are going a little bit. It's almost an act of rebellion, considering if we start looking at patterns here. The people of the diaspora that are in the forefront of these industries, right? So it's kind of interesting, because at face value we could assume that you're some kind of kind of very liberal, kind of hippie kind of person, right? But super progressive. But then when you start looking at it, it's actually very very.
She voted for Trump.
And I just want to say one thing too. So, I get a lot of feedback from people. When I tell people that I have 6 children, there's a lot that kind of comes with that, right? And I have to kind of prepare myself sometimes to get ready to hear what people have to say. So, normally it's oh, you have 6 kids. Gosh, that must be hard. Or, oh my gosh, I can't believe you look like that after having 6 children. Or, gosh, how many baby daddies do you have? And it's I like the one how many baby daddies do you have, right? That one is that comes from a certain demographic of people, and I'm just wow, that's.
I wasn't gonna ask, but I thought it. I can't take it.
That's so
Wait, was it black?
So then
was
it's
it black people?
Yeah. So then the other one is oh, were all of your pregnancies normal? And then I have to reply back, and I'm yeah, I have had 6 normal vaginal pregnancies, and I've nursed all of my children, for years I've nursed my children.
That was
Even
my
when
next
I had
thought.
multiple children back to back, I was nursing one and nursing the other, so anyways, it's, and then I always get all of this shady talk and all of this horrible things said to me, and I'm just you know what, I'm just gonna stand in my truth, and I'm just gonna stand for me, because I realize that not many women can stand this way, and I'm kind of really grateful about that. And I think that God has shown his light in my life, and I think that reflects. And so I'm proud of us over here.
I'm proud of you too. Shout out to your guy, because his patience is something beyond humanity can. I don't think no man can process that. Not one that can see. Shout out to him, man. That shit crazy. 6 children,
you
no
would have
triplets.
gone and bought a pack of menthols ages ago, right?
Man. Because I know what good head feels like. You cannot. You see what I'm saying? It's yeah, man. It's man, hell no. I'll be come on, you're not gonna beg. I'm not gonna be begging to eat no pussy, man. I can't do. I'm gonna have to pack a bag, man. I have to pop the balloon on that one, though. You had me at first, Angel. You had me. The 6 kids I can take. The no bedroom play. Fuck. No.
So the question in the chat was, is breastfeeding cannibalism too? No, it's not. Breasts were actually my milk.
That's 100%
I could tell.
cannibalism.
It definitely is. Something coming out of your body going into another one. Yep, that's cannibalism.
Yeah, what's
good
the
chat,
difference
whoever wrote
between
that.
semen and breast milk? They're
What's
both
the
produced
difference?
by the body, and another person is ingesting it.
Correct.
Well, let me just say this. So when you become pregnant,
they're both just proteins from your body.
When you become pregnant and you go through your, all of your, gestations of,
Yeah, when your balls drop and you go through puberty, you start producing semen, sperm.
And you go through all of this, and the baby's fully grown and everything. All of a sudden now, your breasts are ready. Your breasts automatically turn on, and guess what happens? Those little sprinkler devices.
You ejaculate out the head of your penis.
What do you think? What do you think happens with the penis every 24 hours in our testicles?
Yeah, but
it's
the
ready.
Doesn't matter. But listen, I just want to say something. This is the difference. With a baby, right? When you take a brand new baby and you put the baby like right by the mouth or something, or right by the breast, the baby automatically starts to do like this stretching thing, right? Like
when
it's
you
a
put
natural.
the average woman next to a man's penis, they do the same damn thing.
I was just about to say that.
Like 99% of women, you put a dick in her face, they go, I don't want to, but okay.
But the thing of the matter is that after like the nursing session, right, the baby will then like, be full or whatever.
This up for jokes.
The baby will be full and everything,
So
and then what happens is that like your milk will then like repump itself or come back in. And then it fills back up, and so then boom, like the baby is ready again. So the difference is that once you fill back up, the woman is like gone. She's like off with the next penis in her mouth.
She'll keep sucking dick.
Right, but once yours is full, she'll be somewhere else doing like sucking the next guy.
No, not if you're married.
Okay.
If you're married, she'll suck your dick multiple times.
Angel, if you take a newlywed wife and you put a dick in front of her face, her nipples get hard. And she's going to get more pleasure out of that, I think, than the man will, especially if she enjoys doing it. But
wait. Wouldn't it be cannibalism? Because she said even if it doesn't include eating up the sperm, ingesting the sperm, if you're just sucking dick, just putting the dick in your mouth and sucking on it, even if he busting out all over the carpet, whatever, she still considers that cannibalism, the same way that is eating pussy. So would you then say a man sucking or licking on your titty, on your nipple, would be cannibalism?
Yeah.
So your husband doesn't suck on your titties? You's a bold-faced liar. You know you don't want to lie. Look at you. Look at you. Lying ass. Thinking about lying, but you know Hashem's going to judge you.
Hey, Angel, don't.
No. You gonna lie?
This is more of a natural and safer thing because my breasts don't actually insert any vaginas or anything like that.
Your nipple, when he sucks on it, is no different than you sucking on his penis. Or him sucking on your clit. Because they're both the same size.
There's a big difference because males they have the ability to be able to like stick their penis in a couple different places, like anal, like vagina. Like my breast can't do that, so they are far more.
You can be titty fucked. You can definitely be titty fucked.
Enough in the Pornhub rabbit hole to make this statement.
This is fucking crazy. You are a science experiment.
Alex, we're trying to show how much of a hypocrite she is.
Yeah, I understand that, guys, and it is very entertaining. So I know that, but I do have to interject some boring facts here, right? That there is a slight difference due to the fact that they are meant for specific purposes, right? So even though sperm, technically, you could eat it, it has calories and proteins, it has a specific task, right? The same with breast milk. Breast milk actually has antibodies which the baby needs to have an immune system in the beginning because they don't have one when they are born. So they get one transferred from their moms.
Yeah, that's just the colostrum. That's only the first couple
breastfeeding. Yeah, sure. But then if the mom consumes alcohol, it gets transferred to the babies. I mean, there is some level of.
I mean, if I smoke a cigarette, I'm guessing my cum will probably taste a little smoky too.
Yeah, probably. or shitty. Like asparagus is apparently a huge fucking destroyer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to nuance it, but still, go on, Kings. You're making your case here. I find it very, very compelling and entertaining.
They say that pineapple makes sperm taste better, but I believe that that's more to do with swingers trying to keep pineapple.
I was really waiting for Tuna to say it definitely doesn't, and he knows from experience.
No, I mean, I can't say that I'm a jizz connoisseur myself.
Oh, you don't partake in crème de pénis, Tuna boy?
No, I'm married, I've got kids.
Tuna always comes on here in large city straight, married with kids.
I am straight, married with kids.
Sure. The more you say it, the more true.
This is like the magic trick where it's like, look, I'm going to hypnotize you to make you forget that you were ever gay. And then someone says, no, I was never gay. And it's like, look, so it's working. Yeah.
Angel, ask your mom.
And I'm gonna say this. And one thing about breastfeeding is that I can do this out in public and it be like accepted as like a natural normalcy, like a normal loving affection thing. Like if you were to be like if you were to be out in public and a woman was like, you know, giving you head, like everybody is going to look at you in shame. Like they're gonna look at you and be like, yo, that is absolutely disgusting.
I was born in
Yeah.
England.
You're crazy as hell. There's a lot of women that will be like, go girl.
I would just like to point out that in Papua New Guinea, I don't think anybody would care, and they would all probably huddle around and just like grunt like
I'm
animals.
from England. I'm from a town where it's normal on a Saturday night for a girl to take shit in a drain.
Are you in Essex, Tuna?
No, but I've just been watching the place I used to live in, Essex, throw the police out of their town.
Wait, is it the Muslims? It's the Muslims. I know. It's the Muslims. Watch.
Actually, it was a Somali guy who he had already attacked 2 children, and he was no, he's not Muslim. So he'd already attacked 2 children.
Wait, he's
who was out
Somali?
on bail. Yeah, so Somali refugee claims that he's Christian.
Wait, then he's
So,
not
yeah.
Somali then?
No, but he's
Somali.
claiming
No,
to be
no.
Christian
I'm
to get,
making a joke because Somalis claim that if you're not a Muslim, you're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
Christian.
they don't claim you. Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. But anyway,
I mean,
what happened there?
if you're claiming political asylum, then you're probably not too worried about whether the Somalis claim you or not. If you're saying that you have to flee the country that you come from.
I know.
But what did you do, Tuna?
Oh, he got caught trying to force himself on a 14-year-old girl for the 3rd time. And there was a huge riot in the town that I used to live in. They literally threw the police out of the town.
You know,
I tell you,
this sounds
the
very.
UK is a tinderbox.
This just doesn't sound like Somalis. You know, like I can't picture like Muslims or not even if he's not a Muslim. I mean, just Somalis alone. I can't picture them being like that type of behaviors.
What?
Sorry, I was trying to get a good laugh, you know.
The laugh is actually really funny today. It's very, 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 very on point.
Yeah, it's very unlike them.
Anyways, guys, it's been real.
I get the impression that the international problem that we're seeing with local populations being pitted against immigrant populations is just a way to get people outraged so that the police can remove from society anyone that might be a leader or physically a threat to totalitarianism taking over.
So Alex, I know it's like the afternoon. It's going to be getting dark soon for you over there in Europe. So
yeah, sure.
Because it's morning for us, but I know it's going to be coming up on nighttime. So I'll go ahead and sing you a lullaby for later for when you go to sleep. And I'll get started right here. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad is burning in hell. There you go.
I have to turn the volume down. I don't want my neighbors to issue a fatwa. so, but Tuna, I get what you're saying.
Question for you.
Yeah. Oh.
Uh-oh, I got a feeling this is contentious. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No. So you guys have a fella, I think it's Tommy, is it Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. What's the status with that guy? Is he out of prison now, walking free in the UK?
Wait, F1, do you like Tommy Robinson?
Yes, I do.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So, Stephen Yaxley, Stephen Yaxley Lennon is his actual name. He is out of jail now, and they're staging a big kickoff in central London on the 13th of September. If you watch it, it's going to go really ugly.
Did Mossad break him out of prison, or what happened?
No, he's served his time. He's out. Hold on, I'm going to.
He used somebody's passport or something, right? To fly to the U.S. or somewhere, or something like that.
No, so he was on holiday with his family in Ibiza, and an arrest warrant was put out for him for publishing details of a case where he felt injustice was being done, and he went to prison for non-publication breaches.
And contempt of court, I think, as well, right? If I remember correctly, he's been in and out for a while. But I do agree with yeah, absolutely. I do agree with your analysis that they are using kind of these situations to kind of silence anyone that they don't like. But at the same time, like, in all honesty, like when different ethnic groups the disparity becomes too large, then it's bound to have, conflict as a consequence, right? It's just, we can use Lebanon as an example. Before, like in the 1960s and 70s, it was called the Paris of the East, right? And now it's like almost a failed state. And I think, unfortunately, that's just a consequence of people that don't share values. When they live too close to each other, that's what you're going to get. It's also that I feel like many countries in the West have not been very clear about assimilation, right? We talk about integration a lot in Europe, but it's not integration that we want, really. We want them to assimilate. That's really what you're looking for, that they can, blend into the crowd of the rest of the people and share those values. But that's not really what's been communicated. There's no impetus on, them to adjust to how we live. And then that's why you get the conflicts, right? So
if we're honest, there's not the welcoming integration angle. It's just that it's seen as a faux pas to say, actually, we don't want our neighbourhoods filled with people that we then have to educate as to what our way of life is. We'd rather just live our way of life. That's
true.
The reality
that's what I understand.
that nobody wants to mention.
They all flock over to the UK, and then want to live in the UK, but they want to bring all their beliefs and change the way things are done in the UK. Why don't you just stay in your own country and practice their own
Because
beliefs?
there's no money there, F1. That's why. There's no money. That's why. They get free money.
Then they must realise that they are guests in the UK. They can't come over there and change everything there,
I think it's also a consequence of the volumes, F1. Like, my mother is an immigrant, but she was educated when she came to Europe, and she actually put in effort to make sure that her kids could speak without accents, that we understood the culture, that we actively participated in the culture, right? But
I'm an immigrant as well.
The reality is the world. The reality is the world has changed. When I was a kid, there was this understanding that every man in society, if I had dropped rubbish in front of another man, and an older man was to turn around and say, "Oi, fucking put that in the bin," that was an accepted social standard in society. Now we have a social standard in society where if you've got a machete gang running around, there was a case in Manchester recently where a father's now on murder charges. His son was attacked outside his house. Young refugee boy at 15 attacked his son with a machete. Oh shit! Whereabouts in New Zealand, F1?
I live in Christchurch.
I live in Leiston.
You do?
Yeah. Howdy. Kia ora.
Kia ora. All right. That's pretty cool. I'm in Wellington at the moment, just for work.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Fucking shithole place it is. They used to say that, like, Palmerston North was the Hamilton of Wellington, but now I think that Wellington is the Hamilton of Wellington.
No, Palmy is shit, bro.
Yeah.
There's not much happening.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what happened after Jacinda. You know, they will never undo the damage that they have created to their society. Coming from SA to here, there are people in New Zealand that will never understand the way of life and the accepted risks and genuine dangers that there are living in SA. Because it's a bit of a paradise here in New Zealand. It's so far out of the way that they're naive to a lot of the realities of living in what we consider the rest of the real world. And so New Zealand has since the 70s, ever since the Labour Party really started to make moves. What we've seen in New Zealand is that they have been completely dependent on influxes of immigration in order to keep the brain drain from just absolutely decimating the population. And influxes of foreign money coming into the country either through student visas or through tourism or through people buying overpriced holiday property. Now that they've screwed all of that up through COVID, and we have, we've lost 70% of the tourist industry. Our primary industries have all but failed. And the problem is that the leftists think that the solution to the medicine not working is to up the dosage. You look at MBIE this week, they put 1.6 million into a company for a girl boss who was going to go around to schools and give them science demonstrations. And my question is, for a girl boss company that is entirely publicly funded, to end up with a tax bill of $250,000 as soon as the public funding dries up, it's like, well, why couldn't you have put that $1.6 million into the schools where they have science departments?
Yes.
The ideologues they are a tool to be able to destabilize societies. They were 100 years ago when we had the suffragettes and the communists trying to overthrow society by gnawing at the roots, whilst at the same time enjoying the benefits of living in the fairest system that we've come up with, which is everybody works. There are some laws to make sure that some of your freedoms are curtailed, but those are equally accepted as the most fair that we can make these things. And all of these special interest groups that want to try to overthrow society for their own special interest, these are the people who are really quite sick and dangerous, because they do not care for the consequences and the accountability of what they are actually pushing. When it goes horribly wrong, they're not the people who are sat there saying, well, maybe what they were prescribing actually doesn't work. They will just look to adopt more and more power. And we saw this in the UK with one of the most senior justices in the country, Lord Leveson. Lord Leveson was tasked with coming up with a solution to the backlog, and his only solution was to give more power to the courts and do away with juries. When we start having conversations like that in the West, we're looking at failed states that are drowning in debt. The capital flight that is running away from these countries is significant. The UK alone was supposed to lose, by August, they were supposed to lose 9 million millionaires. Sorry, 9,000 millionaires. They've already lost 21,000 millionaires this year. And with the capital flight, that's going to create a situation where there's no one to tax. And there's just angry mobs roaming the streets.
I mean, the rate we're losing Kiwis to Australia is quite alarming as well.
Well, every time that they report it for the last 3 years, it's always been a record-breaking number.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about the government. I mean, I came over literally 2 months before COVID broke out. So when I came over, it was all Jacinda praises. And now that Labour's in, it's only the second party that I'm witnessing, since I've been here. So, but yeah, Jacinda was, she wasn't good, and she got all the praises and stuff, but I'm not sure what she did was any good for New Zealand.
The danger of Jacinda Ardern was that she created this cult of personality, and rather than having her second term be, a wartime effort, because it's New Zealand, like what the fuck are we going to send to war? We're a country that our Air Force doesn't have any warplanes. In fact, it's even got a flightless bird as its logo. So Kiwi. So yeah, her wartime presidency was just co-opting power from using the fact that everyone else was doing these lockdowns in order to bring in some Stalinistic, control over the public. The problem is that created a power feeding frenzy amongst the Labour whites.
What you're saying is you guys are fucked when the Chinese come to take over.
I don't think if the Chinese do ever move on the West, I don't think they're coming to take over. I think they're coming to wipe us out.
Yep.
Which, there is literally only about 5 million people in New Zealand, so it won't be too difficult.
Jesus, even our own dependencies, like the Cook Islands, the Cook Islands are reassessing whether they want to be a protectorate of New Zealand or China. If that goes the wrong way, if that goes the wrong way, and China do like a Belt and Road initiative in the Cook Islands and just buy out the population there, New Zealand's over.
We fucked, yeah.
Anyway, that's New Zealand, everyone. Hey, KP. Alex, I wanted to ask you, how much do you charge as a body double impersonator for gigs where I want to say that you're Ben Shapiro? You won't have to say anything.
I don't have a big enough small hat on my head for that, but
sorry, I've got a teacup and saucer. We'll just use the saucer.
Yeah. No, but there are some similarities actually. Not only in appearance, but I actually was forced to play the violin as a kid, and of course my mom thought I was some kind of prodigy. Of course that didn't pan out very well. So yeah, absolutely. It's just simping too much for our greatest ally is not really my cup of tea. Not that I in any way endorse the other side either. To me, it's like if you are not an enjoyer of bacon, you are not my concern. That's essentially my position in this entire thing, right?
You say that when my wife actually moving to Dubai.
Yeah. So yeah. But other than that, I am a little bit. I try to stay positive. I have a positive outlook, but usually, it has to get darker before the dawn. So we'll see where we end up. But at the moment, it's not looking very well. I also have the great misfortune, you could say, to live in a part of the world which is very, very progressive, on par with New Zealand and certain parts of Europe as well. So I live in Scandinavia, right? The worst part of Scandinavia, unfortunately, used to be the best part, but now, yeah. So it has made me a little bit jaded, I think, unfortunately.
What, you're saying you don't like Muslim rape gangs?
Well, not a huge fan. Not a huge fan, Colette. But we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, they seem like a really nice group of young boys.
Yeah. we have some of them. Of course, that seems to be more of like the unique selling point of the UK.
Pakistanis, yeah.
Yeah, but we do have, giant soldiers blowing up. We have the most explosions per capita in a country currently not engaged in war. So it's like they blow up a lot of doors and they execute each other in broad daylight here. So yeah.
These kids, they blow up so young these days.
Yeah, exactly.
I really want to go and visit Europe. You're like inspiring me.
Yeah. Could be a lot worse, Can always get worse. So
these are all the things your travel agent wouldn't tell
people. Would always ask me, because I lived in Hong Kong, Singapore, and the Philippines for 3.5 years, and they're like, well, why didn't you go to Europe? And I'm like, do you want to start this conversation? Like explain why I went to fucking Asia instead of Europe. I mean, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, drugs are better in Europe, definitely.
They're cheaper in South Africa.
Yeah, but the people that you have to buy them off might take your hands off.
Yeah, sacrifice, Give a little, take a little. What's a finger for a cheap hit?
I don't know, man. Like, do you think that we did this to ourselves when empires and colonialism ended up a rush job after World War II? We started throwing independence at countries that ended up as warlord-ran dictatorships. In that power vacuum, you end up with this like power feeding frenzy from the incoming government that have always been in opposition, and the corruption just absolutely corrupts everything. I look at the ANC and just how they've turned everything to shit. Literally everything just doesn't fucking work.
Yes, 100%. They literally, if you look at South Africa 30 odd years back during apartheid, it's literally reversed roles pretty much, but only now it's actually worse. Every government entity is a failed entity. Every single your transport, your hospitals, your schools, the roads, everything has failed in the country, and yet the politicians get richer and richer.
Wait, you saying you don't like dialing the police and it takes 6 hours for them to show up?
The police.
Oh no, it takes 3 hours. You've just got to have the right bribe.
Yeah. KFC and Coke. That's the go-to.
I don't know, man.
It's depressing.
I just think that we've created a melting pot that is going to end up in a near extinction level event within our lifetime.
Pretty much, if you look at Rhodesia, Zimbabwe now, there was such a thriving country, and you look at it now, it's a failed state. South Africa's heading the same way. They've just passed a law now where the government is allowed to take your land and not compensate you for anything. If they feel your land belongs to, they want to give it to this tribe or this person, it's legal now for them to literally take your land and give it away. That is why you got South Africans fleeing over to the States. When Trump brought those South Africans over, it's because of that. Refugee status. It's not good.
To actually call out the corruption would be seen in the modern day as somehow hateful. It's not. It's just describing the reality of why these things don't work. The gag of saying, oh no, hold on, there's an ism or there's an ist that I'm going to say that you can't say that. And it's like, well, then you need to own the failure that you're creating by these Orwellian silence traps and the tone policing that means that we can't actually speak about anything that's real.
Yeah, there's a huge double standard in South Africa. There's certain groups of people are allowed to say certain things, but the other group of people aren't allowed to say it because
because of this inherited guilt that has to be continuously knocked out and knocked out.
Yes. Yeah. And if you like, they had a guy that went out into the streets and they're asking questions. Stuff. If you look at 90% of the people in the country, they all want to just live together in peace. You know, the politicians make it out to be, it's this government versus this government group. They hate each other, or they're saying white people hate the black people hate the white people. But I've got so many different racial friends in South Africa, and everybody gets along so well. And then you get these guys that go out and do these polls and stuff, and everyone says the same thing. They all want to live in peace and harmony. But you've got politicians. I mean, there's the third biggest political group in South Africa called the EFF, and they literally on national TV they sing songs like "Kill the farmers, kill the poor." We're going to cut the throats of whiteness. You know, all this stuff on TV. They actually played it in Donald Trump in the White House. Donald Trump played the videos for the South African president. If you look it up on YouTube, it's where South African president went to go see Donald Trump in the White House about the terrorists, and Donald Trump ambushed him and played the videos for him. And he sat there with a mouth full of teeth, didn't know what to say.
See, it's not those extremists that you need to worry about. In SA, the real canary in the coal mine will be when the incumbent government starts having a go at the Indians. That tends to be the litmus paper for, if you have a look at Amin when he kicked the Indians out of the country, that's the real tipping point.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so one of the groups, racial groups that are standing with the opposition are the Indians, because they're getting discriminated as well. But there's a huge...
They got brought in under discrimination. These guys had like a period of history of slavery, which we called indentured servitude, but it's basically slavery. And they never, they never got their recognition for the atrocities that were committed against the Indians. They just got on with life.
Tuna, I got a question for you. Do you think it's a net positive or a net negative for the country of Germany or Deutschland to be bringing in as many Muslim migrants as they did? Do you think it's helped their society or been detrimental? The reason I'm asking, there's a German lady, Elke, or she's down in the audience, and she was up here yesterday telling us about how nice the Muslims are and stuff, and how the bad ones are the bad ones, and we should fight against them. But there's a lot of good Muslims, and that was her argument.
I mean, if you go to somewhere in the south of Germany, life is pretty comfortable that close to Switzerland.
Is there a lot of
towns like so Ravensburg, you have mosque in Ravensburg. You have what we would call integration, but the way of life is very different to like central Berlin. Who, if we have a look through, every living person in Berlin will have some memory of the hardships that the Second World War created in its wake. Even down to things like Google Maps. Google Maps was actually invented in Berlin in an art collective, stolen by Google, but that's how big tech works.
So you think Muslims are a net positive for the German culture, the people, and their future?
I'd say it depends where you go. Immigration is a positive if you're going to add people to an already functioning society. If you're stalling society by adding more people in, that don't have anything to contribute to an already existing system, or like we saw with a lot of the people that turned up in New York, people that are prepared to come and actually build something anew. Then my question is,
it turned out well for London?
I mean, when are we saying that immigration started? Because the Romans did okay.
Oh no, I'm saying like the Muslim migration.
If you go into an area like Tower Hamlets, no, I'm answering. If you go into an area like Tower Hamlets, you have real problems. Kids that are growing up there with a chip on their shoulder because they don't feel like they really identify as the place that their parents came from, and they don't feel like they're accepted in the city that they find themselves in, and so they form not ghettos but cliques. That creates displaced and disaffected youth who, that creates some serious social problems. Especially when you start throwing fundamentalism into the mix, and a fundamentalism that hijacks that sense of displacement.
It was funny. We had this guy named Roy Field up here yesterday. He was talking about how in the past, he claimed that in the past 10 years in the UK, they've only had about 10 honor killings by Muslims. So I just simple Google searched it, and it shows between 120 and 150 per year.
That we know of.
Yeah,
because they've gone through the court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Muslims are amazing people.
I
think we should bring them all in.
The reality is that we've totally lost control of any semblance of society. There's no money in any of these systems to put the sort of radical policy in place that is required to restore balance and order.
Wait, I forgot to ask. You're moving to Dubai, right? Are you guys going to convert or no?
Well, I'm Quaker. My wife's Hindu. I don't think that we're about to give up bacon. So we're there for one reason and one reason alone, and that's 0% income tax.
Have you seen the numbers of the people that are fleeing out of Dubai because they realize, oh shit, we can't drink and like live normal lives?
Europe's not that far away, to be fair. I'm more interested in raising our kids right, away from the ideologues, than I am about going out and getting on the piss.
Would you be okay if your kids came home and said they wanted to convert to Islam?
They're a ways away from that, but sure, hypothetically, we'll talk about it. Thing is with kids, if you give them something to kick against, that's going to validate their reason to kick against it. F1, are you a dad?
Yes, 2 kids.
Bless you. Our next door neighbours, they're from SA, got 2 wonderful kids, and I've got to say that they're thriving. Dad is a fantastically hard worker, and never had better neighbours. Genuinely nice human beings, like would happily. In fact, when our newborn first came to the world, they were some of the first people, aside from family, who came around and wet the baby's head.
Okay. Yeah, generally, like, I know a few people here, and just speaking on my own experience, like, I know how hard it is in SA to find a decent job, let alone try and survive. But so when you have someone in SA work, like my employer I worked there for over 15 years for the same place. So you tend not to jump around. And then when we come over here, we used to that kind of mentality to work hard, don't jump around, don't mess around, do your work and go home. And I feel that's what a lot of them bring. There are some bad apples, but most of us really tend to, and I think that's why, because it's so difficult, keeping a job or finding a job. My experience, so that's why I think most of us, like, when we have a job, we don't muck around.
Do you tend to find that there's a little bit of xenophobia in New Zealand, though, where
towards South Africans, or
no, just generally towards people from overseas? I tend to feel it when you see like businesses that want to announce that they're Kiwi owned and operated in a country where you can't buy property if you're not a resident or not a citizen.
Yeah, so that's an issue we had. We actually only this year we got our permanent residence approved.
Oh, congrats!
Yeah, thanks. So we now just doing the time to get our citizenship, but that was a huge issue for us. Like we couldn't even look at looking at property or anything until we had residency. Let alone KiwiSaver. We couldn't even get KiwiSaver until we had residency. So it's not easy. Look, immigrating is so hard, especially when you leave half your family behind. But we did it for our kids' future, and it was the best decision we ever did. They're doing so well.
What do you make of the schools out here with all of the like different indigenous healths and Matariki and all the sort of bundled in stuff that's not what we would normally call education?
Yeah, it's. I mean, the schooling here compared to South Africa is quite vastly different. When we first came over to Gisborne, that's where I got my first visa when we immigrated, was Gisborne, and then took another job in Auckland, and then to Christchurch, Timaru, and then back to Christchurch. And we went to visit the school my daughter was going to go to, and it was so different. Like they would go and do a lot of play time and outdoor activities more than they would be in the classroom. And we were like, myself and the wife were just this is how they do it here, and we have to accept it. But now that like our kids are doing so well in school, top of their class almost, and teachers love them. Very popular in school, good in sports, and so yeah, couldn't be prouder.
Good on you, man. Really good on you. I'm glad that we met.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I might drop you a DM, some contact details when I was to hook up maybe sometime in Christchurch. Grab a coffee or something.
That'd be cool. Yeah. There's not a lot going on in Leaston.
No.
I'd say that wait for this storm to blow over first. That's gonna kick us in the pants. A mate up in Auckland saying that it really is quite a big one coming through.
Yeah, I believe there's a nasty storm coming through. Because I'm in Wellington for 2 weeks, and from tomorrow there's like 100% rain, so it's not going to be fun.
Well, to be fair, that means that Newtown's going to get a wash.
Yeah. I'll just drop you a DM real quick.
If you're stuck for something to do and you end up at Calendar Girls, let me know.
Got contacts?
Yeah, I've got some contacts there. My former boss, like I've resigned now. I tried to resign from this company for like 3 years in a row. Originally, we came over because on Stack Overflow, I was sat there screaming at someone that was clearly quite undeveloped as a dev, and they were asking questions about like how to password protect Excel files, and they were sharing stuff that had people's medical details on it, and I figured it out pretty quickly. And I worked out that the people that were handling the call center work for COVID, they were sharing the entire country's medical information on unpassword protected Excel spreadsheets. Like, this came out because the company, and I won't say who the company's name, but it rhymes with Home Care Medical or something like that. So when I came over and built them a simple, isolated database to be able to run their call flow, I turned up at the heads of department meeting and just put a hard drive on the table that had the entire country's medical history on it. And I said, look, basically, 1, I shouldn't be able to assemble that. 2, I shouldn't be able to assemble that without setting off a lot of fucking alarms before I get anywhere near doing it. And 3, I shouldn't be able to do that and walk in here and have to explain what I've done to you, because if I hadn't have brought this up, you would have been none the wiser.
Yeah. You should be in handcuffs, in a prison cells, locked away somewhere.
But it wasn't hard because nothing was locked down. So they then took those suggestions, and 2 years later, they hire us again because the budget that they were running to FATA order off of was on a single Excel spreadsheet. The entire country, like $23 billion of spend. And this is being administrated on a single Excel spreadsheet, and they fucking password protected it and forgot the password. Now, they tried to hire us to brute force the password. It had to be explained to them that would require more compute resource than New Zealand has in country, and to get that compute resource piped in from Australia would mean that enterprise would see a noticeable reduction in service, bringing that resource across from Australia. Yeah. They're like, what does that mean? It's like, well, we could run every computer in New Zealand brute forcing this thing, and it would take you the best part of 1,000 years to complete that work. Or we could go through the keyloggers, which you're not supposed to have on your admin accounts, that are logging everything, and we can work out from the 9 people that could have set the password, who set the password and what they set it to, and we got it done in 7 days. But they had to have Deloitte and Touche Deloitte. They had to have Deloitte turn around and, and disassemble the fuck up. And the same people that were responsible for that fuck up are still in their jobs. Like, it doesn't surprise me. And that I think that should be alright. Is probably sounds okay, but in an age where we're literally able to create vast armies of intelligence, and China's really moving in on the AI space now. I don't know. I just feel like we're at a point where we can no longer wing it. We have to take national security seriously when it comes to things like our intellectual operation security. We have to take that shit seriously. Enough's enough. Anyway, that's my soapbox. I'll get off it now. You probably don't want to go for that coffee after hearing me go off on a little political rant.
So the people who forgot
tribes?
Americans always think that Maori people are, like on a reservation somewhere.
Oh no, I know they're like intermixed with the community and like the general population, but they seem like very intelligent people.
Yeah, no, not. I wouldn't say majoritively. I would say that the people who are the worst offenders of just utter incompetence are usually the people that have got their job as a result of some sort of hiring practice which seems like it's being nice to people that haven't had a chance before. Which
So
in New Zealand
they work bodies.
So in New Zealand, we tend to consider women to be like a minority group, and there's quite a few people who are incompetent at their jobs. That's what I'll say.
I got you.
Anything to do with MBIE or Ministry of Social Development, just if you're expecting something to get done on budget, on time, forget it. What you're more likely to find is that they were going to do everything that they were contracted to do, but instead what they ended up doing was they went on a workshop for something that was completely irrelevant, but it pandered to a sort of Jacinda Ardern style. But they're a small group. We have to recognise this group, and so free lunches all round.
Y'all moved to Dubai.
One reason only. We moved all of our companies into a owner-operated.
Oh no, I said when. When do you feel like y'all leave it soon or no?
Oh yeah, no, we'll be moved in before Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Our kids are still too young to be at school, so we've got some time to.
Oh, okay, so they're tiny.
Yeah, it's a really cute picture. Okay.
What's that? What up, Lasanda? What do you want to talk about?
PTR.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I got a 7, a 5, and a 3-year-old. They're pretty amazing.
Oh, God bless.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Are you a girl dad or a boy dad?
I mean, I'd say the person I'm closest with is my daughter. She's also the oldest, though.
So, all of the trouble gears are just about to hit you, brother. You're going to be sat there thinking, how can I hit a boyfriend with a spade and make it look like an accident?
Oh no, I have guns and we live in Texas, so he gets away with if he starts any kind of fuck shit, then I'll just shoot him and call the police, and the police will show up and shake my hand and take his deceased body away and say I can't blame him.
Oh, you know what? Screw goodbye, we're coming to Texas.
Dude, Texas is the fucking best. Oh my god.
I moved here in 2017. I love it. So there's no limits.
So were you in California before?
No, Florida.
Oh wow.
I mean, Florida's a very.
I knew that there was a big.
Yeah, Florida's a very conservative state as well, for the most part. But I mean, nothing compared to fucking Texas. I mean, there's the limitation on blades. So if you want to walk around with a katana, or you want to walk around with a fucking broadsword or a longsword, you can just walk around and the police can't say anything to you. I mean, obviously if you're trying to stab somebody or something, but if you're just walking around with it hung on your back or something, or or a freaking machete or something, you can just walk around. Same thing when it comes to firearms. For handguns and rifles, like AR-15s and AKs, you can conceal and or open carry constitutionally, meaning that you don't have to have any type of permit, which they just changed a couple years ago because the Biden administration was threatening to restrict federal background checks, and you have to go through a federal background check just to get a carry and concealed weapon permit, even though it's for the state of Texas. So Greg Abbott, the governor, was like, well, fuck that. We'll just make it constitutional carry as long as you're not mentally adjudicated, as long as you're not a felon, as long as you're over 21 for handguns and 18 for long rifles. You can just buy one and fucking carry it anywhere you want. So, I mean, there's certain restrictions, like federal courthouses or, within a courtroom or something like that. But certain places like that, you can't go in with a firearm. But, I mean, if you want to walk into the fucking, grocery store or something like that with a pistol on your side, I mean, they can trespass you for the property and say, hey, we don't want you to do that. But I go to grocery stores all the time, and people just walk around open carrying, and 90% of the time the grocery stores don't say shit.
So I feel like Biden would have brought stuff like that in thinking, fuck it, we're not going to win Texas anyway.
Oh yeah, he was a fucking piece of shit. I mean, he was talking about, like I said, they want to get rid of long rifles. People are like, what do you need fucking long rifles for? And I'm like, 97% of all fucking gun deaths in the United States are due to handguns. So if you really want to eliminate the fucking issue, then eliminate handguns. But they know nobody's going to fucking go for that because, Grandma doesn't want to give up her fucking Smith & Wesson 38 that she has next to her bed, her fucking, dresser, in case some fucking hoodlum fucking asshole piece of shit breaks in her house at 3 o'clock in the morning. She can shoot him. So they know they won't go for that. So they're like, well, but the only reason they want to get rid of long rifles then is like, okay, why do you want to get rid of long rifles? Because they're scary? No, we know that's bullshit. It's because you don't want an armed society. I mean, if you're going to go to fucking battle, you're not going to go in with a fucking Glock 17 or a Glock 19 to fight the military. You're going to be with a fucking Kalashnikov or an AR-15. And so many Americans have fucking long rifles that, it would be hard for the government to do anything kind of fuckery shit. I mean, I know you guys, like, in New Zealand and Australia, even Japan and all these places, like, they were running fucking rampant in fucking Australia during COVID lockdowns. I mean, it was like, you could leave, like, if you were permitted, you could go, like, 5 kilometers or some stupid shit like that from your house. And, they tried, like, talking about shit like that here in the U.S., and people are like, we'll shoot you guys. Like, we'll shoot the fucking police. And the police are like, yeah, we're not going to do that. And so, I mean, we were still going to nightclubs and bars and restaurants and going to the gym and doing anything and everything we wanted all throughout fucking COVID in Texas. I mean, because people aren't going to put up with that shit.
When it comes to not wanting Americans to have long rifles, I'm British. I remember we tried that too.
Yeah.
Didn't work out so well for us.
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of fucking farmers with fucking long rifles ran through the fucking forest, and, the fucking Brits were all lined up in formation, walking along, and we're just sitting in the fucking woods just fucking picking them off like fucking deer. The British are like, what's going on? The trees are shooting rocks at us. They hate the cans.
So in South Africa, they actually made most of the people turn in their firearms, blew them up, and of course a lot of them got into the hands of criminals, after being given to the police.
Well, Jacinda, after the Christchurch shooter, sent the manifesto to Jacinda's office with an email saying, "I'm going on a murder spree now." Jacinda brought in gun control here in New Zealand, and that has been such a fantastically well managed and organised. At one point, the police in Auckland accidentally leaked the entire database of all of the home gun owners, which then led to a spate of burglaries. And
that's why there'll never be a registry in the United States. That's exactly why.
Toda, if you want to hear something hysterical about Texas, so the Biden had been floating the ideal of taking away long rifles from American citizens, and Governor Greg Abbott came out and said, "Listen, the first fucking police department that gets fucking state funding, the first one that goes and arrests the person for possession of a long rifle," he said, "I will cut all the funding from the fucking state that I can to your department, and it will stay that way until you release the person." So pretty much every police department in the entire state was like, they all like shook hands and looked at each other and head nodded. They're like, "Yep, we're not touching anybody." It doesn't matter. Yeah. Biden came out tomorrow and said, "Hey, we're taking all the long rifles away. Y'all need to start enacting this." Even the fucking constitutional amendment, whatever. Abbott was like, "No." He's like, "I don't give a fuck what they say. We're not taking their fucking guns away, and I will punish the fuck out of you." And I love it.
My favorite, and I know that you don't live in Florida anymore, but when it comes to law enforcement, my favorite criminal story from Florida has to be the lady that was
what's the police department about the dope?
Oh no! God, there's so many to choose from. No, my favorite one has to be the lady that was charged with assault with a deadly weapon in a drive-through because she threw an alligator at the lady at the drive-through.
That sounds like Florida.
The deadly weapon was the alligator.
Yeah,
that tracks.
It's between that one. It's between that one and the dude that was out drinking and all his buddies got arrested. So he broke into the police station jail because he missed his buddies. He was charged with trespassing.
L, you live in Texas, right?
No, I'm in Nebraska. My daughter lives in Dallas.
I knew you were somewhere. Okay, yeah, it's your daughter.
Yeah, my daughter lives in Dallas.
Yeah. I was trying to explain to the foreigners how amazing Texas is.
Well, we also don't need we could open carry, we can concealed carry, no permit. My first gun purchase many years ago, you just get a background check, simple background check. That's it.
Yeah, see, Kentucky has constitutional open carry, but they don't have constitutional conceal. So if you want to conceal, you have to go get a license. Or, there's reciprocity. There's, from like if you have a Florida ID, current like a CCW, current concealed weapons permit,
right?
Then you can conceal carry in Kentucky and places.
Yeah, and in Texas, you just should assume that most people are carrying. They just have a daily carry and that they have on them. So, you just should assume that.
Yeah, there's that old like saying. I don't know if it's a saying. That's like a little parable story, but it says that there's a little old lady and she's driving down the road in her 1970s big giant boat car. She gets pulled over by the cops, and the police officer stops her, and he says, "Ma'am, do you have anything in the car that I need to be worried about, or any firearms or anything?" And she's like, I got a .45 in the glove box. a 357 in my purse. I got a 12 gauge underneath the seat, and I got a hunting rifle in the trunk. And then the police officer asked her, he's like, "Ma'am, what are you so?" And she's like 85 years old. He's like, "What are you so scared of?" And she said, "Not a damn thing."
Exactly. You know, that when you, well, there is a sense of, and especially if you know how to use them, right? You don't worry as much, and especially being a woman, I travel for work. I also hunt and fish. So if I'm alone, I've got my dog, I'm carrying, I do feel a sense of a little bit more security.
Oh, yeah.
It's true.
I'm a millennial. I'm 40 years old, and I am addicted to my phone. I use my phone for so much shit, and my wife gets on me because she says I'm addicted to it. But I will leave my house and be like, "Fuck, I forgot my cell phone," and I'm like, "Damn it!" And I'm like, "Oh, but I got my pistol." But if I don't have my pistol, if I have my cell phone and I don't have my pistol, I'm turning the fuck around. I don't care if I'm 5 miles down the road or 10 kilometers, whatever. I am turning around to go get my fucking pistol because I'm not going to be caught slipping. I'm not going to go into the grocery store and then some fucking dickhead decides to go fucking postal because he got fired last week and going with a machete or something, you know, and just fucking start killing people.
Speaking of machetes,
I only used machete because I didn't want to justify, you know, the other people saying, "Oh, if there wasn't any guns, he couldn't have came in with a gun."
Well, I gotta tell you, lately on my local news, it is not shootings I'm hearing about. It's fucking cuttings.
Yep.
Every night. What is going on? I'm of a certain age. I'm just gonna be honest. We didn't have cuttings.
Well, hey, did you see that
Michigan?
news story? Yeah, I think it was Michigan.
Wild. Yeah.
And the guy went into like Walmart and he fucking started stabbing like 5 people or something.
The
and
northern
then he gets
Michigan.
outside. Yeah, and he gets outside, and they said in the news report that 2 citizens helped apprehend the criminal.
Yeah, one
before
was
the
armed.
police arrived. Yeah, and they forgot to mention that it was a black dude with a fucking pistol pointing at his fucking face saying, "Get on the fucking ground."
Exactly. And the other one's a Marine.
Yeah. But they forgot, they just, you know, fucking selectively forgot to mention that the one guy had a fucking carrying concealed weapon and fucking pulled his pistol and was threatening. Like, you know, you should have mentioned that. Like, oh yeah, armed man with a firearm stops, you know, assailant. You know,
It was sort of an important addition.
Don't want
to the
to.
story,
Yeah, go ahead, Tina.
When I hear people say stuff like, "Oh, well, if you didn't have any guns, then there wouldn't be any shootings," I'm just tempted to say, yeah, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle, but she's fucking not.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But you got to be careful because some libtard will come up on the stage and be like, "But if you went into the grocery store and the bad guy didn't have a gun, then you wouldn't need a gun either." It's like, well, what if he comes in with a fucking machete, like they're doing in Europe, and they're doing it.
This guy that the guy in question that we're talking about didn't have a gun. He cut 11 people.
Yeah.
11
One
people.
died.
And one died. He didn't have a gun.
Yep.
And you know what? My question is, watching the video, if the man would have shot him, would he have gone to jail immediately?
Depends on the state.
Shooting him.
In Texas, fuck no.
Oh no.
They would have showed up.
Not here either.
They would have shook his fucking hand, slapped that black guy on the back, and said, "Thank you, sir. You want a job at the police department? We'll get you a job as sheriff's deputy."
Well, it's too bad he didn't finish him off.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because now he's just taxpayers' money and a waste of fucking money.
Yeah, see, I'm of the mind that, and I've always been raised this way, and I had some fucking dumb bitch that I was talking to last week. On 4th of July, there was a guy that went up to, it was a black dude in the hood, and he went up into the hood, and they were doing fireworks, and he seen some other black guy that he had a beef with, and he started shooting at him, and he shot fucking 3 people. And then he started to, like, try to take off, so the police were chasing him. And the one cop showed up and, like, got in a gunfight with him. But he didn't, like, kill the guy. He only hit him, like, once or twice. And the guy was still shooting at him. And the guy was, like, reloading, shooting at the cops. Well, like, 5 squad cars pulled in. And they just fucking They heard one gunshot and they all magged up. And they're like, "Oh, did you see the video?" This lady was like, "Oh, did you see the video? And why didn't they shoot him in the leg?" And I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like,
wow.
And she's like, "Why didn't they shoot him in the leg?" And they didn't have to shoot him that many times. And I'm like, this all happened within the span of like 5 seconds. It was like one gunshot. One gunshot happened. The first officer started magged up, and the second officer heard gunshots, so he assumes that it's the bad guy, or there's a reason the first officer's shooting, and then he starts magged up. Next thing you know, you got 5 officers all magged up and simultaneously, and then the sixth one usually yells out, "Cease fire! Cease fire! Cease fire! Stop firing!" You know, they have to like stop everybody because they're all fucking amped up, and it's just bullshit. I told the lady, I said, "Listen," I said, any time that I have to pull my firearm, I am not pulling the firearm to present it. I'm not doing like that guy did in fucking northern Michigan, like pull the pistol out, the guy's been stabbing people and shit. You don't pull the pistol out and be like, "Get on the fucking ground." No, you pull the fucking shit out and you shoot that motherfucker. You shoot to kill, because like she's talking about shoot him in the leg. I'm like, no, you go center mass. You go from the groin area to the fucking neck, which is, you know, the abdomen area. And you hit the abdomen, you're trying to hit vital organs, and you keep shooting until the fucking threat is neutralized. You don't fucking try to shoot him one time and be like, "Oh, he's down." Well, there's been so many instances where police officers or people have shot people, and they're like, "Oh, he's down, he's laying on the ground, he's obviously dead." And then the guy gets up and fucking starts shooting or fucking stabbing him. It's like,
these dudes have never watched action films where the bad guy comes back for like one last shot.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been situations like that where the guy's been laying on the ground and he rolls over and he starts shooting the cops.
And he's not aiming for their legs.
No, he's trying to fucking kill him. But yeah.
Hold on, what day is George Floyd's celebration day?
I don't know, and he can go fuck himself. I hope he's burning in hell. That motherfucker was crying for his mom before they even fucking touched him. He was sitting in the car, he's like, "Mama, I'm dying." They're like, he was crying for his mama. And I'm like, yeah, he's crying for his mama when he knew he's about to go to fucking prison, passing fucking counterfeit money and fucking high as shit and driving.
So did he die from drug overdose or?
Oh no, they said that he had marijuana, methamphetamine, fentanyl, and a bunch of other fucking shit that he had in his system all the time, same time. And then he had an enlarged heart because he's like 6'7", and he had hypertension and all this kind of shit. And then on top of that, they placed their fucking knee on his back, and it caused him to fucking, you know, compress his chest and have a heart attack. And they're like, "Oh, they asphyxiated and choked him to death." It's like, no, he had his knee on his fucking shoulder blades. Like, he was trying to pin a 6'7" fucking giant down. Sorry.
Is it too soon to start marketing a George Floyd inhaler?
Yeah, I mean, there was a similar situation that happened with this morbidly obese guy that was fighting the police, and the police were wrestling him on the ground, and he just fucking had a heart attack and died. It's like, dude, if you got fucking heart problems, don't fight the fucking cops. You know, if you're 20 years old, you got a fucking perfect physical shit, and if you want to wrestle around with the cops, that's fine, but if you know you're amped up on fucking 17 different drugs and you got heart problems, you probably shouldn't be fighting the cop.
So, do you think the media incentivizes people to fight cops even though they have guns? What do you think that is?
Does the media incentivize it?
Yeah, like, it sounds stupid to me to fight cops when they have guns. You don't have a gun.
Well, I mean, even if they don't have
I would think that person deserves to die, but I'm going to be honest. If you
yeah,
fight
but
somebody
I'm
with
just
a
saying,
gun,
like, even if they don't have a gun, yeah. I mean, you're taking the chance.
Yeah, a lot of people say the same thing about those Palestinian babies in Palestine. They deserve that death. Why aren't they moving out of that shit?
That's a hot take. I haven't heard of.
You know, Masanda, I would agree with that, Masanda.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, shit, I mean, you agree with the George Floyd thing. I agree with you on that. Any person that puts himself in a position where he knows the other side is more might than him, he deserves to die. White is right.
Agreed.
I got arrested by an officer who I have a history with. Jumped up charge, found not guilty. But this particular officer has somewhat of a vendetta because we've caught her out in court making false statements. She was a little bit surprised to see that the first statement that she made saying that I'd said something that I hadn't was actually said on a recorded phone call. She changed her story on the stand, saying, "Oh no, I remember it differently now that you've proved me wrong." To then have my defense lawyer grab the bridge of his nose and say, "Are you sure of what you're saying this time?" "Yeah, no, I definitely remember it. I just misspoke in my sworn statement." We're like, okay, because the conversation that you're saying, yeah, this person made these statements in, that was recorded too, and that was played to them afterwards, so they've got somewhat of a bee in their bonnet about me. So I did a bit of research and I found that her brother actually died in a boating accident when he was too drunk and he crashed into the side of a former Navy frigate. And all I said during the arrest, while they were deliberately trying to use the handcuffs in order to exert pain on my wrist, I said, "Jesus, you're a worse cop than your brother was a boat captain." And I had the shit kicked out of me in the cells, like properly turned upside down, rolled into a pretzel. And yeah, fucking, alright, I got some bruises, but totally fucking worth it. I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Actually, Masanda, I would say like my biggest criticism of Israel, honestly, is the disappointment and the anger and frustration in the state of Israel in not buying bombers from the United States. Because if they did have bombers, then they could carpet bomb Gaza, and this would be over a lot quicker. But that's probably my biggest criticism of Israel.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, well, I mean, once country donated to them, I think if that worked, we would have done it.
No, it's the idea that they don't want bombers because they don't want to carpet bomb. And like, I wish they had bombers, because if they had bombers, because then they could carpet bomb Gaza, and it would just be so much easier. We wouldn't have to have IDF soldiers dying. We wouldn't have to like have this conflict continue and all this shit. Like they could just carpet bomb Gaza and get it over quick, like rip the Band-Aid off, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Then we can build the water park in Gaza.
I think they got banned from using cluster bombers. Also, I had something like that was not.
Yeah, I disagree.
It shouldn't take this long to like take down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it shouldn't take this long to take down a couple of people who are underground. Like tunnel. Can't you just like put like what's that thing? Gas chlorine. What's the chlorine gas? The thing hit like use chlorine gas, throw it down that tunnel and kill everything inside. That's
Zyklon beam, yeah.
Is there any chance that we could go to the UN for a binding resolution to change the Palestinian flag to one that uses neon colours, like with the vests that we see on construction sites? Well, that way you'd be able to see Hamas holes from further away. Others.
I don't know. I think Israel and the US is being disrupted. I mean, they're very harsh when they go towards the Iranian. I don't know. There's a lot of hesitation. I know people cry or whatever, but like the US and the Iraqi, I mean, the fact that they still have some buildings still standing, it's shocking. I might say, with all the bombs America has, it's crazy.
Realistically, America has the military might to turn around and say, right, you guys are going to solve this in the next 5 days, or we're going to bomb the Kaaba, and go and bomb the Kaaba, flatten it, and just turn around and say, right, who wants to argue? They'd get away with that.
But you're going to hit your butt.
No. That was just a statement. There was no punchline in that one.
Go be at that one.
And I think that with increasing partisanship and political and social unrest in the world, we're going to start seeing politicians pull out options like that. Not in the very far future.
I think maybe it's economics. Maybe that's getting out of bubble and whatnot. So I think the NATO and whatever need to really find a way to either not depend heavily on Saudi oil or quickly build that the Norway pipeline or whatever they're trying to build. Just hire the Chinese maybe to help fast that up the process. I think I can see that as a better thing. Because even if you look at the US, which produces the most amount, even if you look at the US that produces a lot of crude oil, even more than Saudi, they still have to export it to China to refine it. That just takes you back up already, you know what I mean? So I can see how America, or at least the West itself, is entangled in globalization, how there are consequences on their side if they really go full on. I could see that, to be honest. Because I don't know, man. I mean, as much as you guys talk about Americans and how proud of your nation, you guys do not know what it feels like to live in a country where hyperinflation just whips you out of nowhere. You know, like you said, these people have guns. They would just wake up in the morning and say, fuck it, we're shooting everything in sight.
F1, you're up. Yeah. That's under F1's from SA. So,
yeah, so it's
I saw it started.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a joke, to say the least.
Yeah, Masada loves the United States so much.
No, it's not that. I love mine. I really don't get that or whatever. I'm like,
Masada, where do you live now? From us?
Pretoria.
Pretoria? Fuck, I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, it's a shithole.
Haven't they got the Blue Mountains in Pretoria? I mean, that looks nice.
Just don't stop at any traffic lights. You know, just daytime, nighttime, just drive through them, whether it's red or green.
That's Johannesburg. Yeah, you're right, but that's Pretoria is big. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
In fact, Zimbabwe, I saw that guy from Alpha Forum saying he feels safer the moment he passes Great Bridge and enters Zimbabwe compared to South Africa. And that's a sad truth most people don't want.
That's, Masanda, that's true, because I've been to Zimbabwe, I've been there before, on holiday going, doing some target fishing, and I tell you what, the locals are so warm and welcoming. You know, I went right into the township, bro, with them, shopping, walk around the shops and stuff. You feel like the one came to me and said, you don't need to worry about a single thing. No one here will touch you. You can go anywhere you want, do anything you want. No one will touch you. But in South Africa, it's a different story, bro.
In South Africa, if you kill somebody and shoot to kill, like our American brothers here, you can go to jail.
Well, this is what I was.
Another thing people don't know.
That's one of the things I wanted to say when they were, we're talking about, like in Texas. In South Africa, the people are too scared to use their firearms because even though you can prove your life's in danger, you still have a 90% chance of going to jail.
Oh yeah, we have states like that in the U.S. that so we have what they call castle doctrine or stand your ground. So castle doctrine means I can protect my house with any type of force. Stand your ground means that I don't have to retreat to another room. If you're in California, there's no stand your ground. So if you're sitting on your couch and some fucking meth head comes in with a butcher knife and kicks in your front door, you're sitting on the couch with your girl, and even if you got your pistol sitting there on the fucking table, you have to physically get up and try to retreat to the bedroom. And then if the person pursues you and kicks down the bedroom door, then you're justified in killing them. Texas, I can fucking pick up my pistol and shoot him right in the door. I can even go farther than that. So in the state of Texas, I can also protect my own property, and that extends even to vehicles. So if I'm sitting there at 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear my car alarm go off in the driveway, I can run out with an AR-15 and just fucking light this motherfucker up, and it's 100% legal. Even while he's running away. As long as he's on my fucking property, I'll shoot him right in the fucking back.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I love Texas.
Like we just can't, like, we can't even think that way, because you're just too shit scared, to go to jail. Like, you don't want to sit in jail in South Africa.
Well, I'll give you an example. The Charlie Hebdo attacks in France. So immediately afterwards, Garland, Texas, did a Draw Muhammad competition, and then they all just fucking armed up with fucking rifles. And if you have a Class 3 firearms license for NFA's, National Firearms Act, if you have the tax stamps and stuff like that for full auto weapons, you can sit out with a fucking M249, like a military style rifle that you push the 2 fucking buttons and it fucking shoots off fucking bullets the size of your fucking palm of your hand. And you load that bitch in the back of your fucking car like you're in fucking running across the central sub-Saharan Africa in a fucking Toyota Hilux with a big mounted fucking gun. You can legally have that, possess it, and you can also use it as self-defense against a person. So like if you pay the $200 for that rifle, now the rifles are expensive. So if you want to buy like a full auto AK or something, or select fire AK, you pay the $200 tax stamp. The rifle's probably going to cost you a couple grand, $3,000 to $5,000, $10,000 even, depending on the rifle you buy. In comparison with a $600 rifle, you can just buy from the fucking gun store without a tax stamp, but it's semi-automatic. But you can use that in self-defense. So they set up the Draw Muhammad competition, and 3 Muslim guys started at one side of the thing and got out and started shooting, and everybody just fucking magged up on them. And I don't even think anybody was fucking harmed. They just killed the 3 guys immediately. And they were like, yeah, we were set up waiting for you fucking idiots. This is why we did this, in anticipation that you dumbasses would show up. And nobody was...
But let's be honest, it's mostly the women who are like kind of interrupting and talking about another way and whatnot. It's not men. Because men, I think we live in the real world. We understand our enemy will do whatever it takes to take us down. I think it's the women when I know people are attacking this, but when women are given too many rights, they're allowed to talk and stuff. You have a system like that, where you have an entire country or city or whatever.
Listen, we got one country with the biggest GDP in the world. The rest of y'all just ought to take notes, okay? I don't know what to tell you. Maybe have a reformation. Get with the program, but nobody can figure out why they're living in third world shitholes, and you talk.
I think the white males will be the only people who have a voice in America.
One thing
I make more money than you, sir. Respectfully, you should worship my feet.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say is my wife's super conservative. She wouldn't interrupt men. She's a little different. But I can guarantee you one thing: somebody breaks in this fucking house, she's picking up that rifle with those 5.56s, and she's gonna be fucking set up down fucking range. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm as conservative as they get, but I know actually who to listen to and who not to. There's a difference, and a wise person, man or woman, discerns the difference.
Agreed.
So agreed, it's fact.
Not to say I'm thinking, but why do people use GDP as a measure of success?
It means that we do a little better here, sir. We do a little better. We maybe have a formula. I honestly feel like some of these countries that are like, women shouldn't. I'm sorry, but look at what y'all created. Absolutely fucking nothing.
It's a quantitative measure of society's output, so it's sort of a common barometer.
Why not use Human Development Index? America explained you. Because that actually measures how better the people actually are.
Yeah, give me a metric.
Not billionaire making more money.
Even poor people make more money than you, sir. What do you have?
One of the things I was going to mention.
You're funny, man.
One of the things I was going to mention.
Funny because it's true.
One of the things I was going to mention is here in the United States, anybody and everybody within the United States has the ability to make as much fucking money as they want. But in your shithole fucking country, Masanta, it doesn't matter if you're a fucking 170 IQ fucking Mensa member and you like have all the fucking best things going for you, you could still live in those fucking squalor fucking mud huts and those fucking ghettos with all the fucking trash piled up and fucking sewage water running through your entire middle of your fucking city. And there's absolutely zero chance that that person will ever make anything of themselves. There's zero upward mobility in your fucking rat hole country.
Sandra, I thought you were in SA. It sounds like you live in Atlanta.
Yeah.
No, man, I live in SA. No, I mean, these are just words at the end of the day. Look, all I'm saying is GDP, I think, is the worst thing to measure if you're talking about success.
Of course you would say that.
Of course right. It's the worst thing.
Let's pick a different measurement that doesn't matter.
So Al,
how many millions of people do we have in the United States that come from absolutely fucking nothing and grew up in the worst of fucking conditions and now are fucking multimillionaires?
And those people are the very people who will tell you, God bless America. Yeah. It is Americans who do not understand what we have. It is always the people who come here who are like, Chinese. My God, yes, I made all kinds of money. My life is better. I have freedom to actually speak like I'm speaking right now, and nobody will be knocking on the door.
Yeah, so many of those fucking Indians from fucking Andhra Pradesh and fucking Hyderabad that lived in fucking shithole squalors are now making fucking, $300,000-$400,000 a year in fucking tech.
Yeah, the Indians crack.
Okay, so just playing devil's advocate here for a moment on El's point, and I respect El. The point that's being made is that the countries with the largest GDPs are the best places to live, but
I didn't say all countries. I didn't say all countries.
Okay, because I was going to shoot that one down, because the largest GDP per capita goes Singapore, Luxembourg, Qatar, Ireland. America doesn't feature until position 9, and there are some shit countries like Macau, Brunei. Those are not places that you want to live.
Those countries are the side of Rhode Island, respectfully.
Ireland? That's
okay, they might get Pennsylvania.
No. Fucking, I looked at a thing. Fucking, what's the size of fucking the entire UK? UK's like the size of fucking, it's like the size of PA.
It's actually landmass. It's closer to Colorado.
Okay, Colorado's fucking small.
Not a big place.
It's really
it only looks big on the map because of Mercator projection. I was just seeing in this room if I could throw a snuck premise in. El caught it, but the fact that Ireland's on the mix, it's all American tax haven money that makes Ireland.
Exactly.
And so I managed to sneak my premise. Thank you.
Yeah, because I know the 7,100 islands of the Philippines land mass is the size of Arizona. It's kind of fucking crazy.
When it comes to Singapore, what are we actually calling land?
Oh,
is it this muddy pond over here?
I love Singapore. I fucking hate Singapore at the same time.
Listen, there are lots of great places in the world. I'm not trying to throw shade on the very lovely places in the world, because there are. The issue is the whole women shouldn't speak, the whole, and I'm speaking to a larger issue, and that is the lack of freedoms in the world. And I actually think that leads to poverty. It leads to uprisings, and the people will eventually either just fucking give up, like a lot of countries you see, and you think to yourself, why do the people not rise up? They've been so whipped. They have been so downtrodden by their governments, they don't even give a shit anymore. And that's why Americans will never give up guns. Americans would rather die than give up their guns because we have seen what the.
On the flip side of that same issue, though, Al, do we have to go so far to the opposite end of the extreme that we end up with Amber Heard?
Amber could have been from anywhere, let's be honest. But yeah.
I set up a website called amberheardsturds.com.
The fact that got so much news coverage, that's crazy.
No, but it was of the era, isn't it? Like we have this 7-year itch, and we have to kill our newsworthy entertainment darlings.
That's true.
7 years before that, we had Harvey Weinstein and all of these monsters that had to be revealed as the predators that they were. But it ended up a witch hunt that went too far, and so yeah, they wanted the newsworthiness on both ends of that spectrum.
Also, Masanda, one of the grievances, like I said, I have a grievance with Israel about not getting bombers. One of the grievances that I would say that I have with God or Yahweh is that he didn't put Gaza farther away so we could nuke it.
You're talking about New Zealand.
I've always wanted to see a nuke in real life, bro. I agree with that. I always wanted to see a real nuke. I always wanted Robben Island to be nuked. Just so I know what the nukes look like. Oh shit, so that's a real nuke. Because as far as I know, I always thought that she was French.
Oh, wait. Are you taking the pathology opinion that a belief that you don't think nukes actually exist because you've never seen?
I mean, bro.
Wait, Masanda, what?
I know they do, but I just want to see this.
Hold on, Masanda. What shape is the Earth?
No, man, I'm not all like a flat earther. Come on.
Oh.
Look, what I'm saying is
what
what I
shape
see.
is it, though?
I just said I want to see it.
Yeah, what shape?
Yeah,
an elliptical spheroid.
Yeah, I know. I would have accepted round. I would have accepted.
Oh my God, you thought I was gonna say circle. It's a circle, right? That's what you thought.
No, I thought you were gonna say flat.
Flat.
I told you I'm not a flat earther. I'm not.
Yet you think that thermonuclear weapons are atomic?
No. I said I want to see it with my own eyes. So only
honestly, if they had nuclear testing right now, I would pay for your plane ticket to go watch it. And I hope you stare at it hard.
I wouldn't watch it with my own eyes.
No, watch it with your eyes. You know what? Better yet,
I wouldn't watch it with my own
over your eyes. You'll be fine. I promise.
No, I wouldn't watch it with my own. I just said I would just like to see. So that's what it looks like when they were bombing.
Yo, Tuna, did you ever hear about the English sailors that they were watching one of the testing and they had their hands over their eyes? And they said that they could see the bones inside their hands as the testing went on.
No, but I heard about the Irishman that had his hands over his nuts and told them how bright it was while being unable to find them in the room.
That's what I want to happen to Masanda with his essay fucking education.
Did you see those?
Masanda's good people.
Did you see that video of those Japanese when they were turned to ashes? I would just like to see what really happened after that shit. Like they were all like pasted into the floor. Like what's that Marvel guy on Marvel? His name again?
Mr. Manhattan.
Sentry. No. Sentry. He has this power to change people into like dust.
Yeah. So does Mr. Manhattan.
So I don't know. I just always wanted to see that. Yeah, Mr. Manhattan too. Yeah.
The nuclear weapons dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima was so bright, the Asians are still squinting.
I
knew that was
coming. Come on,
you started to say.
You have seen those AR movies, videos of like, it's cool now, you can open your eyes. With like Superman grabbing like a Chinese woman. She's like, they're already open.
There you go, Masada. There's what you wanted to see in F1's PTR.
Yeah, but I just want to see it like Look, like, yeah, I know nuclear fission is real, of course, right? We use it every day with our nuclear plants. But all I'm saying is,
I thought you were taking the Barthology opinion. He's like, I don't believe in nukes because I've never seen
man,
them. I don't believe the Earth is round because I've never seen.
Yeah, but none of these people ever want to put money together and go to space, with their own rockets and see themselves. They all just want to live on this pseudoism.
I mean, I don't know if I'll pay for the Blue Origin trip for you, but I definitely will pay for the thermonuclear weapon testing if you want.
I'll never get in that bullshit.
Stand within a couple miles and stare.
I've already told all these people, the tuna, whoever, unless that thing is made of graphene, I don't trust it. That's just me. I think if you're trying to build anything, it shouldn't be super hard where you have to get the smartest people. It should be something, not the average Joe, but the average graduate would be able to build.
So I started looking up Weinstein, and that dude is really
Weinstein.
You mean the Jewish guy
who
raped all those women? What are you talking about?
There's the pedophile one, or the rapist, sorry. The rape, not pedophile. That's obscene. But there's the pedophile one, and then there's the two brothers. One's a physicist and one's a mathematician. But they have almost identical sounding names. Brett and Michael, isn't it? Weinstein. And then there's, Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein is the one that I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's the director, yeah.
Well, not anymore. The only thing that he's directing is well,
didn't they let him out, or is he still in?
I remember, what was it, Cat Williams said if Weinstein looked like Henry Cavill or Brad Pitt, I don't think a lot of those women would have exposed him.
Oh, dude, I said...
Okay. You don't tend to find a lot of producers that are photogenic. That's why they're behind the camera.
There's a comedian, what the fuck's his name? Gary something, the white guy that's married to the black chick, and he always does like black comedy shows. And he was talking about it. He said, all you women sit there and complain about catcalling and all this kind of shit. He's like, yeah. He's like, you only get pissed off over the catcalling because the men that are catcalling you aren't attractive. But if you look like Shamar Moore or fucking Wesley Snipes or something like that, then you wouldn't have any problem with him catcalling and shit. And then also women will sit there and they'll say, black women will say, well, I wouldn't fuck a white guy, or, I wouldn't fuck some, average white guy. But he's like, if the guy was, George Costanza from fucking Seinfeld, he's worth, $100 million, and he would suck his fucking skin off his fucking dick.
No, he could even be average, man. He could even, I stayed also here for that.
No, I know, but the argument is that the average woman will bitch and complain about the average guy catcalling them and be like, damn, you got nice titties, or giving them a compliment, even with these modern women. They'll be like, I can't believe you're so sexist and misogynistic that you want to say that I have a beautiful smile, but if he looks like some gorgeous fucking dude, and he's super fucking rich, then they have no problem.
Yeah. You know what? I can't do it anymore because I'm married and I've got to be a grown up. But I should have tried that. I should have tried catcalling women with catcalls like, I'm worth $12.5 million.
Yeah, women don't give a
shit. They would have given it to you like it's great. But I always wondered, why not just go to Russia? Harvey Weinstein. Why not just fuck the prostitutes in Russia where it's legal? Why do all that shit in America?
Convenient. Because between him and the airport, there's a prison.
Well, no, he's saying prior to. He's saying back in the day, why didn't he go to Russia or the Philippines or Thailand or something? Just fuck hookers.
That's why a lot of these wealthy Americans go. They go to Dubai. They sleep with all these Russian prostitutes. I've seen it with my own eyes, and that's how they live. Then they go back to America, right? Where they know no one's going to, there are no consequences for any of this action.
Dubai does have extradition treaties, and yeah, you could never skirt diplomacy. It doesn't matter how much money you've got in the world.
Didn't I hear F1? Is it true that the Netherlands have a taxation for those? So I was just thinking, how can you tax the prostitutes? It's crazy. But I'm just saying, there's a taxation in a lot of these countries, outside of the U.S., where you can do a lot of those stuff. So why do it in the U.S.? I think it was stricter on this side. Or maybe he thought it was untouchable. I don't know.
Prostitution is legal here in New Zealand, and they do charge goods and sales tax onto prostitution. So, yeah, one way or the other, you get fucked.
Yeah, but you came out of also came back.
How can you want to? I want to meet the dude who has seriously put into his tax return. Why won't you write it down as a legitimate business expense?
Entertainment.
What? So you're going to take your clients around to a whore? Look at this poll.
In the words of Logan Roy from Succession, money wins. Money home.
My former boss, he's a fantastic functioning alcoholic. Australian bloke who I've had to talk back into 3 different lifetime bans from 3 Wellington strip clubs. The last one, I've got no idea how I managed to achieve it, because he'd got a lifetime ban again from the same place, but this time because he punched a little person in a wheelchair in the face. That's a really hard thing to hear, that you're being tasked with the negotiations to talk him back into a club that has said, generally speaking, we don't want clientele that are likely to punch a little person in a wheelchair in the face. That's not something that we're really up for negotiating. And the only way that I managed it was to point out that there were stairs. And given the elements of the story that I've managed to cobble together, the guy was in one of those like motorized, sort of like heavy, deep lead batteries in the bottom of it. You know, like when they look like a stripped Dalek and they've just got a little joystick to drive around with. Yeah, and I had to ask the club, how did the dude manage to get up the stairs?
F1, I got a question. Are you white South African or no?
Yeah, white.
Oh, let me ask you a question. I know you're going to probably understand what I'm talking about, but we have this similar thing within like a lot of German communities in the Midwest in the United States. Why the fuck is it everybody, I don't know if it's just a genetic thing or something that's passed down, but why is it every fucking white South African has like what they call the widow peaks or the receding hairline? You ever notice that?
Well, if you look at my profile picture, I kind of got it as well. I don't know why it is.
Yeah, it's real popular in like northern Kentucky and Ohio, and especially like the white German farmers and stuff.
I can maybe put one thing towards like maybe my experience is when you marry an Afrikaans woman, your hair falls out.
Yeah, I was looking at it before I made the comment, and I was like, I think I'm right on this, because every time I see a white South African, they always have, if they don't have a receding hairline, they always have the widow's peaks, it goes up on 2 sides, and it like recedes back. And then I started looking at Google images, and I was like, white South African men, and I was like, yeah, I was right, never mind. Yeah, it's really popular in a lot of my German family members up in Kentucky and Ohio.
Yeah, life's not easy being a South African. My son knows.
It's like the same.
Knows what I'm talking about.
It's like the same exact fucking people got on the boat. Some of them were like
I'm going to the U.S. And the others are like, no, we're going to South Africa. It's like all the same thing.
But you must understand, to say white South African is very big.
What's that?
To be specific.
No, I'm talking about heritage. I'm talking about heritage.
Yeah, but I mean, you know the types of white South African. Are you talking about Afrikaners? Are you talking about English?
Well, what's the one that starts with a B? Boards or borders or whatever you call it?
Board, yeah.
Boards.
I don't know, F1, are you a board or are you English?
English.
Boormakkerplan.
Ja, boormakkerplan. Nee, ek is Engels hoor. Ek kan nie Afrikaans praat nie of ek kan net 'n bietjie
Ek kan nie Afrikaans praat nie. Ek kan nie Afrikaans praat nie. That would be right? I don't like that language. I'm fine with English, man. I don't like that language, to be honest.
Yeah, this isn't me. It's an image from Google. Look at what it speaks. All the dudes in the Google images, photos, all have the same thing. And like I said, everybody in the Midwest who's German just said they'll have the same what it speaks. I have a little bit of it, but not too.
Yeah, I'm not that bad, but not far away.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why the black front picture looks so dark.
I just looked at your picture, F1. Mine's about the same.
Oh, okay. That's an AR picture that of myself that I made. It's pretty similar.
That's an M16, isn't it? Or is that an AR?
I'm not sure. I just took it off Battlefield. I'm not sure what rifle it was.
The ejection port looks like an M16.
Oh, you mean the middle forehead? I don't know. I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
Oh. No, I was just saying that's my picture.
Oh, is that you? Is that you?
Yes.
I always confuse you with mountain. You're not mountain, right? You're the other guy. I always confuse you with the...
No.
I know you all have the same look. You, Mountain, Marshall, and Manville.
Marshall, Manville. No.
Manville. Don't you remember Manville? Another guy he called Manville. Comes in and
I know who it is, but I don't think I look like either of them. Marshall.
So, looking at the Weinstein case, he's eligible for release when he's 87, except for this retrial that he's going through at the moment. This is really the test to see whether he'll ever see the outside of a jail for the rest of his life.
Okay, I see he was out of the jail cell or something like that. I don't think it was just for the court proceedings or something, or the retrial. But he wasn't like in a jumpsuit or like handcuffs and shit. I didn't know what was going on. Maybe it was an older video.
He's on Rikers Island.
Oh, he is?
I think they let him wear a suit for court.
Okay, that's probably what it was. Yeah, they treat the rich people different. Yeah. If you're poor, they'd have you in the fucking jumpsuit, fucking ankle shackles and shit.
If they don't let you into court, they'll have you on some video link from a shitty little cell wearing all your prison garb.
It is
You should have run to Israel. You should have run to Israel, be alive. You would have been free. I mean, have you guys seen that video of that Israeli guy who was bragging about raping all those Palestinian women? He's like, I still got. There's a guy who was bragging about them. He's like, yeah, I get one of them, the little one. I look for the 12-year-old. She's my pick of the day. She that allowed in that country.
where did oh shit, who was the pedo film director? Fuck, I've forgotten his name. Really famous director that was up there with like the likes of Kubrick.
I don't know. You got.
Roman Polanski.
Thank you. Yeah, where did Roman Polanski went to?
He's in France, I believe.
Oh, he's still alive. He's 91 years old, and yeah, he's in Paris. That wouldn't happen today if for his crimes.
But what do you think? Look, I'm not the way it sounds, because people may think I'm positive. But I'm just wondering, how do you even get yourself into a mindset of trying to sleep with the child? Like, personally, I don't know, I do find it a little bit cringy, or at least, I'm saying for me, a child is really unattractive. Like, obviously it's wrong, but also the part where it's unattractive to me. So I do ask myself, like, how do you even get to a point where you're attracted? You know?
Masanda, imagine if it could be explained to you, then you'd understand it. If you understood it, then you'd probably have that same mental illness.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe, but
well, no, because
I don't think it's an attraction. I'm thinking, I don't think it's an attraction. Maybe I think it's just, I just love doing this thing to somebody who's vulnerable. I think that's what it is.
So
I don't think it's an attraction. There's so many women in the world that you've told it.
Louis C.K. had this whole bit about pedophilia where he's talking about how it doesn't matter who you are on the planet, you know that crime carries the worst penalties, and you know you're not going to be protected for the rest of your life. You're going to be in danger. Like, pedophiles have to know that that's, you know, the consequence for basically the worst crime that there is. And yet they're still compelled to do it. That has to be a mental illness.
Have you been to Afghanistan?
Not personally.
Exactly. It's like a guy got arrested for sleeping with a 6-year-old instead of a 9-year-old, because she was too young. That's the world you live in.
Well, it's because his penis didn't fit the old girl.
That's the world you live in. So it's like, I think it's selective, and I think a lot of these Arabian nations, they do this and they just don't put it down on paper. I think this shit happens more than you think. Like passport bros.
Sure.
The passport bros. Do you think a lot of those passport bros are just sleeping with overage girls? Like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you have to really think about this. Like, a lot of these crimes are bad, you're right, Tuna, but that's on developed countries. When you go to your Dominican Republic, or you're even Thailand and whatever, I mean, those laws are not that pushed. I mean, not even going far from my country, I just heard that apparently child marriages are legal in Madagascar. But this is not something I looked up for. I just saw it on TikTok. Some guys think, yo, you know, it's actually legal to do this in Madagascar.
Yeah, you got to be some kind of fucked up to be in the market for that. Like, surely since the advent of the internet, do you think that sort of backwards Stone Age sort of thinking will still exist?
Definitely.
When the internet gets into deeper parts of Africa?
No, not even that. But no, I'm saying it definitely in the sense of as long as money exists and most people don't have access to money, so by default they want it, this will always, especially for poor government, the government that are desperate for cash. That's what I think. People really underestimate how a lot of the world has sold itself to the world fiat system.
Well, what's the alternative? As an organised, workable alternative, what could
there isn't. I'm a nihilist. There isn't. That's the thing. There is no better real alternative. I mean, people keep talking about Bitcoin, but all that does is just makes it even worse, unless degeneracy even worse. Because now you're hiding from the government. The government can't track you anymore with your degeneracy. So Bitcoin just made it worse.
To be fair, Bitcoin is a huge step towards government control of all funds, because the ledger is there. It's everybody's transactions are there, and I mean you could try to anonymize yourself by using different wallets, but at the end of the day, the transactions that you do, unless you're using a highly sophisticated syndicate of players that are going to be trustworthy in order to be able to wash Bitcoin, the ledger's there. Every transaction that's ever happened on Bitcoin exists and is publicly accessible.
Being traceable has never been the problem with Bitcoins or even cash. The question is, who are you tracing? And what, like you just said, it's too much anonymous numbers just moving around. So yes, you could trace that. This one over here, put a money here. But this one, would, let's say client A works with client B, C, D, and they all maybe make a transaction in one country. Like, basically you just said it, it's a syndicate. Most times if people are hiding money, it's going to be a syndicate. It's not going to be one person. And it's going to be spread out through multiple cryptos. So, it's really hard to track. Even the same with cash, I'm going to be honest, but Bitcoin just takes it to a whole nother level.
Well, I'm pushing a repo to GitHub that has taken me from about 7 o'clock yesterday evening. Fuck this. I've built an AI call center for a client. And it should have been done 5 days ago. It was done 5 days ago, but then the client helpfully turns around and goes, "Oh yeah, is there any chance that we could not use Gmail and instead use Outlook?" Right. You said that you wanted Google Meet as part of your operating environment. Yeah, no, we use Google Meet. Okay, well, what do you want to use instead of that? Oh, can we still use Google Meet with Outlook? And, it comes down to the fact that they're too lazy and too unwilling to have a piece of implementation software so that their Google Calendar will sync up with their Outlook program. Jesus wept. So F1, did you do the partnership visa with your wife, or did you guys apply as a couple? Nope. F1's out for the count. F1, are you there? We can't hear you on mic, brother.
The hell's happening here? Is anybody awake? Mm-hmm.
somebody new. Nobody even knew anything about her. She was a horrible vice president. She was a border czar, but she never went to the border. She never once called a border patrol agent to find out how we done. But she was the border czar. Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris. But nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, well, take him out. He's not working. Let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon. It was amazing. They predicted she would have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. And then she got slaughtered. But think of it. Those files were run by these people. They were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election. Yeah.
That drawing, I think I heard you say something the other day, the drawing of the section of the Wall Street Journal report.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building and I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, and, for charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was at a very high position, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? Now, with that being said, they say there were many letters done by many people, and many big people, big successful people. I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct, because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy. It's a bad issue. They say it's a good issue for Trump. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points since this ridiculous Epstein stuff? My poll numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it. Okay, people don't buy it. And he's gone, and we want to focus on trade deals. I want to focus on the deal.
Any comments,
Sounds like I'm listening to a 15-year-old bullshit his way through a presentation.
Nigga say, my numbers are up. My numbers are up.
If he felt this way, why did he campaign on it? Like, that's the part I don't get. I'm like, was this your campaign? Like, I don't remember Miss No Last Name having this as part of her campaign, or horrible Biden having this as his.
And what did he say? He said, I don't draw. Well, I don't draw women. Think that I do. Any other comments? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play. Wait a minute. I think I'm out of music mode.
European Union, which is the biggest trade deal in history. It's the biggest deal, I think, in history, not just trade deal. So if they would have had something, they would have used it.
Did he settle that? What said that? What caused the breach?
That's such old history. Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island. And Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but when Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard, and many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down. But a lot of people at Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. Yeah. I'm going to say, look, we're giving money and we're giving food, but we're over here and we're over in the United States. So I think I can speak for the Prime Minister. We're giving money and things. He's got to sort of like run it. Well, I want them to make sure they get the food. I want to make sure they get the food, every ounce of food. I think you want to say. Absolutely. Because that food isn't being delivered.
Mr. President,
or at least all of it.
You said you were going to send essentially a tariff for the world.
For the world.
What percent will that tariff be?
I would say it'll be somewhere in the 15 to 20% range.
So maybe 15 or 20 or?
No, I said, I sort of know, but I just want to be nice. I would say in the range of 15 to 20%. Probably one of those two numbers. Aluminum? You're a pretty big aluminum maker.
Yeah, that's already covered in the deal that we've agreed. So we're just doing the implementation of that.
When will that come down? 25% to zero. You mean on the overall, on the world? On steel aluminum from Britain, it's 25. Well, we're going to know pretty soon. We're going to have it pretty soon. You have no idea that these people are tough negotiators, okay? But we're a big buyer of steel, but we're going to make our own steel. We're going to make our own aluminum for the most part. But we buy a lot of aluminum from right here and a lot of steel too. Who are you with? Who are you with? Because you're asking such nice questions. Very good. They're lucky.
We have a lot of unhappy farmers in this country at the moment, and I'm sure Prime Minister will be thanking for raising this. We've had changes to inheritance tax, which means a lot of farmers feel they will lose their farms when they die as a result of that. How important are farmers to the country?
You mean they're going to lose the farm because of estate taxes? So what I've done... I know, well, they're cash poor. They're land rich and cash poor. A lot of people are. I've had that too. Sometimes I'm land rich and cash. Sometimes I'm cash rich and land poor. I like it both ways, but as I get older, I like the more conservative route. So I did something that I don't know if you can do, but it was great. I love our farmers. As you know, in our tax bill, we have a clause that's very important. We were losing a lot of farms to the banks because a loving mother and father would die and left their farm to their children or their child, but their children, their family. And they loved their family and they thought they were doing them a favor, but they had a 50% tax to pay. So the land would get valued and at a high number because some of the farms were valuable, but they didn't, they couldn't quantify it. And they go out and borrow money to pay the estate tax or the death tax, as it's called. And they'd overextend and they'd lose the farm. And they'd commit suicide in many cases.
No, our levels are nowhere near 50%. They're not. We've just introduced work paid over many years. Worked out an extra 2% a year over 10 years. So it's not at those levels by any stretch of the imagination. But the other thing that we've done, as you know, is make sure that we've got a pathway for farmers that actually increases their year-on-year income, which is the most important thing. And in all of the deals that we do, we ensure that our farmers are the central focus for much of it, particularly agriculture, including in the US deal, because I don't think we can go on for years saying that it's acceptable for farmers to have a year-on-year income which isn't sufficient. We've got to fix that problem. We can't simply live with that problem, so it's a very different situation.
Well, we ended the estate tax.
See how he tried to play on this man's side. He stops him and said, "Oh no, we don't do that."
He did that real quick. That I saw that. He's like, "Oh no, that the Reagan what you said? Oh, no. That's inaccurate." That was great. He's like, no.
You talking about estate tax? I'm gonna tell you what we really do to our farmers over here.
Yeah, he actually did a flex. Like, he didn't say it, but he's like, we actually help our people. What are you doing? That's what he really said. But he did it so sly. He's like, no, that's not right. Here's what happens here. And then Trump goes, oh, well, that's good. And I'm like, you was dead wrong. Dear Patty, because I was back here like, yep.
I mean, to be fair, like, Patty, are you in the Army?
No. Good are you?
I'm a veteran.
Oh, nice. So what you used to do?
Classified.
Who?
Classified.
Your MOS is not classified. What did you do?
Classified.
And you came here because of what, man? You came up, what?
Because you invited me up.
Who invited you up?
I mean, you got the mods. Fuck.
You didn't see the mod?
Started
It
the
don't look at me.
conversation. Yeah.
Well, water, stand down, bro. Stand down. Let's not do that.
One second.
But
Yeah, so you invited me up, but don't know
what's
who
going on in
you
this
is.
chat here?
That just-
Yo, Miss Cleo, simmer down, please.
I'm simmered. I don't need directions. I'm not a bot.
Yeah, we've been cool.
Let's not get too antsy. Let's not get too antsy now.
Do you have a comment on the conversation?
Let's not get too excited now.
Do you have a comment on the conversation?
Now we can figure out who brought you up. I did.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna figure it out because it's not gonna happen.
I know that was my humor. That was my humor. Yeah. That's right. You brought me up. Who? Can I? Yes, water. I am spicy.
There is no estate tax on farmers. So when a parent leaves farm, because again, a lot of these farms, they don't make a lot of money, but it's a way of life, and they love their way of life, and they love that dirt. That dirt is the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. They love it. I mean, the farmers, they love doing it. They don't know how to do anything else, but they don't want to do anything else. I speak to farmers, I say, would you like to live in my penthouse in Manhattan? It's always beautiful. No, sir, I want this farm. Now, what happens is, I mean, we were losing a lot of people to suicide. They borrow money to pay the estate tax, and they were not able to pay it. And some banks are ruthless. They wouldn't do anything, and they would end up committing suicide. We have totally ended the estate tax.